Chapter 2549, Skywind Cyan Vulture. Wang Teng's scheme: would a normal star beast possess such power? Even if one wants to refute, they should present more convincing evidence rather than causing confusion and disturbance. If Ti-Do lacks vision, it's unfortunate, but if he doesn't even have the courage to admit defeat, then that's truly pitiful faced with the sharp gazes of Sang Yi and Lei Yan. Ti-Do's expression stiffened. Please don't blame him. My younger brother has always been slow-witted and doesn't know how to speak properly. Please forgive him. Jing glared at Ti-Do fiercely, then quickly apologized to Lei Yan and Sang Yi. Sang Yi gave a cold smile and didn't say much. She never held the Ti family in high regard, and under normal circumstances the two sides would never have any dealings. Lei Yan remained indifferent, not saying a word. She had already decided not to bother with them anymore. The people of the Ti family were not worth forming deep connections with. To the Li family, one less culinary family was nothing. Seeing this situation, Le Shan felt a bit embarrassed, but his expression turned indifferent as well. He glanced at Jing and Ti-Do, completely giving up on any friendship between them. Jing's expression twitched, and he glared fiercely at Ti-Do. This foolish brother of his, he was beyond help. Ti-Do's face turned dark. He had only spoken out of impulse, never expecting to cause such a situation. This was completely beyond his expectations. Brother Wang Teng, do you think what I said is correct? Gu Luo smiled and, disregarding the opinions of others, looked at Wang Teng, asking with a smile. Brother Gu Luo's analysis is correct. This mysterious creature is at least a divine-level star beast. Wang Teng nodded in agreement. Can you two tell what kind of star beast this is? Sang Yi, ignoring the Ti brothers, hurriedly asked, based on these characteristics. It's still difficult to determine for now. Gu Luo shook his head, then looked at Wang Teng again with a smile. But it seems that Brother Wang Teng knows something about the origin of this creature. Sang Yi and Lei Yan exchanged a glance, both expressing surprise as they turned their attention to Wang Teng. If Brother Wang Teng knows something, please enlighten us. Sang Yi hesitated for a moment before speaking. Before I speak, can we change the bet? Wang Teng cleared his throat and asked, You really know something? Gu Luo's gaze fixed intensely on Wang Teng. Sang Yi and Lei Yan were even more surprised after exchanging glances. The fact that he suggested changing the bet indicated that he indeed knew something. A little, Wang Teng smiled and replied. Why do you want to change the bet? Lei Yan asked in astonishment. I'm afraid I'll lose and won't be able to fulfill your conditions later, Wang Teng said earnestly, his eyes shifting as he spoke. Really? Lei Yan looked skeptical. This guy had just appeared very confident. Now, all of a sudden, he was willing to concede. Gu Luo also looked at Wang Teng with suspicion. Although they had only recently met, Gu Luo didn't see Wang Teng as someone who would easily admit defeat. With the body of a divine-level star beast, I'm sure I can't win against you. Shall we stick to the original bet? Wang Teng suggested. You said it yourself. This is the body of a divine-level star beast. If we stick to the original bet, can you afford it? Lei Yan looked at him, her suspicion growing. You don't know this about me, but I have plenty of money. I just calculated it. If we compensate based on the value of this divine-level star beast, I can afford to give you at most 1,500 chaos coins. Wang Teng confidently stated, even though he was bluffing, 1,500 chaos coins. The people around him gasped when they heard this. What was this divine-level star beast? It was just a body, but it was so valuable. 1,500 chaos coins? Jing and Ti-Do exchanged glances with each other. Their eyes widened in disbelief. The ores they found were only worth 350 chaos coins, and it was the highest valuation. They had thought they had a sure win. Who would have thought the treasure Lei Yan and the others unearthed would be worth 1,500 chaos coins? The disparity was too great to comprehend. They weren't the only ones. The others found it unbelievable too. To turn an ore worth billions of universe coins into a treasure worth over 1,000 chaos coins was not just a significant increase. It was an astronomical leap. Yan and Sang Yi were left speechless, feeling incredulous, especially Sang Yi. As a mining engineer, she was no stranger to gambling on ores, but to find a treasure worth over 1,000 chaos coins in an ore worth billions of universe coins was a first, and it was her own gamble. For a moment, this pride of the Sang family felt like she was living in a dream. When she chose this mineral, she never imagined such terrifying returns. Her mentality almost collapsed, and she even felt like crying. She had picked this ore for Lian. Usually, it was Lian helping her, and now Lian was asking for her help for once, so she naturally wanted to do her best to help Lian succeed and show Lian what she was capable of. So when she selected the mineral, she put extra effort into it, even using her mystic light sight to its fullest. Who could have imagined the outcome would be like this? If she had known, why bother picking such a good ore? Wouldn't it be better to keep it for herself? How can you be sure it's worth 1,500 chaos coins? Jing questioned incredulously. Yeah, even an ordinary divine-level star beast wouldn't be worth that much. Tai Lu took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down before speaking. Chapter 25550, Skywind Cyan Vulture, Wang Teng's Scheme 5. I will explain to you later. But now, Miss Lian, do you agree to my request? Wang Teng looked at Lian with a smile. 1,500 chaos coins. He believed that the other party would be tempted. Compared to an indifferent request, 1,500. Chaos coins were more enticing. Lian frowned, her gaze fixed on Wang Teng's eyes. 1,500 chaos coins were truly tempting. Even she couldn't ignore them. But she felt that something was off. This guy would rather compensate her with 1,500 chaos coins than agree to her request. There was something wrong here. As for Wang Teng winning against her, she hadn't considered that aspect. After all, the value of the treasure she unearthed had reached 1,500 chaos coins, and this was stated by the other party himself. She didn't believe Wang Teng could uncover something more valuable than this. Are you sure the body of this divine-level star beast is worth 1,500 chaos coins? Are you not deceiving me? Lian said. You have to understand, if you deceive me with so many people watching, I can completely back out of our bet. Of course, I'm not deceiving you. I can't stoop to such despicable tactics, Wang Teng replied. Is my request really that terrifying? Lian was already 70 to 80% convinced, but she still had doubts and asked again. Based on the value of these 1,500 chaos coins, your request is definitely not simple, Wang Teng said. So I'd rather pay 1,500 chaos coins in exchange for this request. Okay. Lian looked at him carefully, then exchanged a glance with Sang Yi. Finally, she gritted her teeth and said, As long as you say it, I'll agree, and you only need to pay the corresponding compensation without agreeing to my request. Her idea was simple. First, get the money, then talk about it. As for the request, it didn't matter anymore. After all, she was only trying to inquire about Wang Teng's identity and probe his background. This could be done any time in the future. There was no need to complete it now. Latun's eyes twitched slightly as he couldn't help but glance at Lian. She seemed to have fallen into the trap of money, 1,500 chaos coins. At this thought, even he couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy and jealousy, blaming no one but himself for changing the bet. Let's make it clear. If I lose, our ore will also be forfeited to the other party. If it's not enough, we'll compensate with equivalent value, right? Wang Teng asked. Exactly, Lian thought for a moment, finding no fault in the arrangement, and nodded directly. Are you done talking? Stop the nonsense. Hurry up and tell us the origin of this thing. We're all waiting, Ti-Du impatiently interjected. He still held on to a glimmer of hope. After all, if they lost, they not only had to hand over the wood elemental pearl, but also come up with over 1,000 more chaos coins. It would be a huge loss. So they could only hope for Wang Teng to make a mistake. Wang Teng completely ignored him. At this moment, he was in an extremely good mood, and his lips couldn't help but curve into a wild smile. Finally, the body of the Skywind Cyan Vulture was his. It wasn't easy at all. Fortunately, they didn't believe he could win. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy to convince the other party to change the bet back. "We've agreed to your request. Can you tell us now?" Sang Yi couldn't help but urge. "All right, listen carefully." Wang Teng smiled slightly and began his explanation. "This avian creature is called the Skywind Cyan Vulture, a terrifying ancient avian star beast of the wind element." As everyone listened, their faces were filled with astonishment and disbelief. Who would have thought that this shriveled avian star beast's body had such a remarkable origin? An ancient wind element star beast, Skywind Cyan Vulture. Many astute individuals had already begun their investigations, and some well-informed individuals immediately uncovered information about the Skywind Cyan Vulture, leaving them even more astonished. Among them were Lian, Sang Yi, and the others, all of whom now gazed at the wings of the celestial beast with a hint of fervor in their eyes. "How can you be sure that this creature is indeed the Skywind Cyan Vulture?" Tidu's expression grew even uglier as he persisted. "This avian has long withered, and many flying star beasts possess similar features. Just relying on its aura might not be enough. Just dissect its wings and you'll see," Wang Teng said nonchalantly. "What do you mean?" Tidu frowned coldly. The others looked at him with strange expressions as if they were looking at a fool. "Enough. Don't embarrass yourself." Jing's expression turned ugly. He had already investigated information about the Skywind Cyan Vulture and knew that Wang Teng's words were true, as he had said. Just by dissecting the wings, they could determine if the mysterious star beast before them was indeed the Skywind Cyan Vulture. While appearances could be deceiving, the bones of the wings couldn't lie. They bore the unique natural patterns of the Skywind Cyan Vulture, a manifestation of its innate bloodline talent, so there was no way Wang Teng could be deceiving them with this matter. "It seems that I've won this time." Lian took a while to digest the information, gradually suppressing her surprise and calming down. The expressions of Jing and Jing were rather unpleasant. They felt as if they had eaten dung. They hadn't lost to Wang Teng, but they had lost to Lian instead, which was even more frustrating. What's more, they had lost even more than before. Gu Luo shook his head. He no longer had any hope. No matter how confident he was, he didn't think that he could win the corpse of the Skywind Cyan Vulture. The appearance of this thing completely depends on fate. Even if he usually has extremely good luck, he dare not guarantee that he could win. That may not be the case. However, at this moment, a plain voice suddenly sounded. The crowd was slightly stunned, unable to help but look at Wang Teng. What did this guy mean? Was he not giving up yet? "Aren't you giving up?" Gu Luo asked in astonishment. "Our 2 pieces of ore have not been cut yet, so anything is possible," Wang Teng said with a smile. "Even if I can't win with my ore, don't you still have yours?" "I'm not very confident." Gu Luo shook his head. "Since Brother Wang Teng refuses to give up, let's continue cutting the stones. I think these 2 pieces of ore are almost done, and the outcome should be clear soon," Lian said nonchalantly with a smile. "Then let's trouble Master Rong again," Wang Teng said with a smile. All right," Master Rong nodded. He didn't have much confidence in Wang Teng and Gu Luo, but since the other party wanted to solve the stones, he wouldn't stop them. Crack, one cut after another, the 2 pieces of ore became smaller and smaller. Gu Luo's piece of ore was not small, but it emitted a dazzling red light earlier than Wang Teng's, bursting out suddenly. The crowd, who had already lost hope, was stunned when they saw this dazzling light. Such a strong light, Sang Yi's expression changed slightly, unable to help but exclaim in astonishment. Chapter 250, Ancient Sword, The Rise of Unity of Man's Sword, Gray Crystal. One dazzling crimson light illuminated the surroundings, causing everyone's hearts to involuntarily shudder. This light was too dazzling. It was several times more dazzling than the ores owned by Tidu and the other person. Everyone was almost blinded by the light. Surely what lay within must be extraordinary. Everyone knew the more dazzling the light, the higher the value of the treasure extracted from the ores. This probability was very high. While there were also cases of superficial appearances, they were extremely rare. For a moment, everyone looked at each other. They were extremely surprised. Were these mining engineers of the younger generation all so powerful? There were many mining engineers of the older generation around. They were originally watching the show, but when they saw that the Skywind Cyan Vulture was extracted from Sang Yi's ores, even they were stunned and no longer had the mood to watch the show. Now that they saw that the ores that Gu Luo had extracted were equally astonishing, they were even more shocked. Old Ji and the white-bearded old man were standing at the same spot. When they saw this scene, their faces could not help but reveal a look of disbelief. These geniuses are impressive, the white-bearded old man could not help but exclaim. Song Ling, it looks like old geezers like us have no choice but to admit our old age, said old Ji with a sigh. The first three are already exceptional. This last one? The white-bearded elder called Song Ling glanced at Wang Teng with curiosity. Old Ji's heart skipped a beat as an ominous feeling welled up in his heart. You think he's pretending to be weak? It's hard to say if he can beat the first three, but that piece of ore you sold might have a higher value, Song Ling said. Perhaps my eyes are failing me. Old Ji scrutinized the smallest piece of ore with suspicion, wearing a wry smile. I'll accept the outcome of the bet, since it's been sold, whether it rises or falls. I have no choice but to accept it. Old fellow, you're quite open-minded, Song Ling smiled. On the other side, Lei Yan, Sang Yi, and the others thought that they would win, but now that they saw this scene, their hearts sank again. How can this be? The value of the treasures they had extracted had already reached 4,500 chaos coins. How could they make a comeback? This didn't make sense. T.I. Du and T.I. Jing's expressions became uglier and uglier. It was fine if it was only Lei Yan, but now there was another one. They were utterly overwhelmed. How could they have any chance of winning? Tai Lu's expression turned even uglier. If he lost to Sang Yi, he would accept it. However, Gu Luo was simply a nobody. If not for Sang Yi and Lei Yan, he would not have known him at all. How could he win against him? Not only was this genius from the Tai family extremely embarrassed, but he was also filled with dissatisfaction. For a genius like him, losing to a nobody was simply the greatest insult to him. Gu Luo was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha, looks like my luck is back. Yes, that's right. Your luck is back. Wang Teng nodded and picked up the attribute bubbles that dropped beside Gu Luo. Luck E. There was only one attribute bubble and only one attribute point. However, it was the luck attribute that Wang Teng had been anticipating. He was truly a lucky baby. There was always a surprise. Gu Luo felt that something was amiss. He glanced at Wang Teng and saw him smiling at him. His scalp turned numb and the hair on his back stood up. That smile was too sinister. Master Rong quickly opened up the stone. Everyone urged impatiently. All right, all right, all right. Master Rong immediately replied. His hands instantly sped up as he continued cutting the stone. Soon, a thick layer of stone was piled up on the ground. This scene made everyone extremely surprised. After the light appeared just now, they all thought that the treasures in these ores should not be small. However, after cutting off so much of the stone, the treasures inside were getting smaller and smaller. Everyone's anticipation gradually turned into doubt. Gu Luo's expression changed slightly as he stared intently at the ore. It couldn't be that disappointing. Crack. At this moment, a crisp cracking sound was heard. Everyone was startled, immediately turning their gazes toward the source of the sound. They saw a crack suddenly appear on the remaining small piece of ore. Master Rong's movements stiffened as he stared at the crack. Generally speaking, someone as experienced as him would definitely not cause cracks to appear when he cut the stone. But now an extremely conspicuous crack had appeared on it, leaving him extremely puzzled. His expression turned solemn. Grand Master, this Master Wrong looked at Gu Luo and asked hesitantly. Continue cutting the stone. I believe in Master Wrong's skills, Gu Luo said without hesitation. Since they had already reached this point, getting another master wouldn't necessarily yield better results. Moreover, having witnessed the extraction of the Skywind Cyan Vulture earlier, Gu Luo had seen Master Wrong's unquestionable skill. The current situation was likely not due to any mistake on his part, but rather an issue with the ore itself. Wang Teng was shocked. He saw attribute bubbles again. When the crack appeared, an attribute bubble fell out and floated beside Master Wrong's feet. He almost stepped on it. Chapter 250-52, Ancient Sword. The Rise of Unity of Man's Sword. Gray crystal, too, although he couldn't step on it. Get them. Wang Teng was filled with anticipation. He immediately released his spiritual power. The attribute bubbles merged into Wang Teng's body. Unity of Man and Sword, 6,000. Unity of Man and Sword. Wang Teng was stunned. Although he already knew what was inside Gu Luo's ore, he didn't expect to get such an attribute. However, this attribute surprised him. It has been a long while since his unity of Man and Sword had improved. Ever since he left the Stellar Academies, he could no longer take advantage of those geniuses. Few martial warriors in the outside world could master the unity of Man and Sword. Sword was Wang Teng's most common weapon. Hence, he placed great importance on improving his sword skills. The unity of Man and Sword was undoubtedly a realm that sword practitioners dreamed of. Be it the domain or the power of origin, if he wanted to completely unleash the power of his sword technique, he needed to use the unity of Man and Sword. To make an inappropriate analogy, the unity of Man and Sword realm was like a machine that could combine various materials to create the best equipment. Unity of Man and Sword. Denli Wang Teng glanced at his attributes board. His unity of Man and Sword had finally reached 10% of his maximum attributes. Look, there are more and more cracks at this moment. An exclamation pulled Wang Teng back to reality. He hurriedly looked up. Before Master Wrong could do anything, more and more cracks appeared on the surface of the ore. The initial crack began to spread in all directions and instantly covered the entire surface of the ore. What's going on? It's like something's coming out of there. Why do I feel a sharp sword intent? The group of people discussed animatedly. There was no lack of powerful martial warriors present who used swords. They seemed to have sensed something and were shocked. Sang Yi's eyes flickered as she looked at the ore. However, she suddenly let out a painful groan and covered her eyes. Sang Yi, what's wrong? Lei Yan's expression changed as she asked worriedly. Tai Lu, Jing, and the others all looked at her, not knowing what had happened. However, when they saw blood flowing down Sang Yi's face, they were taken aback. Wang Teng's heart skipped a beat. He felt lucky. When he used his real eye to check previously, he felt a trace of pain and retracted his gaze in time. Otherwise, he would probably end up like Sang Yi. He had experienced that feeling many times, and it didn't feel good at all. What a bloody experience. It was obvious that Sang Yi had never experienced pain. I'm fine. I just saw something. Sang Yi waved her hand and covered her eyes with her other hand. After a while, she put it down. Your eyes are already bleeding, yet you still say you're fine. Lei Yan hurriedly took out a handkerchief and handed it to Sang Yi. Don't worry, it's just a bit of stimulation. It's nothing serious, Sang Yi explained. That's good, Lei Yan heaved a sigh of relief when she heard her say that, but she still stared straight into her eyes. It was only when Sang Yi let go and revealed her slightly bloodshot eyes that she finally felt completely relieved. What exactly is inside? How could it hurt your eyes? Tai Lu asked. Sword, Sang Yi took a deep breath and said with a complicated expression, I saw a sword. Sword. Everyone was surprised. There was a sword inside the ore. It was unexpected. I see. No wonder the ore's cracked. This is because they can't withstand the sword's sharpness. To be able to crack the ores on the surface, this is not an ordinary sword. Looks like this Grand Master made a good bet. I wonder what grade the sword is. If it's a weapon above the universe level, it'll make a killing. These weapons sealed in ores might have some insights from their predecessors, so the value of weapons is often higher than weapons of the same level. The crowd discussed animatedly, filled with excitement and envy. The competition among these young masters was truly spectacular. They had just extracted an ancient star beast, the Skywind Cyan Vulture, and now they had unearthed a sword. It was truly an eye-opener. Master Wang immediately heaved a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't his problem, it was fine. Otherwise, his reputation would be ruined today. Master Wang, quickly extract the ore, someone urged. That's right. Hurry up. We're waiting here impatiently. The others echoed. Master Wang immediately nodded and was about to continue cutting the ore. Wait. Wang Teng shouted immediately. What's wrong? Gu Luo asked curiously. Do you have any advice, Grandmaster? Master Wang asked. I wouldn't call it advice, however. Since there are cracks on this ores, there must be some kind of energy in it. If you open it rashly, you will be injured, Wang Teng said. This. Master Wang's expression changed, and he immediately hesitated. I've indeed encountered some such ores. They're dangerous. If I'm not careful, I'll be seriously injured at best. At worst, he did not continue, but everyone knew that if it was serious, the stone-cutting master's life might not be saved. Brother Wang Teng, do you have a solution? Gu Luo asked. Brother Gu Luo, if you trust me, I will complete the final stone-cutting step for you, Wang Teng said calmly. Chapter 20, 553, Ancient Sword, The Rise of Unity of Mansword, Gray Crystal 3, of course. Gu Luo nodded and smiled. Even if it's damaged, it doesn't matter. I feel at ease after hearing your words, Wang Teng said, looking at him with certainty, and couldn't help but smile. Talking to straightforward people was just that simple. He glanced around and said, Make some room, everyone. The others, seeing that Gu Luo, the owner of this ore, trusted Wang Teng, had nothing more to say. T.I.Du wanted to ridicule a bit, but was stopped by Jing. His foolish brother had embarrassed himself enough already. If he could, he'd even want to stuff a cloth into his mouth. Everyone stepped back a bit, watching the ore warily. There were dangers in rock gambling. As many had experienced, some ores indeed contained terrifying dangers. Treasures lay sealed within, their energies forming a blockade. As long as it remained sealed, all was peaceful. But the moment of its unlocking, a terrifying danger would erupt invisibly, killing without a trace. The most perilous moment lay in the instant of unlocking. After the eruption, it wasn't as dangerous. Perhaps being suppressed for so long, the eruption was naturally terrifying. So even though there were many strong individuals present, they were all extremely cautious, not daring to approach even a bit. Their gazes were not only fixed on the ore, but also on Wang Teng, wanting to see how he would unlock it. However, Wang Teng didn't step forward. He simply extended his finger, flicked it, and an invisible force shot out, landing on a certain spot on the ore. This scene surprised everyone. No one had expected Wang Teng to adopt such a simple and rough method. Wasn't this just reckless? Even Gu Luo couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Was this guy reliable or not? Bang! At that moment, a muffled explosion suddenly echoed out, and everyone turned their heads, their faces tensing as they saw a dazzling crimson light burst forth from the ore. The light emanated from the cracks on the ore's surface, spreading across it like something was about to burst out. This is... Sang Yi's expression subtly shifted, as if she had realized something. What's going on? Li Yan asked in astonishment. He must have stimulated the internal energy through some means, causing it to erupt on its own. As a result, the outer layer of the ore naturally collapses. Remarkable vision, remarkable technique, Sang Yi explained, casting a glance at the black-haired youth standing not far away with his hands behind his back, his expression calm. For some reason, she suddenly felt a bit worried about Li Yan, though the ore she had chosen had already yielded 500 chaos coins worth of treasures, seemingly guaranteeing her victory. She couldn't help but feel that she couldn't see through the thoughts of the black-haired youth before her. He was too calm, making it impossible to discern his intentions. How could someone like him easily admit defeat? Thinking back to the reasons he had just given for changing the wager, There were many inconsistencies. Lei Yan also turned to look at Wang Teng, a glint of astonishment flickering in her eyes. To achieve such a feat was not easy at all. Even the experienced Master Rong couldn't do it. Yet Wang Teng did. His mastery over energy control and vision was not to be underestimated. Gu Luo glanced at Wang Teng, equally astonished. This guy's methods were so unpredictable and truly frightening. Crack. The next moment, abrupt bursts of cracking sounds echoed out, reverberating around and causing everyone to widen their eyes involuntarily. The cracks on the surface of the ore multiplied rapidly, and streams of crimson light burst forth, densely packed, almost forming a whole mass of radiance. Piece by piece, the stone skin peeled away automatically, revealing what lay beneath. It was a red jade stone with patterns resembling flames, appearing particularly peculiar. Boom. Before anyone could examine it closely, a deafening roar erupted. As the jade stone revealed itself, an intense heat instantly filled the surroundings. Simultaneously, streams of crimson sword energy burst out in all directions. What was even more frightening was that atop those sword energies there emanated a faint wave of origin fluctuations. Everyone couldn't help but be greatly surprised, but they were prepared. They promptly mobilized their own force to resist this terrifying sword energy. Bang, 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 as the sword energies collided with the defenses of the crowd, a dull boom erupted. Wang Teng's expression slightly hardened. With a wave of his hand, a curtain of energy formed in front of him, containing the power of origin. The next moment, several sword energies crashed against it, instantly dissolving. What terrifying sword energy! Grandmaster Alfred wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, exclaiming in horror. Fortunately, we have Grandmaster Wang Teng here, or we would have been in danger. Grandmaster Harald patted his chest, expressing his lingering fear. I didn't expect your strength to become so formidable, able to easily withstand such attacks. Grandmaster Hua Yuan marveled, glancing at Wang Teng. Shi, Jia, Luo Tang, and the other young grandmasters looked at Wang Teng with complex expressions, astonished by his strength. Not only was Grandmaster Wang Teng's secondary profession attainment terrifying, but his martial arts ability was powerful. They felt constantly overwhelmed. There was no point in comparing. This attack is merely the residual energy from an ancient sword, not as terrifying as you imagine, Wang Teng remarked. Chapter 2554. Ancient Sword. The Rise of Unity of Man-Sword Gray Crystal 4. This still isn't terrifying? My defenses were nearly breached, Gu Luo said. It seems your strength is even greater than I imagined. Wang Teng remained non-committal, changing the subject with a meaningful tone. You better take a look at your ore quickly. What's inside is quite extraordinary. Coming back to his senses, Gu Luo forgot about probing Wang Teng's strength and hastily turned to look at the crimson jade stone. After the eruption of the sword energy, the crimson jade stone had calmed down. Only gentle rays of light emanated from it, not glaring at all. All eyes were on the jade stone. What? A collective gasp erupted as everyone stared in shock at what lay inside the jade stone. The crimson jade stone was only about a meter long, presenting itself in a rectangular shape. However, lying within it was an ancient-looking long sword, emitting strands of sword intent from within. All gazes were drawn to this long sword, filled with astonishment, unable to look away. This sword gives off such a peculiar feeling. Yes, it's as if we're standing in front of a master swordsman. With such sword intent, the owner of this sword must be a master of profound swordsmanship. This sword is at least of the universe level. The crowd buzzed with discussion, speculating on the origin and grade of the sword. T.I. Jing and T.Du exchanged a glance, their expressions even more grim. When they saw this sword, they knew they had lost again. There was simply no basis for comparison. The value of this sword was undoubtedly going to surpass their wood elemental pearl. Sang Yi and Lei Yan's expressions grew solemn. Initially, they both thought they were going to win, but now it seemed uncertain. This sword was extraordinary. Wang Teng remained silent, his gaze sweeping around the sword. With a mental command, he picked up the attribute bubbles. After this sword fully emerged, more attribute bubbles had dropped. Unity of man and sword 2,000. Unity of man and sword 2,500. Unity of man and sword 2,300. All of them were unity of man and sword attributes, and the attribute values were significantly higher than those of the previous attribute bubbles. In Wang Teng's mind, joy blossomed. This sword was truly a treasure, dropping so many attribute values related to the unity of man and sword. It was definitely a bargain for Guluo. However, even if the other party wanted to comprehend the unity of man and sword, they would have to spend a lot of time in contemplation. Unlike Wang Teng, who just directly benefited from it, no matter how you looked at it, he was the one profiting. Unity of man and sword, 265 euro 55 100,000. In just a moment, Wang Teng's mastery of the unity of man and sword soared rapidly, far surpassing his previous level. His mind was flooded with numerous insights into swordsmanship, as if countless figures were demonstrating sword techniques in his mind, revealing various swordsmanship principles and deepening his understanding of the way of the sword. As if experiencing a sudden enlightenment, Wang Teng completely grasped these insights into swordsmanship. Then he glanced at the attributes board, feeling somewhat surprised and shocked. In such a short time, the unity of man and sword attribute had soared from over 10,000 to 26,500 points. This increase was incredibly rapid. With his current mastery of the unity of man and sword, Wang Teng was undoubtedly far superior to swordsmanship geniuses like Yun Yingxian and Lu Tian. Even if they devoted themselves to cultivation, they might not catch up with him in such a short time, unless they obtained some unimaginable opportunities. Unfortunately, such opportunities were not easy to come by. Thinking of this, Wang Teng couldn't help but smirk. His luck was truly outstanding. On second thought, was this considered taking advantage of these talented mining engineers? The treasures they unlocked provided him with attribute bubbles, which was akin to benefiting from their efforts, wasn't it? Could someone come and appraise the level and value of this sword? Guluo looked at the long sword in front of him, wanting to assess its value, but ultimately came up empty-handed and had to ask around. "We'll take a look." A voice suddenly came forth. The crowd parted, and several figures walked in from outside. "It's the appraisers from the Secondary Career Alliance." "That looks like Appraiser Messfield." "It's him. He's a renowned appraiser from the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters. It's rumored that he has appraised over tens of thousands of treasures, and among them there are more than 10,000 artifacts of eternal level alone." Hiss. Many gasped in astonishment, utterly shaken over 10,000 eternal level artifacts. Some people had never even seen a single eternal level artifact, yet he had appraised so many. Such a record of appraisals was simply unbelievable. Wang Teng was surprised too. The Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters was full of hidden talents. Just about anyone who came out from there was extraordinary. Appraiser Messfield, Sang Yi recognized the appraiser and immediately stepped forward, bowing slightly. "It's Lady Sang Yi." "We've met once before, Master Messfield." A kind-looking elderly man nodded with a smile. "Yes, last time my father asked you to appraise a treasure, and I was present," Sang Yi replied with a smile. Appraiser Messfield, Tai Lu came forward and greeted him too. "You are—" Master Messfield hesitated for a moment, then suddenly realized, "I remember now. You seem to be the prodigy of the Tai family. I've also appraised treasures for your family elders, Chapter 2555, Ancient Sword. The Rise of Unity of Man Sword, Gray Crystal, 5. Yes, my name is Tai Lu, and I am indeed a member of the Tai family. However, I cannot be called a prodigy. Just someone who has achieved a little," Tai Lu said modestly. "The prodigies of the Tai family are indeed remarkable. You are being too modest." Appraiser Messfield chuckled. Guluo's eyes flashed and he bowed slightly. "Greetings, Appraiser Messfield." "You—" Appraiser Messfield suddenly widened his eyes as if he had seen something unbelievable. "Appraiser Messfield, we have also met before. I saw you at my uncle's place." Do you remember? Gu Luo signaled to Appraiser Messfield with a glance. Cough, cough, Appraiser Messfield snapped out of it, clearing his throat and saying, I remember you are. My name is Gu Luo. Appraiser Messfield seems to have forgotten a lot, Gu Luo said. Ha, look at my memory. I seem to have forgotten a bit. Appraiser Messfield laughed heartily. Wang Teng's gaze swept over the two of them, feeling that there was something peculiar about them. Not just Wang Teng, even Sang Yi, Tai Lu, and others felt something strange. Although Appraiser Messfield was just an appraiser, his expertise was profound with unparalleled experience and knowledge, making him a respected guest among many powerful individuals. Almost anyone who could invite him was either extremely powerful or influential. The fact that Gu Luo knew Appraiser Messfield indicated that his identity was definitely not ordinary. You've come at just the right time. Please appraise the value of this long sword for me, Gu Luo hurriedly said. Did you unlock this long sword? Appraiser Messfield asked in surprise. Indeed, Gu Luo nodded. Gu, your prospecting skills are indeed extraordinary, Appraiser Messfield praised. Not bad, not bad. Gu Luo chuckled. Appraiser Messfield didn't say much more. He immediately approached the crimson jade stone and began to scrutinize it. He didn't ask for the jade stone to be cut open. Instead, he observed the sword through it, sometimes pausing to contemplate, sometimes pacing around, as if he had grasped every detail of the sword. After a moment, when everyone began to feel impatient, he finally spoke slowly. This sword, judging from its design, it should be an ancient artifact crafted by an ancient race. That race is called the Crimson Peak tribe, known for their powerful fire elemental talents. They are renowned for their craftsmanship, and the weapons they forge are highly sought after by all warriors. Their weapons bear the distinctive marks of their tribe. Why don't you take a look and compare it with the patterns on this long sword, the Crimson Peak tribe? Everyone was stunned and immediately began to investigate. Appraiser Messfield's knowledge is indeed extensive. I didn't expect you to know about ancient artifacts, Sang Yi remarked with a smile. It's just that I've lived a bit longer and seen a bit more. It's nothing worth mentioning, Appraiser Messfield chuckled. This appraiser is truly remarkable, Roundball exclaimed, sending the gathered information to Wang Teng. To be able to be a guest of the Sang and Tai families, he must have some skills. Wang Teng nodded after examining the information. So, what grade is this sword? Gu Luo asked. Judging from the runes on it, it should be a high-tier universe-level weapon, Appraiser Messfield said. High-tier universe level, everyone was stunned, showing surprise on their faces. A universe-level weapon from ancient times, its value must be extraordinary. So, what's the price of this sword? Gu Luo's eyes lit up again, asking eagerly. Appraiser Messfield furrowed his brow, rubbing his chin in contemplation. Weapons from the Crimson Peak tribe generally fetch a higher price than ordinary ones, and being an ancient artifact, its value would be even higher. But that's not the key issue. Oh, what do you mean? Sang Yi asked. The crowd remained fixated on Appraiser Messfield, eager to see how he would price the sword. The key to this sword lies not in its outward appearance, but in the aura emanating from it. Appraiser Messfield chuckled. I've seen many things like this before. If I'm not mistaken, the sword's aura contains insights that would be beneficial even to universe-stage martial warriors. There were many universe-stage martial warriors present, and upon hearing this, they nodded inwardly. They could feel the sword's aura offering significant assistance to their swordsmanship insights. If they could contemplate it thoroughly, it would undoubtedly bring numerous benefits to their understanding of the sword. This was the true value of the sword. So I'll price this sword at 1,200 chaos coins, Appraiser Messfield announced. Upon hearing this, Sang Yi and Lian breathed a sigh of relief. Gu Luo nodded. Though somewhat disappointed, he was only competing with Wang Teng. Even if he lost, he wouldn't have to give the sword to someone else, so there was nothing to worry about. The appraiser's pricing is quite accurate, Roundball remarked. No. If we consider the insights contained within, the price could be even higher, Wang Teng said. Only he knew the depth of the sword's swordsmanship insights, so he was well aware of its true value. Chapter 2556. Ancient Sword. The Rise of Unity of Man's Sword. Gray Crystal 6. Are you going to tell them? Roundball asked. I won't bother, even if the price is a bit higher. It won't surpass Lei Yan's Skywind Cyan Vulture. Whether I say it or not, the outcome will be the same, Wang Teng replied, with 1,200 chaos coins. It seems like we've won. Lei Yan looked at Wang Teng and glanced at his piece of ore, saying, Are you going to continue extracting stones? Yes, why not? Wang Teng replied calmly. Your ore was small to begin with. Now that it's been cut in half and still hasn't produced anything significant, it's likely to lose. You won't beat Lei Yan, Jing remarked blandly. He still wanted to salvage his relationship with Lei Yan since they were destined to lose. Jing figured showing some magnanimity might help restore the impression he lost earlier. It isn't fully extracted yet. It's too early to say anything, Wang Teng said calmly. Stubborn as a mule, Du sneered with disdain. Do you think you can win Miss Lei Yan with your ore? You're daydreaming? Why, you don't want me to cut the ore. Wang Teng glanced at him and asked him back. Enough, no more nonsense here. Lishan couldn't stand it anymore, giving Du and the others a cold look. Regardless of the outcome, before it's fully extracted, nothing can be determined. Don't you understand such a simple principle? Du's face stiffened instantly, feeling extremely embarrassed. Let's continue extracting stones. Lei Yan chuckled, trying to defuse the tension. At this point, her impression of Wang Teng had also deteriorated. With things having reached this stage, it was frustrating to see him still holding on stubbornly. Sang Yi also frowned and glanced at Wang Teng. What exactly was this guy thinking? While his eyesight was indeed impressive in this situation, she didn't believe his chosen ore could still win, so why was he persisting? Master Rong walked over to the last stone extraction. Master took a glance at Wang Teng's piece of ore and shook his head. He was not very optimistic about it, but decided to personally extract it as a favor to these exceptional talents. The treasures extracted from the first 3 stones had already widened his horizons. This piece of ore could just be a bonus inconsequential. Besides, with only a small piece left, it wouldn't take much effort. Crack. Master Rong's speed was impressive. In just a few swift movements, he peeled off the layers of stone skin from the ore in front of him, quickly revealing its true form. There were no dazzling lights, no terrifying dangers. Everything was calm. A dull gray crystal appeared before everyone, lying quietly there, looking somewhat inconspicuous. What is this? Everyone stared at the crystal, exchanging glances. Sang Yi, Lei Yan, and others looked at the stone with strange expressions, then glanced at Wang Teng as if to say, Did you persist until the end for this dull gray crystal? Du couldn't help but burst into laughter, laughing so hard that he bent over, saying, Is this the treasure you picked out? It's hilarious. Looks like your luck isn't too good this time, Jing said with a hint of mockery on his face, shaking his head. I thought you were a real genius, but it turns out you're just seeking attention, Lu said indifferently. Guluf felt that something was off. He approached the dull gray crystal and glanced at Wang Teng, seemingly not believing that Wang Teng would extract something useless. Is this it? The treasures extracted from the first 3 ores were all remarkable, I thought. Even if this last one wasn't as good, it wouldn't be too bad. But to think it's just this. Yeah, what can this dull gray crystal do? I don't sense any energy fluctuations from it. It's probably a worthless stone. The people around were also discussing, deeply disappointed. Ha 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 ha. Just at that moment, a burst of laughter suddenly rang out. All eyes turned towards the source of the laughter, only to find that the one laughing heartily was none other than Wang Teng. What are you laughing at? Du frowned. Some people mistake ignorance for innocence. Wang Teng shook his head. Who are you calling ignorant? Du's expression turned sour as he glared at Wang Teng.
Anyone can see that this is just a worthless stone, only you are still stubbornly insisting otherwise. Worthless stone?
Wang Teng glanced at him, his eyes full of contempt.
I think you're the worthless one here, not understanding anything and yet still spouting nonsense. What did you say?
Tidu's anger flared, his face turning red with rage.
What do you mean?
Jing's expression was grim, but he remained calm as he scoffed. Could this dull gray crystal be anything other than a worthless stone? With so many people here watching, do you think everyone is blind? Of course, this is a treasure. Unfortunately, everyone here is just blind to its value. Wang Teng glanced at him, chuckled, and then directly activated his group mocking skill, mocking everyone present in one go. Jing was a little stunned. This guy dared to say anything. Sang Yi and Lei Yan were speechless. This guy had real nerve, mocking so many people without fear of being beaten to death. With so many people cursing him, it would be enough to drown him in their spit. What did you say? What do you mean by blind? This is clearly just a worthless stone. You gambled and lost. Who's to blame? What use is being stubborn? It's a joke. Indeed, the people around all had faces blackened with anger, glaring daggers at Wang Teng, wishing they could spit on him until he choked. This guy's mouth was too sharp old. Ji and the elder named Song Ling beside him both shook their heads speechlessly. This kid must have lost his mind. With so many grandmasters and strong individuals present, he wasn't afraid at all. At the same time, old Ji couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It was good that he lost the bet. If he won, it would be his turn to feel heartache. Everyone was venting their anger at Wang Teng, and some were even gloating, sneering at him like he was a joke. Only appraiser Messfield frowned, leaning in front of the dull gray crystal, looking at it and shaking his head from time to time as if he couldn't quite understand. Now what do you have to say? Jing sneered. Guluo, Sang Yi, Lei Yan, and Le Tun frowned as they looked at Wang Teng. No one knew what he was thinking. In that case, let me show you what this is. Pay attention, everyone. In the face of the crowd's ridicule and sarcasm, Wang Teng's expression remained unchanged. He walked up to the crystal, picked up the small crystal, about the size of a baby's head, and held it in his hand. Then he infused a strand of soul power into it. Boom! A deafening roar suddenly erupted, and an immensely pure and powerful soul force burst out, swirling in the air above the entire hall. The surroundings immediately fell into silence. Chapter 2557, Soul Elemental Crystal. The despair of the Ti brothers and Lei Yan fight. 1. The majestic soul force swept through, echoing in the space above the entire hall. The atmosphere around Wang Teng and the others turned eerily silent. The words of mockery and sarcasm from before were now stuck in everyone's throats, as if they had been gagged with a foul and lengthy rag. Jing and Tidu's expressions stiffened instantly, their eyes widening as they stared at the gray crystal in Wang Teng's hand. They were in disbelief. Tai Lu was dumbfounded, unable to maintain his composure, looking as if he had seen a ghost. Sang Yi and Lei Yan's mouths hung open as if they could fit a lollipop. The looks of shock and disbelief on their two beautiful faces seemed almost comical. Le Tun's eyes fluctuated violently as he glanced deeply at Wang Teng. Guluo took a deep breath looking at Wang Teng, his face showing profound astonishment for the first time. As for the grandmasters like Alfred and others, there was no need to say more. They looked at each other in astonishment, hardly believing their eyes. With such a potent soul force, what exactly was this gray crystal at the same time? Initially, Wang Teng and his group's competition was limited to a small area, and while there were many onlookers, not everyone was gathered there. Many powerful individuals didn't care about such minor squabbles. But now, with the spread of this soul force, the expressions of one powerful figure after another changed slightly, showing surprise. They swiftly rushed towards Wang Teng and his companion's location. Although the hall was already quite large, akin to several football fields in size for Universe Stage and Eternal Stage martial warriors, It was only a moment's journey. Swoosh, before everyone could fully comprehend, the sound of breaking air suddenly rang out. One by one, powerful figures with formidable auras appeared around them, causing the crowd to change their expressions and involuntarily step back. An eternal stage martial warrior. The people around couldn't help but swallow their saliva, murmuring in astonishment. Even eternal stage martial warriors are alerted. Sang Yi, Lei Yan, and the others exchanged glances with one another. They were flabbergasted. What exactly was this gray crystal? It managed to alert eternal stage martial warriors. Wang Teng? What exactly is this thing? Why does it have such a powerful soul fluctuation? Lei Yan glanced around anxiously and hurriedly asked, "I know." Appraiser Messfield exclaimed loudly, his expression excited as he jogged over, his gaze fixed firmly on the gray crystal in Wang Teng's hand. "This is a soul elemental crystal." Wang Teng glanced at the old man. He was trying to keep this moment for himself, but unexpectedly, the old man snatched it from him. How annoying. Soul elemental crystal. The people around them were stunned. Then their eyes lit up, including some eternal stage beings among them. Soul elemental crystal. This is a soul elemental crystal. A sharp cry rang out simultaneously, echoing in Wang Teng's mind as well. It was Round Ball. It hadn't recognized this gray crystal at first, but after Appraiser Messfield spoke, it immediately realized what it was. This was a soul elemental crystal. Although it had heard of it, it had never seen one before, which was why it didn't recognize it immediately. It never expected the soul elemental crystal to be so ordinary. If Wang Teng hadn't activated its force, even if it were placed on the roadside, not many people would recognize it. They had obtained a soul crystal from the Ant-Man Queen in the past. However, the soul crystal and the soul elemental crystal were different. The former was a crystallization of life-form souls, although it also had the effect of replenishing the soul's essence. It was far less pure than the soul elemental crystal. The latter was a natural crystal formed between heaven and earth, containing the purest soul power regardless of the species. It could absorb and enhance its soul essence. Even eternal stage beings, or even true God beings, could absorb this essence of the soul. Undoubtedly, this was one of the most precious and rare treasures in the universe. Even many eternal stage powerhouses had never seen such a thing, let alone obtained it. Therefore, who would have thought that such a precious soul elemental crystal would appear inside this inconspicuous piece of ore? "Don't get too excited. This thing is ours now," Wang Teng said calmly. "Yes, it's ours. This soul elemental crystal is ours. Such a big piece. It's all ours." Round Ball took several deep breaths, ecstatically shouting in Wang Teng's mind. Wang Teng shook his head helplessly. He wasn't even this excited. This guy was overly excited. "Appraiser Messfield, are you sure this is the soul elemental crystal?" Tai Lu's eyes trembled, still somewhat incredulous. "Yes, the soul elemental crystal is so precious. How could it easily appear here?" Jing's face was pale, making a final struggle. If this gray crystal was indeed the soul elemental crystal, what could he use to compensate the other party? The preciousness of this item could even tempt eternal stage beings. Even if he emptied his pockets, more would be needed to compensate. "This is fake. It must be fake. It's definitely not the soul elemental crystal," Ti muttered. Although his voice was small, everyone present was powerful. How could they not hear? Everyone looked at him as if he were a fool. Wang Teng glanced at him, feeling that this person was like a clown. He wondered how a large family like the Ti family could cultivate such an oddball. Chapter 250 Fate. Soul Elemental Crystal. The despair of the Ti brothers and Lei Yan. Fight. 2. Sang Yi, Lei Yan, and the others were stunned. Then their eyes showed disdain and disgust. "This is definitely a soul elemental crystal. I can use my reputation to guarantee," Appraiser Messfield said in a low voice. "How is this possible?" Jing's face turned pale. Unable to help but take a step back as if struck by a heavy blow, Le Shan glanced sympathetically at the two of them, shaking his head involuntarily. These two brothers picked the wrong fight. They had to provoke Wang Teng, of all people. Anyone who could defeat Latun was no simple figure. But then again, this person was truly unexpected. He could even find treasures like the soul elemental crystal. With this, wasn't he going to surpass everyone? Even though the price hadn't been set yet, everyone knew that the value of the soul elemental crystal would undoubtedly surpass the treasures found by Lei Yan, Gu Luo, and the others, making them incomparable. Upon hearing appraiser Messfield's confirmation, Sang Yi sighed inwardly. A complex expression appeared on her beautiful face as she looked at Wang Teng. "You win. It seems my luck isn't bad after all," Wang Teng chuckled. "It wasn't in vain that I spotted it among so many ores at first glance. It's truly fate." Sang Yi, to hell with fate. She didn't believe a word of his explanation. Now thinking about it, this guy seemed to be extremely confident from the start. Could it be that he already knew there was a soul elemental crystal inside this piece of ore? As this idea flashed through her mind, Sang Yi was startled. And it wasn't just Sang Yi. Lei Yan, Lei Tun, Gu Luo, and others also seemed to have thought of this, all looking at Wang Teng in disbelief. "Why are you all looking at me like that?" Wang Teng's heart skipped a beat as he asked casually, "Did you already know that there was a soul elemental crystal inside this piece of ore?" Gu Luo asked. "What nonsense. If I had that ability, wouldn't I have bought all the ores you two just chosen?" "You wouldn't have the chance," Wang Teng replied earnestly. The crowd looked skeptical, partly thinking Wang Teng made sense, but also feeling that it wasn't that simple. "Don't doubt it. I'm just like you. It's just a bit of luck combined with some basic knowledge of prospecting that allowed me to decipher this soul elemental crystal." "It's all luck," Wang Teng sighed. "Round ball, here he goes again, spinning tails." "Your prospecting skills must be at the Grand Master level by now, right?" Gu Luo asked meaningfully. Almost. Wang Teng chuckled. "It seems we underestimated you. Your prospecting skills are definitely beyond ordinary," Sang Yi said to Wang Teng with great seriousness. Tai Lu remained silent, but the look he gave Wang Teng now lacked the disdain and contempt from before. Clearly, they all attributed this success to Wang Teng's prospecting skills, believing he was hiding his true strength. Thank you, Wang Teng cupped his fists at everyone. "We admit defeat." Gu Luo shook his head. "I owe you a favor. Thank you. I'll consider your request carefully, preferably something beneficial." Wang Teng grinned. Gi Luo's identity was not simple, and his request would hold value. As for that sword, aside from its unity of man and sword attribute, which attracted Wang Teng, the sword itself held no allure for him. It was just a high-tier universe-level sword of which he already had plenty. Gu Luo's mouth twitched, feeling he might have just gotten himself into trouble, as this guy clearly wouldn't let him off easily. Sang Yi and Lei Yan looked at each other, their faces somewhat stiff. They had just exchanged bets with Wang Teng. Now they realized it was a bit foolish in hindsight. The soul elemental crystal was so valuable that even if they were to wager the entire body of the Skywind Cyan Vulture, they would have to pay a huge sum of chaos coins. How could they afford such a loss? The two women looked at each other with bitter smiles, their eyes moist with tears streaming down their cheeks. Latun glanced at the two women with a strange expression, suddenly feeling some sympathy for them. Didn't this seem like two gamblers who had lost everything? "Ladies, you wouldn't be having second thoughts, would you?" Wang Teng looked over with a smile. "Of course not. How could we possibly have second thoughts?" Lei Yan forced a laugh, avoiding eye contact with Wang Teng, her voice trembling. "That's good, then." Wang Teng gave them a deep look in front of so many people. He wasn't afraid of them reneging on their bet. Then he turned to Ti Du and Ti Jing and asked casually, "Gentlemen of the Ti family, when do you plan to settle the wager with me? You—" Ti Du's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. glaring fiercely at Wang Teng as if he wished he could tear him apart 1,000 times over, but unfortunately he had no means to do so. You decided to challenge me. Don't blame me for it, Wang Teng said lightly. T.E. Jing and T. Du's expressions were extremely ugly, feeling inwardly frustrated to the point of spitting blood. Wang Teng was right. They had brought this upon themselves. If they hadn't insisted on gambling with Wang Teng, how could they have ended up in this situation? The pricing of this soul elemental crystal has not yet been determined. It's too early for you to say these things. T.I. Jing gritted his teeth. At this point, any struggle of yours is futile, Wang Teng said with a hint of disdain in his eyes. He gave a faint smile, then turned to Appraiser Messfield and said, "In that case, please help us determine a price, Appraiser Messfield." Chapter 2559, Soul Elemental Crystal. The despair of the T.I. brothers and Lian fight. 3. This, however, poses some difficulty in pricing. If taken to auction, a soul elemental crystal like this could fetch an astronomical price. Appraiser Messfield frowned and said hesitatingly, "Fret not, you set the price, I understand," Wang Teng said. "Very well." Appraiser Messfield pondered for a moment and continued, "Once at an auction I saw a soul elemental crystal, roughly 1/5 the size of yours. It fetched a staggering 3,600 chaos coins by that measure. Yours, considering its size, would fetch at least 18,000 chaos coins." As he spoke, he couldn't help but cast a sympathetic glance at the T.I. brothers and others present. The T.I. brothers' faces paled instantly at the revelation, staggering backward and supporting each other. The epitome of dismayed siblings went the 8,000 chaos coins. This was dire news. Even Tai Lu's expression shifted slightly, utterly surprised by the unprecedented value of the soul elemental crystal. That was a hefty sum of chaos coins. Even if they pooled all their resources, they wouldn't come close to affording it. Even for the major families, such a substantial amount of chaos coins would surely cause some distress. Gasp. Meanwhile, those around them gasped in astonishment as if they had just heard something utterly unbelievable. The price was simply astronomical. If they remembered correctly, Grandmaster Wang Teng had only spent 20 billion UC on this piece of ore. On the other side, Old G, clutching his chest, was panting heavily on the verge of fainting. At first, he sold it for 25 billion UC and purposely cut down 5 billion UC, only to discover it was worth 18,000 chaos coins. Splurt. Old G almost spat blood. The elder Song Ling looked at him strangely. He wanted to say something but didn't. He felt that whatever he said would only add salt to the wound, but Appraiser Messfield suddenly brought about a twist, causing Lian, T. Du, and the others to perk up. But what? Lian inquired. The value of a soul elemental crystal cannot be simply calculated based on its size. Generally speaking, the larger the volume, the purer and more majestic the soul power contained within the soul elemental crystal, so its value is bound to be higher, Appraiser Messfield said slowly. Pfft. T. Jing and T. Du felt like a dagger had pierced their chests, almost spewing out a mouthful of blood. Would you, young friend, consider selling this soul elemental crystal for 25,000 chaos coins? At that moment, a gentle voice sounded nearby. Everyone was shocked. They looked at the person who spoke. It was a middle-aged man dressed in white robes. He appeared calm on the surface, but his eyes were exceptionally deep, like containing a piece of the starry sky. Eternal stage existence. Many immediately recognized the identity of this middle-aged man who turned out to be an eternal stage powerhouse. Wang Teng's heart stirred as he looked at the newcomer. He had anticipated that someone would speak up, but he hadn't expected it to happen so quickly, and from an eternal stage powerhouse, no less. Facing such a presence, he had to be cautious. Fortunately, he had support behind him, so there was nothing to worry about. 25,000 chaos coins. T.I. Jing and T.I. Du's faces turned pale. They felt utterly defeated. If it were an ordinary person making an offer, they might have argued back due to their pride, but in the face of an eternal stage existence, even with 3 times the courage, they wouldn't dare. At this moment, the two of them were utterly speechless. I'm very sincere. Young friend, please consider it carefully. The eternal stage being in the moon-white robe said with a smile. I offer 28,000 chaos coins. Before Wang Teng could speak, another figure stepped forward, speaking calmly. It was a stern-faced old man, dressed in a green robe exuding a chilling aura, deterring anyone from approaching. The eternal stage being in the moon-white robe glanced at the other and said, 29,000 chaos coins, 30,000 chaos coins. The elder in a green robe said, 31,000 chaos coins, 32,000 chaos coins. The two faced off, engaging in a bidding war as if there were no one else around. Wang Teng's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had underestimated the value of this soul elemental crystal. It had just been priced at 18,000 chaos coins, and now, in the blink of an eye, it had skyrocketed to 32,000 chaos coins. As appraiser Messfield had said, the value of this soul elemental crystal couldn't simply be determined by its size alone. T.I. Jing and T.Du felt miserable. Watching the two eternal stage beings continually raise the price, they felt as though their hearts were bleeding. The increased bids were all coming out of their pockets. They wished they could stop the two eternal stage beings immediately, but they dared not. Lian's lips trembled incessantly, her delicate body almost unable to stand. If it weren't for Sang Yi supporting her, this beauty from the Lian family might have collapsed to the ground. I'm such a fool. Lian looked at Sang Yi, her eyes brimming with tears. I really am. Why did I agree to change the bet with him? Maybe you should sell yourself? Sang Yi hesitated for a moment, suggesting. Suddenly, she felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, she was only here to help. This bet had nothing to do with her. Otherwise, it would have been too tragic. Chapter 20560, Soul Elemental Crystal. The despair of the Ti brothers and Lian fight for. She couldn't afford it. Lian stared wide-eyed at her supposed friend, never expecting such a malicious suggestion to come from her. She was almost on the verge of tears. I was just kidding. Don't take it seriously. Sang Yi, facing her gaze, avoided it with a guilty conscience, chuckling nervously. The final bid from the two eternal stage martial warriors settled at 33,000 chaos coins, and neither of them raised the price further. They turned to Wang Teng, seemingly leaving the decision up to him. They didn't release any overt pressure, but there seemed to be an invisible force pressing down on Wang Teng. Such was the might of eternal stage beings. They had shown their sincerity by raising the price to such a high level. Now it was Wang Teng's turn to make a decision. Both of them were eternal stage beings, and they believed that no one would dare refuse an eternal stage powerhouse. Everyone looked at Wang Teng, wondering what his choice would be. If you sell the soul elemental crystal to me, consider it as me owing you a favor, the eternal stage being in the moon-white robe said with a slight smile. Also, you may not know my strength. I am an eternal stage duke. I am also an eternal stage duke. If you are willing to sell this soul elemental crystal to me, I will owe you a favor as well. The green-robed old man emitted a hoarse laugh. Many were stunned. These two eternal stage beings were both eternal stage dukes, and they had reached such a point in their bid for the soul elemental crystal that they even promised a favor. It was truly mind-boggling. Many looked at Wang Teng with envy, jealousy, and hatred. They were eternal stage dukes. The favor owed by an eternal stage duke was terrifying, however. Some people suddenly felt a sense of schadenfreude. Both eternal stage beings had promised such generous conditions. Both were determined to win. No matter whom this guy chose to sell to, he would offend the other eternal stage being. It was like being caught in a dilemma. However, faced with this situation, Wang Teng just smiled faintly and said, Seniors, there's no need to compete. This soul elemental crystal has its purpose for me, so I won't sell it. With these words, everyone was stunned, then shocked beyond measure. This fellow rejected both eternal stage beings at the same time. Where did he get his confidence? Oh, aren't you reconsidering? The green-robed old man narrowed his eyes slightly and said lightly, "Young friend, while the innocent may carry a jade, it's a crime to keep it concealed. You should understand this principle. The value of this soul elemental crystal has far exceeded your capacity to bear. It's better to sell it off early." The eternal stage being in the moon-white robe glanced at the green-robed old man, hesitated for a moment, then continued, "Converting it to chaos coins would at least make it safer." Wang Teng glanced at the eternal stage being. He could tell that the other party wasn't trying to force him, but was genuinely offering advice. However, the green-robed old man was different. Wang Teng could see a hint of greed in his eyes. This person was bad. It seemed that the people gathered at the Secondary Career Alliance headquarters were a mixed bag, with all sorts of characters. As the words of the two eternal stage beings fell, the atmosphere around them immediately became tense. If only a few had realized the situation earlier, now it seemed that everyone felt that something was amiss. It appeared that while the soul elemental crystal held great value, it had also become a hot potato. Although this young master was a three-field grandmaster, his strength was too weak. Without any background, it would be difficult for him to hold on to the soul elemental crystal. It seemed that the only ones interested in obtaining the soul elemental crystal were the two eternal stage beings before them, but it didn't take much thought to realize that there were surely countless eyes watching from behind. There were certainly many powerful individuals interested in the soul elemental crystal. "How about selling it to our family, the Tai family?" Just then, a voice rang out abruptly from outside the crowd. The crowd parted, revealing several figures approaching from a distance. "Family head." Tai Lu's eyes lit up at the sight of the newcomers and immediately went to greet them. "The Tai family. The Tai family is here. This is going to be interesting. Since the Tai family is here, the other core families will come too." As the people around saw the approaching figures, they couldn't help but be surprised, whispering among themselves. Among the figures from the Tai family, the leader was a middle-aged man who bore some resemblance to Tai Lu. He nodded at Tai Lu before turning to the two eternal stage beings and clasping his fists, saying, "Esteemed martial warriors, the Tai family is also very interested in this soul elemental crystal. Please forgive us." "Oh, it's the family head of the Tai family?" The two eternal stage martial warriors frowned, but they still nodded at each other. The Tai family was a core family of the Secondary Career Alliance headquarters, and even they dared not easily offend them. "Young friend, you're truly outstanding. Compared to you, my son pales in comparison," the Tai family's family head said with a smile to Wang Teng. "Your son?" Wang Teng asked. "Tai Lu, the family head of the Tai family." The crowd looked at Wang Teng with amusement, wanting to laugh but not daring to. Who would ask such a question? Pff, cough. Gu Luo almost sprayed out a mouthful of water, hastily coughing to cover up his embarrassment. "Ha ha, this Grandmaster is truly a witty person." A burst of laughter suddenly rang out. Chapter 2561, Soul Elemental Crystal. The despair of the Ti brothers and Lian fight. 5. The family head of the Tai family suddenly frowned and looked outside the crowd where another group of people was approaching. "Dad." Lian's eyes lit up as if she had seen a savior. She hurriedly ran over and grabbed the arm of a middle-aged man, causing trouble as soon as I returned. "You never change," the middle-aged man said, somewhat exasperated, as he glanced at Lian. "Oops, my bad, my bad." Lian adopted a childish demeanor in front of the middle-aged man, sticking out her tongue. "Old man," Sang Yi also approached, calling out to another middle-aged man in a casual manner. "Give me some face out here," the middle-aged man said in a low voice. Sang Yi rolled her eyes and ignored him. "I didn't expect the Le family and the Sang family heads to come too." The family head of the Tai family frowned slightly when he saw them. "We're not the only ones. The heads of the Ti and Yu families are here too." The family head of the Le family smiled. As soon as he finished speaking, another two groups of people approached from outside the crowd. The two groups were separated by a few meters, and there seemed to be a hint of hostility between them. Wang Teng? It seems these people are all here for your soul elemental crystal, Gu Luo said, approaching Wang Teng with a malicious grin. Let them come. Are they planning to eat me? Wang Teng remained remarkably calm and replied indifferently. With your background, they certainly can't do anything to you, but it looks like there's some drama coming up. Gu Luo chuckled, looking like he was enjoying the spectacle. My background? What background do I have? Wang Teng retorted. Keep pretending. Do you think no one knows? Gu Luo rolled his eyes, speechless. As they conversed, the several family heads finished their pleasantries and turned their attention to Wang Teng. So, you're Grandmaster Wang Teng. I've heard Shang mention you early on. It's a pleasure to finally meet you in person. Indeed, seeing is believing. Grandmaster Wang Teng's demeanor is truly impressive. The family head of the Yu family said with a smile. You're too kind with your praise, Wang Teng replied with a smile. A few young people were standing behind the family head. They were the younger generations of the Yu family. At this moment, they were all curiously sizing up Wang Teng. They had heard some things about Wang Teng from their family elders and were extremely curious about him. Now they finally saw him in person. Didn't Yu San say that the other party was exceptionally skilled in the art of forced cuisine? How did he suddenly become so proficient in prospecting? Yu Shang greeted him with a smile and was immediately pulled aside by the younger generation of the Yu family, who began whispering to her in low voices. The family head of the Ti family snorted disdainfully. I see nothing special about him. He's just a little too arrogant for my liking, snatching the spot from our Ti family and beating our people. He's gone too far. Wang Teng glanced at him, too apathetic to engage in conversation. The people from the Ti family had harbored hostility toward him from the start, and there was no point in talking further. Father Jing and Du, upon seeing the family head of the Ti family, seemed to find support and immediately called out. You two stand behind me. I'll deal with this matter first, then I'll deal with you two. The family head of the Ti family said coldly, showing no favor to them. Yes. Jing and Du's faces paled slightly, not daring to say much. They simply acknowledged and retreated behind the family head of the Ti family. Grandmaster Wang Teng, I wonder if this soul elemental crystal can be sold to our Li family. We not only offer corresponding rewards, but also the friendship of our Li family. The family head of the Li family spoke without beating around the bush, expressing his intentions directly. It was evident that these family heads had also come for the soul elemental crystal. For the secondary professions, spiritual cultivation was even more important than martial arts cultivation. Enhancing the origin of soul meant elevating one's spiritual level. However, treasures capable of enhancing the origin of soul were exceedingly rare. Now that one had appeared, they naturally couldn't let it slip away. Grandmaster Wang Teng, our Sang family, is also willing to offer corresponding rewards as well as the favor of our Sang family. The family head of the Sang family also spoke up. In addition, our Sang family is a mining-oriented clan with many mining-related records that are not available to the outside world. They would undoubtedly be of great help to you, a master in the field of mining. If you're interested, we can lend them to you for reading. The crowd looked at the family head of the Sang family with shock. He had truly spared no expense, willingly opening up the family's collection of records to obtain the soul elemental crystal. Those records were accumulated over countless years by the Sang family and were invaluable. Such a gesture was not something an ordinary person could do. Even Sang Yi couldn't help but widen her eyes and look at her father. Was he crazy? Was it worth it to go to such lengths for a piece of soul elemental crystal?
Sangji, you, the family head of the Le family, looked at him in astonishment, at a loss for words. What do you think? Le Pan, Tai Huai, can you still fight with me? Sangji smiled and asked. Tai Huai furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed on Sangji, unsure if he was just playing mind games or truly willing to go to such lengths. Le Pan took a deep breath and said in a deep voice,
My La family can also open up our collection of records for Grandmaster Wang Teng, but with a time limit 3 days. No more than 3 days. Lian, Latun, and the others were speechless. They stared at him in astonishment. Damn it. Wang Teng couldn't help but swear, taking a deep breath. These two family heads were so reckless, they even made him somewhat tempted. What should he do now? They were ruthless, damn it. Chapter 2562, Refute. They want to cheat my money. 1. Wang Teng was conflicted when he heard the family head's offers. Ruthless. How ruthless to obtain this soul elemental crystal. These family heads had extremely generous offers. Opening up the family collection was not something an ordinary person could do. The head of the Yu family wanted to use Wang Teng's relationship with Yu Shangxiang to fight for the soul elemental crystal. However, when he saw the two family heads of the Lei family and the Sang family offering such conditions, he smiled bitterly. He couldn't say what he wanted to say. In the end, a forced chef family could not compare to the family head of an alchemy family and a mining family. The difference was too great. The family head of the Tai family, Tai Huai's expression kept changing. He secretly cursed the Lei family and Sang family's family heads for inflating the price. They were incredibly foolish. But now that things had come to this, he could only go with the flow. Grinding his teeth, he said, "The Tai family is also willing to open our collection for your perusal." Father, Tai Lu's expression changed drastically as he looked at him in disbelief. Tai Fluai ignored his son and stared at Wang Teng intently. The head of the Ti family had an ugly expression on his face. He already knew the bet between the Ti brothers and Wang Teng. He was here to clean up the mess, not to buy this soul elemental crystal. Fi knew his limits. Fi already knew that he had no fate with this item. With the Lei family and the Sang family here, the Ti family had no advantage at all. The surrounding onlookers had already completely lost their voices at this moment. They were shocked by the actions of the family heads. The competition between a few young grandmasters had attracted so many family heads' attention. This was already extremely shocking. They did not expect that they would be willing to open their family's collection to fight for that soul elemental crystal. This was even more shocking than their appearance. Many people originally did not have a clear understanding of the value of the soul elemental crystal. After being appraised by appraiser Messfield, they more or less had a preliminary understanding. Now that the family heads had spoken, they finally realized that this treasure could no longer be valued with money. For elites, the value of this soul elemental crystal far exceeded that of chaos coins. There was nothing that could be used to measure it. Therefore, it could only be measured by the highest level of currency in the universe. Previously, the two Eternal Stage warriors bid 32,000 chaos coins. That was equivalent to almost all of their wealth. It was already not bad for Eternal Stage martial warriors to have hundreds of chaos coins. Both of them were Eternal Stage dues, which was why they had more wealth than ordinary Eternal Stage martial warriors. Although the white-robed elder from Bone Splinter Sect was an Eternal Stage existence, he should only be an Eternal Stage Marcus. His wealth couldn't be compared to these two Eternal Stage dukes. At this moment, the white-robed elder shook his head with a bitter smile. Fi knew that he had no chance to fight for it. The other Eternal Stage existence in a green robe had a gloomy look in his eyes. He snorted coldly and didn't say a word. He wanted to see who among these families could obtain the soul elemental crystal. He didn't take it to heart that Wang Teng rejected him. In his opinion, a Cosmos Stage martial artist would not be able to resist the core families of the Secondary Career Alliance headquarters no matter what. In the end, he would still have to submit obediently. When Sangji saw that both the Le family and the Tai family had promised him the same conditions, he could not help but feel a little surprised. His eyes flashed as he asked, "Young friend, do you know anything about the Sang family's inheritance?" "I have some understanding." Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He nodded. "Then you should know that our Sang family has a special scripture. This scripture is extremely helpful in mining. If you're willing to sell the soul elemental crystal to me, I can decide to let you comprehend it. However, there's a time limit."
You can only comprehend it for 3 days. You can't blame me if you can't comprehend anything within 3 days. Sang-ji thought for a moment and said in a low voice, "Old man, you?" Sang-yi widened her eyes and looked at him. She wanted to say something, but hesitated. Was it worth it to take out the family's inheritance scripture just for a soul elemental crystal? Wang Teng might not be able to comprehend anything in 3 days. After all, even with her talent, it took her 5 days to comprehend the mystic light sight. To be able to achieve such a feat, she was already known as the once-in-thousand-year genius of the Sang family. Wang Teng might not be able to surpass her. However, it was better to be safe than sorry. If it was comprehended, wouldn't their family's inheritance, the mystic light sight, be leaked? It's fine. The mystic light sight requires light element talents and powerful spirit talents to cultivate. Do you think everyone has such talents? Sang-ji said with a smile through voice transmission. His voice wasn't as serious as before. Instead, he sounded relaxed. Fai didn't believe that Wang Teng could cultivate the mystic light sight. Sang-yi was stunned for a moment before she rolled her eyes at him. This sly old fox almost fooled her. "Are you talking about the mystic light sight?" Wang Teng asked in surprise. He didn't expect the other party to be willing to take out their family scripture. "That's right," Sang-ji nodded. Wang Teng's gaze flickered. He thought about it and immediately understood what the other party was thinking. Mystic light sight was hard to cultivate. People without special talents could not cultivate it at all, let alone in 3 days. However, this wasn't a problem for Wang Teng. Of course, the other party did not know that the mystic light sight was no longer attractive to him. Chapter 256, Refute. They want to cheat my money. 2. Moreover, he already had the real eye. Mystic light sight could only be considered icing on the cake. It was not enough to exchange for his soul elemental crystal. However, no one knew about this. When Le Pan, Tai Huai, and the others heard that he used the mystic light sight as a condition, their expressions changed. Even with their temperaments, they found it unbelievable at this moment. No one knew better than them what the mystic light sight meant to the Sang family. This was especially true for the Tai family. They were also a mining family, but the Sang family could surpass them because of mystic light sight. Now, the other party was willing to offer it to him. Wasn't he afraid that the scripture would be leaked? A series of thoughts flashed through the family heads' minds. Their gazes flickered uncontrollably. They couldn't come up with any better conditions to move Wang Teng. They were not as crazy as Sang-ji. How is it? Sang-ji looked around and smiled proudly. He asked Wang Teng. Everyone looked at Wang Teng. What would he choose? An offer like this was probably very difficult to refuse. The Ti brothers looked at Wang Teng. They couldn't help but show envy and jealousy on their faces. Their eyes were turning red. Why was this bastard so lucky? Why weren't they the ones who obtained the soul elemental crystal? Many thoughts surfaced in their minds, almost driving them crazy. Even Tai Lu could not help but feel a little jealous. That was the Sang family's mystic light sight. If he could obtain that scripture, he would not be inferior to Sang Yi. Now, Wang Teng was going to get everything. This was like casting pearls before swine. What a waste. At the end of the day, even if Wang Teng extracted the soul elemental crystal, he didn't feel that he was inferior to Wang Teng. He always felt that he was better than Wang Teng. Lei Yan, Latun, and the other Lei family members stared at Wang Teng intently. They were curious about what choice he would make. Gu Luo's eyes flashed as he looked at him with a faint smile. The younger generation of the Yu family also looked at Wang Teng. The 2 eternal stage martial warriors were also staring at Wang Teng. A trace of gloominess and unwillingness flashed past their eyes. In the end, their gazes landed on the soul elemental crystal. Not only them, but there were also many eyes watching from the shadows. At this moment, Wang Teng had become the focus of the entire hall. Grandmaster Alfred and the others felt a little uncomfortable when they stood beside Wang Teng. They felt an invisible pressure on them. They looked at Wang Teng worriedly. However,
Wang Teng only smiled faintly in the face of this situation. He said slowly, "Thank you for your kind intentions, but I'll say it again. I won't sell this soul elemental crystal." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone looked at him in shock, wondering if they had heard wrongly. Sangji was stunned for a moment. He asked in disbelief, "What did you say?" "I won't sell this soul elemental crystal," Wang Teng repeated. "Why?" Sangji did not expect such a situation. He could not help but take a deep breath and ask in a low voice. "This soul elemental crystal is very useful to me," Wang Teng said. "But you should know that many people had their eyes on you when you took out this soul elemental crystal in front of everyone. You can only guarantee your safety if you sell it to me," Sangji said in a low voice as he looked into Wang Teng's eyes. "Brother Wang Teng, my old man is right." "You should consider it seriously," Sang Yi said. "That's right, Brother Wang Teng. It's too dangerous to keep the soul elemental crystal with you. It's fine if it's in the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters. But if we leave this place," Li Yan's expression was solemn. She paused mid-sentence. Although she didn't continue, everyone understood what she meant. The surrounding people had different expressions on their faces. Some of them heaved a sigh of relief, some of them had a hint of mockery on their lips, and others had flickering eyes as if they were calculating something. "Thank you for your concern, but I'll say it again. This item is very useful to me. I won't sell it," Wang Teng said calmly. Sangji looked at Wang Teng deeply. He sighed and nodded. "All right, since you don't want to sell it, we won't force you. However, if you change your mind, I hope you can consider our offer again. My conditions remain unchanged." "All right." Wang Teng didn't say anything else. He just smiled and nodded. Then he put away the soul elemental crystal in his hand under everyone's gaze. Everyone felt a little lost as they watched the soul elemental crystal disappear in front of them. Such a treasure was rarely seen in hundreds of years. They wanted to take a few more glances after Wang Teng kept the soul elemental crystal. He looked at the oars that Li Yan had taken out. He wanted to keep it. Just now, Li Yan thought that she would definitely win. So she left the Skywind Cyan Vulture outside for others to admire. She was not in a hurry to put it away. "This oar is mine, right?" Wang Teng smiled and asked. The corners of Li Yan's mouth twitched and she revealed a conflicted expression. She said, "Why don't we change our bet to a favor? I owe you a favor this time. How about that?" As she spoke, a hint of pleading appeared in her eyes. If not for the fact that there were so many people watching, she even wanted to act cute. Not for anything else, just for the 32,000 chaos coins. Chapter 2564, Refute. They want to cheat my money, 3. She couldn't afford it. The Skywind Cyan Vulture was worth at most a little over 1,000 chaos coins. She still had to pay 30,000 chaos coins. The mere thought of this number sent her spiraling into despair, casting a shadow over her entire existence. However, no. Wang Teng declared without hesitation, though. She was a beauty to behold. He harbored no inkling of desire towards her. The chaos coins and the Skywind Cyan Vulture held more substance for him. Li Yan's facial muscles twitched. What was with this guy's decisive and straightforward response? Was he rejecting her? Li Yan gritted her teeth, feeling a hatred towards a man for the first time, surpassing even her hatred towards the Ti brothers. Sang Yi sympathetically glanced at her dear friend, silently mourning for her for 3 seconds. She truly felt powerless to help. Even if they were sold together, they wouldn't fetch as much money. The thought was somewhat tragic. "Cough!" Lepan cleared his throat and said to Wang Teng, "Young friend, I am aware of the wager between you and my daughter. How about this? I will offer a favor from my Li family as the stake. What do you say? More than 30,000 chaos coins. Even if the entire Li family pitched in, it would still sting for quite a while." Thus he had to promise a favor. Although sometimes favors weren't easily repaid, 30,000 chaos comms were simply too much, especially considering he hadn't even received the soul elemental crystal yet. Paying out 30,000 chaos coins for nothing was truly a ripoff. No, it was more than that. It was downright infuriating. This troublesome girl had only just returned and already stirred up such a huge mess. At this thought, Lipan couldn't help but turn back and glare fiercely at Lian. Lian shrank her neck, feeling too guilty to speak. Since the family head of the Le family has spoken, I must give some face. Let's settle it as you suggest. Wang Teng pondered for a moment, then smiled under the expectant gaze of Lian and said, "However, the Skywind Cyan Vulture must be given to me." "Naturally?" Lipan breathed a sigh of relief and nodded with a smile. At the same time, he couldn't help but regard Wang Teng in a higher light, to forego the compensation of 30,000 chaos coins. This young man's character was not ordinary. Previously, when Wang Teng was unwilling to offer the soul elemental crystal, he thought him rash, perhaps even overestimating himself. But now, seeing Wang Teng's decisions, he realized his judgment had been too hasty. To easily relinquish 30,000 chaos coins was something few could do. Every action of this young man seemed to reveal a strong intellect. Lian also couldn't help but cast a grateful glance at Wang Teng. For him to waive the 30,000 chaos coins was truly unexpected. Even she might not be willing to give up 30,000 chaos coins. Compared to 30,000 chaos coins, a favor from the Le family was inferior. Wang Teng wasn't trying to please Lian. He simply didn't want to offend the Le family too greatly. In this gambling competition, he was already the biggest winner. He gained a favor from the Le family, earning their gratitude, and even obtaining the Skywind Cyan Vulture. With so many benefits, it was time to call it quits. Moreover, there was still the TI family, wasn't there? Those 30,000 chaos coins were unavoidable for them. He didn't want to simultaneously offend two core families of the Secondary Career Alliance headquarters. Offending one was enough. After dealing with the matters concerning the Le family, Wang Teng turned his gaze toward the TI family and others. The two brothers stood behind the family head. They didn't even dare to meet Wang Teng's gaze. The family head of the TI family appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, unlike the youthful family head of the Lei and the Sang families. His temples were slightly graying, and his face bore a resemblance to the TI brothers, suggesting that he must have been quite handsome in his youth. However, there was a hint of sternness between his brows, making him intimidating to behold. His gaze stared coldly at Wang Teng, as if trying to intimidate him into backing down. "It's your turn." Wang Teng's expression remained utterly calm, his eyes devoid of any emotion as he spoke. "Since the Le family exchanged a favor for your wager, then my TI family will also exchange a favor for your wager." The TI family head carefully observed Wang Teng, a barely noticeable chill flashing in his eyes as he spoke faintly. The expressions of the crowd suddenly became subtle. Wang Teng suddenly chuckled, his laughter tinged with a hint of mockery. "What are you laughing at?" The family head of the TI family stared at Wang Teng, frowning. "I'm laughing at how the TI family is indeed crooked from top to bottom. The young ones have no shame, and the elders are just the same." Wang Teng's eyes were full of disdain as he spoke lightly. With these words, everyone around couldn't help but quiet down, staring at him in shock. The family head of the TI family was a saint-level figure. Even if force chefs had lower status than other secondary professions, he was still a distinguished guest of many eternal stage powerhouses. This guy actually dared to talk back to him. His courage was simply beyond comprehension. Sang Yi, Lian, Lipan, and other young people were all amazed. They were extremely proud individuals, but they had never dared to insult a saint-level figure like this. At this moment, they found themselves admiring Wang Teng. Amazing. This was truly impressive. Glu Luo even directly gave Wang Teng a thumbs up, admiring his bold confrontation with a core family head of the Secondary Professional League headquarters. Insolent, Tai Jing's face looked ugly. Unable to bear it, he stood up and shouted at Wang Teng. Chapter 2565. Rofert, they want to cheat my money. 4. The bastard dared to insult his father. He must be seeking death. What did you say? A cold glint appeared in the family head's eyes as he asked calmly. His voice carried an indescribable chill, sending shivers down one's spine. The two Eternal stage figures who were about to leave had initially stopped in their tracks upon witnessing this scene, their faces showing a hint of interest. Sang-ji, Lapan, Tai, Huai, and the other family heads looked at Wang Teng in surprise. They never expected him, who had just appeared so amiable, to suddenly turn hostile. Many had thought Wang Teng's agreement to the Le family's terms was an act of submission, but now it seemed otherwise. This guy had quite the audacity. Facing the chilling expression of the family head of the Ti family, Wang Teng showed no fear, calmly saying, "Do you not understand human language? I don't want to repeat myself. I'm willing to admit defeat. The wager from earlier was heard by everyone present. The Ti family should compensate accordingly. Of course, if you can't afford to lose and refuse to compensate, I have nothing to say. After all, it's the reputation of the Ti family at stake." From now on, everyone will know that the Ti family is unable to accept defeat. Let's see who still dares to cooperate with you. Wang Teng chuckled, finding the situation rather amusing. Ti Jing's face alternated between green and white. Wang Teng had left him speechless, and he felt a cold sweat breaking out as he sensed the chilling aura emanating from behind him. He knew his father was furious to the extreme. "You agreed to the favor from the Li family, but rejected the favor from my Ti family? Do you look down on us?" The family head of the Ti family stared coldly at Wang Teng, his voice icy. "It's not a matter of looking down on you, but I have no conflicts with the Li family. However, there is quite a conflict between us and your family. I see no reason to be courteous to an enemy," Wang Teng said with a smile. "If you want to blame anyone, blame your two foolish sons." Why provoke me for no reason? At Wang Teng's words, the family head of the Ti family couldn't help but glance at Ti Du and Ti Jing, making them shiver involuntarily. "These two are finished," Sang Yi transmitted to Lian. "Yeah, exactly." Lian nodded in agreement, responding through voice transmission. "But that guy is really ruthless. He's practically burying the Ti brothers alive." "No kidding." Sang Yi nodded. The two women whispered to each other, turning into gossiping bystanders. Especially Lian, with the enormous debt of 30,000 chaos coins off her shoulders, she suddenly felt relieved and had the leisure to indulge in others' affairs. "Oh, right? You have the same thought as them. You think that I beat up your son, and maybe you even ordered them to come after me. So I have even less reason to be nice to your Ti family," Wang Teng added. "You've seized the Ti family's booth and beat up my family members. Don't tell me you think that's justifiable," the family head of the Ti family snorted. "Does that booth have your family's name written on it?" Wang Teng retorted. "Don't speak nonsense," the family head of the Ti family said coldly. "If it weren't for my Ti family, how could you have any claim to that booth?" "Ti Long, that booth doesn't have your family's name on it. As the head of a family, you shouldn't behave like a younger generation causing trouble," Yu Jing, the family head of the Yu family, said with a smile. Ti Long's face darkened slightly. "This matter involves your Yu family, too, family head Ti. Are you avoiding compensating?" Wang Teng said lightly. "Hi, Ti Long, your family is a core family after all. You shouldn't lose face like this." Lapan chuckled. "It's not good for us if our core family's reputation is tarnished." "I wonder how you'll explain this to the other families," Sang-ji remarked. "You two?" Ti Long gave Lapan and Sang-ji a cold glance, his expression turning somewhat unpleasant. Wang Teng was quite surprised. These two family heads were unexpectedly speaking up for him. It made sense for the family head of the Le family to defend him, but what was family head Sang's motive? Could it be that he was also at odds with the Ti family? Wang Teng didn't dwell on it. He turned to the Ti family and said, "Don't tell me the Ti family can't take out 32,000 chaos coins?" Ti Long snorted, saying, "Fine, very well. The Ti family will remember today's events. If you want to remember, that's your business. I can't stop you. Do as you please. But can we stop the chit-chat and get on with the compensation?" Wang Teng wasn't bothered by the threat, speaking impatiently. Ti Long's face turned black. The onlookers couldn't help but find the situation increasingly peculiar. This Wang Teng was quite formidable, managing to anger Tilong, a dignified saint-level figure. His skill in arguing was unparalleled. Le Yan, Sang Yi, Le Pan, and others admired Wang Teng even more. Suddenly, Tilong thought of something. His eyes flashed, and he casually tossed a card towards Wang Teng, saying lightly, "I only have 300 chaos coins on me right now. Take this as compensation for the time being." 300 chaos coins. Wang Teng was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed in anger. "Are you trying to dismiss me? Damn, shameless." The onlookers were stunned for a moment, before cursing in their hearts. This family head of the TI family was shameless beyond belief. No one believed that a family head of a core family would have only 300 chaos coins on them. What a ridiculous lie. Don't worry, the TI family, as a core family of the Secondary Career Alliance headquarters, will never renege on our obligations. I'll make up the rest of the chaos coins for you later. I guarantee it with my reputation as the family head. Is that acceptable? T.I. Long's face revealed a fake smile as he spoke. Chapter 256. Rofert. They want to cheat my money. 5. The dignified head of the T.I. family behaving in such a manner. Don't you feel ashamed? Wang Teng said with a sigh. I'm not denying my debt to you. Where does the shamelessness come from right now? I simply don't have that many chaos coins on hand. T. Long said innocently. Sorry, I don't believe you. If you don't have enough chaos coins, then send someone to fetch them. I'll wait here, Wang Teng said with a cold smile. Then you can wait here while we leave, T. Long said indifferently, waving his hand to lead the T.I. family away. Wang Teng stared at their retreating figures, his eyes gleaming with coldness. Le Pan, Sang Ji, and the others exchanged glances. Although they also found the T.I. family's behavior despicable, they wouldn't go as far as to stop them for Wang Teng's sake. After all, they had no personal relationship with Wang Teng, so why bother confronting the T.I. family for him? If you're willing to use my Le family's favor, I could help you stop them, Le Pan offered. No need. It's just a trivial matter. There's no need to involve the Li family, Wang Teng said in a meaningful tone. Le Pan looked surprised, gazing at Wang Teng in disbelief. Facing the T.I. family, he actually said it was just a trivial matter. He sounded quite confident. Sang Ji, Yu Jing, and the others were equally astonished, wondering where he got such confidence from. Ignoring Wang Teng, T. Long, and the others walked straight out of the hall, even chatting and laughing as if nothing happened. T.I. Du and T.A. Jing glanced back at Wang Teng, their eyes filled with disdain. So this is a core family of the Secondary Career Alliance headquarters. What a disappointment. At that moment, a plain voice echoed in the hall. T.I. Long and the others suddenly froze in their tracks, unable to move a muscle in front of them. An indistinct figure materialized, standing with hands behind his back, silently present, yet exuding an invisible aura that enveloped T.I. Long and the others. An eternal stage ruler. Tai Long's face turned pale, his eyes wide with shock as he gazed at the figure before him. Although he was a saint-level existence, his martial realm only reached the universe stage. In the presence of an eternal stage ruler, he had absolutely no resistance. A sense of foreboding washed over him, as he wondered if this eternal stage ruler had appeared because of Wang Teng. Tai Du and Tai Jing's faces drained of color, trembling uncontrollably. The overwhelming aura pressed down on them, nearly forcing them to their knees. Boom. Behind T. Long, another burst of eternal stage aura erupted, alleviating some of the pressure. It was an elder who had been quietly standing behind T. Long from the start, his presence barely noticed until now. Only when T. Long felt threatened did he have to intervene. Eternal stage Duke? The figure in front said calmly, Ruler, we are unaware of any offense we may have committed. Please forgive us, the elder behind T. Long said solemnly, bowing towards the figure before them. You haven't offended me, the figure replied calmly. But you have offended him. The gazes of the T.I. family members followed his eyes until they landed on Wang Teng, causing their expressions to freeze.
It was him, indeed, it was him. T-Long's face darkened, a hint of shock flashing in his eyes. T.I. Du and T. Jing were flabbergasted. They stared at Wang Teng as if he was a ghost. They weren't the only ones. The Lei Sang Tai and Yu families also stared at Wang Teng in astonishment. Wang Teng had an eternal stage ruler protecting him. This was unbelievable. "Refute, they want to cheat me of my money," Wang Teng said under everyone's gaze. This eternal stage ruler was Wang Teng's guardian. Refute. There was an inexplicable sense of debt collection. All present looked at Wang Teng with peculiar expressions, then glanced at the members of the T.I. family, their gazes eventually settling on the eternal stage figure. An eternal stage ruler demanding repayment of debts was quite unprecedented. "What do you have to say?" Refute looked at T.I. Long, asking calmly. "Although you are an eternal stage ruler, our T.I. family isn't to be trifled with. Are you sure you want to cross swords with us?" T.I. Long said with an unpleasant expression. "Debts must be repaid. It's only right and proper," Refute said calmly. "Even if there are 10 of you, you will have to pay your debts today." "You?" T. Long was astonished. "Who are you exactly?" "It doesn't matter who I am." Refute ignored him, instead looking in the direction of the hall, and said lightly, "Is this the hospitality of the Secondary Career Alliance headquarters?" Sigh. As the sigh sounded, a voice suddenly spoke. T.I. Long, hand over the remaining chaos coins to that young man. "Don't further tarnish the reputation of the Secondary Career Alliance." T.I. Long looked up at the empty space, his expression fluctuating rapidly, stifled to the extreme. But after this voice appeared, he dared not speak further. He manipulated his smartwatch and gritted his teeth, saying, "All the chaotic coins have been transferred to the card just now. You and our T.I. family no longer have any debts. It would have been better if it had been done this way earlier." Wang Teng nodded in satisfaction after Round Ball confirmed the transaction. He waved his hand. "Goodbye? I won't send you off?" Tai Long said nothing and turned to leave with the T.I. family. But their departing figures appeared somewhat disheveled no matter how one looked at them. Chapter 2567, Herb Garden Planet, Reward, Exchange for Shadow Puppet Materials. 1. As the members of the T.I. family departed, the farce came to a complete end. Onlookers dispersed. But they continued to chatter excitedly about the incident. Whether it was the soul elemental crystal or the appearance of the eternal stage figure, it was all big news, enough to fuel discussions for a long time. The fact that a core family of the Secondary Career Alliance headquarters had been humiliated and left powerless spread, gradually establishing Wang Teng's reputation. Wang Teng paid no attention to the gossip. He walked over to the ore that the T.I. brothers had chosen and collected it. This piece of ore contained the wood elemental pearl, similar to the water elemental pearl he had obtained before, both valuable treasures that might prove useful in the future. In this gambling competition, Wang Teng was undoubtedly the biggest winner, acquiring almost all the treasures. Almost all the treasures were in his hands. Moreover, there were many hidden benefits that others were unaware of. "Refute, thank you, Wang," Teng said with a smile after storing everything away. "I owe this victory to you, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to deal with that old rascal." "It's nothing. As your guardian, it's my duty," Refute said, walking over slowly. "But speaking of which, that soul elemental crystal of yours is very tempting. Even I am somewhat intrigued. It's just luck." Wang Teng shook his head. "If you sell it to our Virtual Universe Corporation, you could earn a good amount of points," Refute suggested. Wang Teng's eyes flickered with interest, but he ultimately shook his head. "No. Such a soul elemental crystal is rare. If I sell it, who knows when I'll encounter another one." "That's true." Refute nodded. "You can rest assured in this regard. No one can force you into anything, and the Virtual Universe Corporation's resources far exceed your imagination." Wang Teng nodded silently, refraining from further words. In truth, his remarks were meant to probe Refute's response. Since Refute seemed unconcerned, Wang Teng felt reassured,
and decided to keep the soul elemental crystal for himself. His main concern was whether the purple flame true god would be interested in it now. It looked like the other party might not care. Even Rofort didn't care, much less the purple flame true god. Joining the Virtual Universe Corporation had indeed been the right decision. It was good to have a strong backing. Well, since there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Rofort smiled and vanished on the spot. This left Lepan, Sangji, and others somewhat helpless. They had wanted to establish connections, but Rofort didn't give them the chance for a core family of the Secondary Career Alliance. Having an eternal stage figure as a contact was a huge asset. But the most important person was still here. They turned their attention to Wang Teng, immediately approaching him with even greater enthusiasm than before. Grandmaster Wang Teng, we never expected you to have such a background. To have an eternal stage ruler as your guardian, your identity must be extraordinary, Lepan said with a jovial smile. Just now that eternal stage ruler mentioned the Virtual Universe Corporation. Could it be that Grandmaster Wang Teng is a genius contract holder of the Virtual Universe Corporation? Sangji asked. Wang Teng didn't conceal anything, nodding in acknowledgement. When Rofort deliberately mentioned this in front of so many people, it was to let them all know that Wang Teng had the backing of the Virtual Universe Corporation, preventing those who coveted the soul elemental crystal from acting recklessly. Wang Teng had naturally anticipated this, so he cooperated, choosing not to hide anything. In fact, Wang Teng hadn't originally intended to conceal anything. However, his identity information was top secret now, and ordinary people couldn't access it, naturally leading to ignorance about his identity. Lepan and Sangji exchanged a glance, their eyes flashing with a hint of astonishment. Indeed, he was a genius contract holder of the Virtual Universe Corporation. Moreover, to have an eternal stage ruler as his guardian, Grandmaster Wang Teng must have signed the highest level of genius contract, a god stage prodigy contract. Suddenly, a thought emerged in the minds of these family leaders, causing a flicker of astonishment in their eyes. With their status, they naturally knew about the existence of god stage prodigy contracts and had some knowledge about their contents. The condition of having an eternal stage ruler was one of the most widely known aspects. The two eternal stage dukes who had heard the conversation between the two parties showed a hint of solemnity in their eyes. Upon seeing an eternal stage ruler appear, they dismissed any inappropriate thoughts. Now, upon learning that the Virtual Universe Corporation backed Wang Teng, they dared not think further and immediately turned to leave, fearing any misunderstandings. Wang Teng glanced at them, a faint smile playing at the corner of his lips. Grandmaster Alfred and others were approaching at this moment, and upon hearing the words of the family leaders, their faces also showed signs of astonishment. The faction behind Grandmaster Wang Teng was the Virtual Universe Corporation. No wonder. No wonder. Suddenly they seemed to understand something, finally realizing why Wang Teng had undergone such a significant change. It was all thanks to the Virtual Universe Corporation. However, they didn't know that the Virtual Universe Corporation had only signed a contract with Wang Teng after he became powerful. Apart from Rofort, his guardian, the changes in Wang Teng's life were mostly his own doing and had little to do with the Virtual Universe Corporation. Chapter 258, Herb Garden Planet. Reward exchange for shadow puppet materials. 2. Sang Yi, Lian, and Latun, these young geniuses of the younger generation, were equally astounded when they heard the discussions. So he's a genius of the Virtual Universe Corporation, Latun muttered to himself. The Virtual Universe Corporation, Gu Luo's eyes flashed, his thoughts inscrutable. Tai Lu wore a bewildered expression. He had always been proud of his background, thinking that Wang Teng couldn't possibly match him. However, now he discovered that Wang Teng's background seemed even stronger than his own. What the heck was this? Lepan, Sangji, Jing, and the other family heads looked at Wang Teng intently. They didn't probe further. At the same time, they understood that the soul elemental crystal was out of reach. With Wang Teng backed by the Virtual Universe Corporation, No one could take it from him, unless a true god intervened, but was that possible? It was almost impossible. Well then, we won't disturb you. You youngsters have fun. Lapan glanced at Lian and bid farewell with a smile. Sengji Yujing and others also left one after another, leaving behind the younger generation of their families. They wanted the younger generation of their families to make friends with Wang Teng. If they could gain his friendship, all the better. In this regard, Lapan, Sengji, and others were quite confident. After all, Lian and Sengyi were renowned genius beauties, causing many young talents to be infatuated with them. They believed Wang Teng would be no exception. Given some time to interact, Wang Teng would surely fall for them. As the heads of the families left, the atmosphere among the crowd relaxed considerably, and laughter filled the air. "You've really offended the Ti family this time?" Sang Yi glanced at Wang Teng and remarked, "So what if I did? I've offended them long ago, and this little incident won't make much of a difference," Wang Teng replied casually. Sang Yi and Lian exchanged a glance, both wearing wry smiles. This guy's temperament was indeed quite tough. "Be careful. You've made them lose over 30,000 chaos coins. They definitely won't take it lying down. Even if you're backed by the Virtual Universe Corporation, as long as they act within the rules to deal with you, the Virtual Universe Corporation won't be able to do anything," Lian reminded. "We'll deal with whatever comes." Wang Teng smiled and replied. Lian nodded, not saying more, and then expressed gratitude. "Just now, thank you." "No problem. Our little competition was just for fun. There's no need to make mortal enemies over it," Wang Teng said. "You're taking it lightly." Lian rolled her eyes. "Now that I think about it, you changed the bet earlier, clearly trying to swindle me." "Alt ha-ha, really?" Wang Teng chuckled awkwardly. "Yes." Lian glared at Wang Teng indignantly, very sure of herself. "You must have misunderstood me. I didn't expect to unearth the soul elemental crystal. It is such a rare item. It was truly unexpected." Wang Teng earnestly fabricated. "Believe you? Not a chance." Lian didn't buy it. This guy was too suspicious. Initially, she didn't think much of it, but now, looking back, it seemed like he knew what was inside the ore and deliberately changed the bet. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence? "It's the first time I've seen Lian so angry." "You're the first one," Sang Yi chuckled. Calm down, no fight, no acquaintance, right? We know each other now, we're all friends. Getting angry over such a trivial matter isn't worth it," Wang Teng said. Lian looked at him speechlessly. This guy's shamelessness was beyond ordinary. "Wang Teng, this is my sister Yu Yan." At this moment, Yu Shangshang pulled over a few younger members of the Yu family to introduce them to Wang Teng. Wang Teng nodded at them. "I've heard Shangshang mention you a few times before. I didn't expect you to be so handsome in person." "No wonder Shangshang sticks to you all the time," Yu Yan said with a smile. "You flatter me." Wang Teng glanced at Yu Shangshang, feeling speechless. This little girl's infatuation was well known to everyone. Next, Wang Teng and his companions continued to wander around the hall. The second-floor hall was indeed quite spacious, and there were still many areas they had not explored. Wang Teng's Cloud Immortal, Milk, and Soul Illusion Silver had not been found yet, so he was not about to give up. Additionally, he aimed to continue improving his prospecting skills. He wanted to perfect his prospecting skills before the official start of the exchange competition. As time passed, a day quickly went by and dusk had already fallen outside. Yet Wang Teng still hadn't found those two treasures, feeling a sense of regret in his heart. "Let's go." Wang Teng shook his head regretfully. He not only explored the second floor but also ascended to the third floor. The treasures on the third floor were fewer than those on the second floor, but they were all extremely precious items that ordinary people couldn't afford. Unfortunately, these treasures were not of much use to Wang Teng, so he saw no need to purchase them. The only benefit was that it expanded his horizons. There were so many people gathered at this exchange event, and the treasures displayed were varied. In the outside world, it would be difficult to encounter more than 5 different types of treasures within one region. However, here one valuable item after another emerged, truly broadening one's perspective. Still haven't found it? Grandmaster Hua Yuan inquired through voice transmission. No luck, Wang Teng replied. In that case, perhaps we'll have to search on the Herb Garden Planet. Grandmaster Hua Yuan pondered. Herb Garden Planet? Wang Teng was stunned. This name sounded a little weird. Chapter 2569. Herb Garden Planet. Reward exchange for shadow puppet materials, 3. Yes, just as you thought. The Herb Garden Planet is a special planet dedicated to cultivating various spirit herbs, Grandmaster Hua Yuan explained. Such a planet exists. Wang Teng's eyes widened in astonishment. He asked, "But I wonder where this Herb Garden Planet is located." The moment he finished speaking, he reacted. Wait a minute. Could it be located here at the Secondary Career Alliance headquarters? The continent where the Secondary Career Alliance headquarters was located was vast, with many planets suspended in the sky above. Wang Teng hadn't paid attention before, but now that Grandmaster Hua Yuan mentioned it, he suddenly thought of this possibility. Yes! Grandmaster Hua Yuan lightly stroked his beard and nodded with a smile. It's located at the Secondary Career Alliance headquarters and a crucial location. I wonder where exactly it is. Are there any conditions required to enter? Wang Teng asked curiously. You'll find out when the time comes, Grandmaster. Hua Yuan chuckled, teasing him. Wang Teng was speechless. When did Grandmaster Hua Yuan become so mischievous? He knew Wang Teng was extremely curious, yet he still teased him. Brother Wang Teng, we'll part ways for now. See you on the day of the exchange. Li Yan's voice was heard at the side. Okay, Wang Teng snapped out of his thoughts, nodded at her, and said, See you then? Maybe we'll have the opportunity to cooperate at that time. Li Yan glanced at Wang Teng with a meaningful tone. With your strength, please take care of me when the time comes. Wang Teng was stunned for a moment, unsure of what she meant. What could require him to take care of her at the exchange event? And it seemed like she was implying the need for martial strength. You're planning ahead. Sang Yi's eyes flickered as if she had figured something out, looking at Li Yan. He-hey. Li Yan chuckled mischievously and said, With such a strong ally here, why not make the most of it? What are you two talking about? Wang Teng was filled with question marks. You'll find out when the time comes, Li Yan said mysteriously. Wang Teng was speechless. Why were they all like this, never getting to the point, and instead teasing him with riddles? Farewell, Li Yan, Sang Yi, and the others bid farewell and left. Wang Teng withdrew his gaze and shook his head. Wang Teng, we're heading back too. See you at the exchange event. Yu Shangsheng also came over to say, All right? Wang Teng nodded. One by one, the group departed, and Wang Teng, along with Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the others, did not linger either, heading straight back to their lodgings. Once back at his villa, Wang Teng went straight into his room and took a shower, washing away the fatigue of the day. It had been quite a challenging day, with Wang Teng putting in a lot of effort to scout for treasures. He encountered 2 waves of eternal stage powerhouses, one from the Bone Splinter sect and the other even more terrifying, with 2 eternal stage dukes and several major core families. If it weren't for Rofert's presence, he probably wouldn't have been able to protect those treasures. Sigh. It seems like my strength is still too weak. Wang Teng blew his hair dry, sitting cross-legged on the bed, shaking his head. Background can also be considered a form of strength. Round Ball manifested nearby, looking at Wang Teng and comforting him. It knew that today's events must have had a significant impact on Wang Teng, facing those powerful individuals and forces. If it were any other Cosmos Stage martial warriors, they probably wouldn't have been able to hold up. Wang Teng was the only one who wasn't afraid of those people and factions because his mentality was firm and his heart was strong. After all, it's just external forces, not my true strength. If one day I become an eternal stage powerhouse, who would dare treat me like this? Wang Teng shook his head, a determined gleam in his eyes.
Seeing him like this, Round Ball's initial worries disappeared. It seemed that these challenges couldn't shake him, and only made his determination to become stronger even firmer. It wasn't surprising. As a Cosmos Stage martial warrior, Wang Teng went through many things other Cosmos Stage martial warriors wouldn't experience. He had been through too much, so his mindset was beyond ordinary. It believed that the guy in front of him would one day become someone to be admired. Round Ball stared intently at Wang Teng. But before that day comes, I must first create the shadow puppet. If I have an eternal stage shadow puppet, even if Refute is not around, I won't be so passive, Wang Teng said. Refute was an outsider, but the shadow puppet could be controlled by him, which made him trust it more. He would feel more at ease only when his life was in his own hands. Now that you have over 30,000 Chaos coins, you can go to the Virtual Universe Corporation and buy the Soul Illusion Silver, Round Ball said. That's right. Wang Teng nodded with a smile on his face. Although he didn't find the Soul Illusion Silver at today's trading event, he received over 30,000 Chaos coins, which could be seen as turning bad luck into good fortune. Last time he checked, he knew that the Soul Illusion Silver required 3,600 points, equivalent to 3,600 Chaos coins. At that time, it was indeed a huge sum for him, or else he wouldn't have gone to the realm space to earn points. But now he was suddenly rich overnight, and these 3,600 points were no longer a challenge for him. Oh, I wonder if the rewards for conquering the Heavenly Lightning Mountain have been released yet, Wang Teng asked. Not yet, Round Ball replied, but before it could finish speaking, it suddenly paused. Then its expression turned strange. Wang Teng, there's a message from the Virtual Universe Corporation, Chapter 2570, Herb Garden Planet. Reward, exchange for shadow puppet materials. 4. What a coincidence. Wang Teng was also slightly stunned, immediately saying, Connect, a light screen appeared, displaying a message. Respected Sir Wang Teng, in recognition of your becoming the master of the Heavenly Lightning Mountain and contributing to the Virtual Universe Corporation in the realm space. The Virtual Universe Corporation hereby rewards you with 10,000 points. 10,000 points. Excitement burst into Wang Teng's eyes. This news came just in time, and it was truly a pleasant surprise. He originally thought that being rewarded with a few thousand points would be considered good, but he never expected to be rewarded with a full 10,000 points. The Virtual Universe Corporation is quite generous, Round Ball exclaimed in surprise. The Purple Flame True God is amazing, Wang Teng thought of something and exclaimed Li knew from last time that this was a result of Purple Flame True God's fight against the other high-ranking members of the Virtual Universe Corporation. Since the Purple Flame True God had given him a reward of 10,000 points, he must have gained an advantage in this power struggle. Why else would he give such a large amount of points to a newcomer like him? Indeed. Round Ball nodded in agreement. With these 10,000 points, I can not only exchange for Soul Illusion Silver, but also for the blood of a Titan-level star beast. It's great, Wang Teng said happily. This is hitting the jackpot. Don't be happy too soon. Now that you're at the headquarters of the Secondary Career Alliance, even if you purchase Soul Illusion Silver and the blood of Titan-level star beast, it will probably take quite some time for them to be delivered. Round Ball poured cold water on his excitement. Wang Teng's expression stiffened instantly, the joy in his heart fading away in an instant. He blurted out a word. Damn. And are you sure you can refine an eternal stage shadow puppet? Round Ball asked. After you mentioned it last time, I carefully considered it. You are currently only at the Cosmos stage, and it doesn't seem that easy to refine an eternal stage shadow puppet. Like alchemy. If we compare this shadow puppet to a pill, then an eternal stage shadow puppet is at least equivalent to a saint-level pill. Your current strength is only at the Grand Master level, still some distance away from the saint level, Round Ball explained. Wang Teng was stunned for a moment, his expression changing rapidly. Are you saying I might not be able to control the immense energy within it? That's right. Round Ball nodded. And it's not just about energy. Your mastery of the shadow puppetry seal also matters a lot.
There's even the matter of crafting the body of the shadow puppet. Eternal stage bodies contain too many mysteries and secrets. Without reaching that realm, we simply cannot fully understand. Wang Teng nodded, realizing he had been too presumptuous. He couldn't help feeling a bit frustrated. It was like he took off his clothes, but there was no water for him to bathe. How about you exchange for the materials needed for the shadow puppet first? But you can also exchange the materials for a universe stage shadow puppet at the same time, just to test the waters, Roundball said with a suppressed smile upon seeing his gloomy expression. All right, that's all I can do for now. Wang Teng sighed and nodded. Then I'll make the purchase, Roundball said. Go ahead, Wang Teng replied. After all, he had the money now, and exchanging for the materials needed for the universe stage shadow puppet wouldn't cost him much in terms of points. Roundball didn't say anything more and immediately purchased the Soul Illusion Silver. However, when it came to buying the blood of the Star Beast, it hesitated for a moment and asked, The blood of Titan-level Star Beasts comes in many varieties. Take a look at which one you want to buy. With a wave of its little hand, a light screen appeared listing countless varieties of Titan-level Star Beast blood. There were various attributes and levels to choose from. Wang Teng's gaze landed on the blood of an Earth element Titan-level Star Beast. Since the star core he obtained earlier was of the Earth element, the blood naturally had to be of the Earth element, or there would be conflicts. Titan-level Star Beasts could be divided into 3 grades equivalent to the Eternal stage for martial warriors: lower grade, middle grade, and upper grade. The lower grade corresponds to the Eternal stage Marcus, the middle grade corresponds to the Eternal stage Duke, and the upper grade corresponds to the Eternal stage Ruler level. Wang Teng took out the Titan-level star core he had obtained earlier and looked at it in his hand, saying, Judging from the patterns on it, this should be the core of a lower-grade Titan-level Star Beast. Roundball also came over and carefully examined it, nodding, That's right, 6 origin patterns. It is the core of a lower-grade Titan-level Star Beast. The origin patterns were a kind of pattern containing the principles of heaven and earth that Star Beasts possess after reaching the Eternal stage. Generally speaking, lower-grade Titan-level Star Beasts had at most 9 origin patterns. If they had more than 9, they were considered middle grade. Of course, there may be some Star Beasts with exceptionally strong talent who had more than 9 origin patterns at the lower-grade Titan level, but they were very, very rare. Get the blood of a lower-grade Titan-level Earth-type Star Beast will do. Wait a moment. Wang Teng had just finished speaking when his gaze suddenly fell on the bottommost type of Star Beast blood. This is the Abyssal Earth-scale Dragon, a dragon beast. Roundball's eyes lit up. This should be a huge beast containing the bloodline of dragons. Let me check. It immediately investigated relevant records. Soon, it presented the information in front of Wang Teng. The Abyssal Earth-scale Dragon was a tremendously powerful Eternal stage Star Beast with a powerful Earth-type talent. It was rumored to contain an enormous dragon bloodline and was extremely formidable. If it matured successfully, it could reach the upper-grade Titan level upon maturity, making it a terrifying presence that could dominate the universe. Chapter 2571, Herb Garden Planet. Reward, exchange for Shadow Puppet Materials, 5, as expected of the Virtual Universe Corporation. They even have the blood of such a terrifying star beast, Wang Teng exclaimed. Roundball nodded. It was astounded. Let's choose it then. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He made the decision immediately. The stronger the blood chosen, the greater the power of the shadow puppets we'll craft. The blood of this abyssal Earth-scale dragon will surely bring out the full potential of the shadow puppets. The blood of this abyssal Earth-scale dragon is the most expensive, requiring 1,300 points, Roundball informed. Let's exchange it. We will get a 50% discount on our exchanges anyway, Wang Teng grinned. True, Roundball chuckled. Next, let's pick materials for a few universe stage shadow puppets. Can you exchange 20 kilograms of Soul Illusion silver? I want to make 2 universe stage shadow puppets, Wang Teng said. 20 kilograms of Soul Illusion silver for the price of 10 kilograms. That'll be 3,600 points, Roundball replied. Then we'll need the core and blood of an ultimate stage Imperial-level star beast. Help me pull up the options, Wang Teng continued. Roundball waved her hand, and the holographic screen shifted to display the exchange interface for the core and blood of ultimate stage Imperial-level star beasts. I currently possess 2 universe stage bodies, one belonging to the powerful giant horn race and the other from the Naga race. Wang Teng pondered, scanning the screen, pairing the giant horn race's body with the core and blood of a gold element star beast would be optimal. However, the Naga race's body presents some challenges. Typical Naga race martial warriors are mostly water, ice, or poison element. After browsing for a while, his gaze settled on the core and blood of a gold element star beast, the white-winged golden scale eagle. This was an incredibly powerful flying star beast of the gold element, and according to the description, it was a formidable beast at the 9th level ultimate stage Imperial level. To exchange for its core and blood, it would require a total of 200 points. As expected, the difference between an Imperial-level ultimate stage star beast and a Titan-level star beast was huge. The price of its star core and blood was less than a fraction of the price of a Titan-level star beast's blood. Help me exchange for the core and blood of the white-winged golden scale eagle, Wang Teng directly instructed Roundball. All right. Roundball nodded and promptly proceeded with the task. Shortly after, Wang Teng continued browsing, and before long his eyes lit up, fixating on the core and blood of another type of star beast. Ice python green poison spider? Huh. Roundball's eyes widened with surprise. This is a dual attribute star beast possessing both ice and poison attributes. Rumors say this creature is exceptionally formidable, with its webbing not only possessing extreme cold power, but also harboring deadly poison. It's truly fearsome. And this ice python green poison spider is undoubtedly at the ultimate stage 7th rank. To reach this level is quite rare within its race. It is indeed remarkable. Though it has only 2 attributes, there's nothing more suitable than this. Wang Teng's eyes sparkled with determination as he chuckled. You intend to use it? Roundball asked, astonished. That's right. Wang Teng nodded. What kind of body did you acquire that requires the core and blood of a dual attribute star beast with ice and poison attributes? Roundball curiously inquired. Do you remember the Naga race's body I obtained previously at the Poison Erosion World? Wang Teng smiled. Oh, that one. Roundball suddenly realized the Naga race do possess ice and poison attributes, making this ice python green poison spider an excellent choice. But isn't your eternal stage body also from the Naga race? It can't be helped. The star cores and blood of Titan-level star beasts are too hard to find. Look at the star beasts just now. Do any of them have poison and ice attributes? None, right? Wang Teng sighed. It seems so. Star beasts with such unique attributes are indeed quite rare. Roundball nodded in agreement. So, we can only settle for second best. Even if the core and blood aren't perfectly aligned with the attributes, we'll make do, Wang Teng remarked. Anyway, for now you need to refine the Universa stage shadow puppets first. There's no rush for the eternal stage ones, Roundball advised. Yup, Wang Teng nodded. Subsequently, Roundball exchanged the core and blood of the ice python green poison spider, which cost a total of 150 points. Its original price was 300 points, making it slightly more expensive than the core and blood of the white-winged golden scale eagle. After these exchanges, along with various other materials, Wang Teng spent a total of 4,800 points. He used up almost half of the 10,000 points he just received. For ordinary Cosmos stage martial warriors, such extravagance would be unthinkable. But for Wang Teng, he was wealthy, so spending money didn't cause him any distress. Thank goodness for my contract's 50% discount. Otherwise, today would have been a real bloodbath, Wang Teng remarked with a tinge of regret. No kidding, Roundball nodded in agreement, feeling the pinch as well. These two, one human and one intelligent life form, seemed like 2 penny pinchers in sync. The next 2 days quickly passed, with Wang Teng and Grandmaster Hua Yuan occasionally going out to explore and familiarize themselves with a layout of the Secondary Career Alliance headquarters, and perhaps to see if there were any attribute bubbles to pick up. During these 2 days, the Secondary Career Alliance headquarters became increasingly bustling. All the professionals from across the universe had gathered here. In just 2 days, the influx of people at the Secondary Career Alliance headquarters increased several times over. The entire Secondary Career Alliance headquarters was immersed in a state of excitement as this event gathered the most talented professionals from across the universe. If one were to shine brightly during the Exchange Summit, they would undoubtedly become a dazzling star in the entire universe. Many major powers even treated them as honored guests, eagerly vying for their attention. For all the professionals, this Exchange Summit was a tremendous platform to showcase their talents. There was no opportunity more rare or precious than this. Countless geniuses had spent decades cultivating, all in anticipation of the opening of this Exchange Summit. So as the time drew nearer, all the arriving professional geniuses became increasingly excited, unable to contain their emotions no matter how composed they tried to be. And in such an atmosphere, the day of the Exchange Summit finally arrived. Chapter 2572, Holy Land, Gabriel, Pinktian, Grand Duke, one morning inside the villa room. Wang Teng slowly opened his eyes, their depths unfathomable as if containing stars, twinkling with faint starlight, appearing particularly peculiar puff. In the next moment, he exhaled slowly, and the starlight in his eyes disappeared. This mystic light sight is indeed extraordinary. Under their activation, my real eye seems to show signs of breaking through the perfected level of the real stage, Wang Teng murmured to himself. Not only that, but his solar dragon eye, spatial sight, lightning pupil, and many other eye talents had improved, too. This change greatly surprised Wang Teng. He hadn't expected that a mystic light sight could bring about so many changes. Unfortunately, he suddenly sighed, looking at his attributes board. Mystic light sight, eternal stage, 2,000, 8,000, well-versed. Despite picking up several attribute bubbles from Sang Yi, his mystic light sight had only reached the well-versed stage. This level of proficiency in mystic light sight provided limited catalysis for various similar talents. At present, Wang Teng had 2 options: either increase the proficiency of the mystic light sight or spend time slowly catalyzing them. Today is the day the Exchange Summit opens. I should be able to meet Sang Yi and others again and pick up some more attribute bubbles, Wang Teng thought to himself. He stopped dwelling on it and looked at his other attributes instead. Over the past 2 days, he and Grandmaster Hua Yuan had wandered around the Secondary Career Alliance headquarters and picked up quite a few attribute bubbles which had boosted his various secondary professional attributes. Rune Master 545 10,000, Grandmaster. Blacksmith 760 10,000, Grandmaster. Alchemist 10,000 10,000, Grandmaster. Mining Engineer 2,500 30,000, Grandmaster. Poison Master 8350 10,000, Master Physician. 3,060 10,000, Master Force Chef. 10,000 20,000, Grandmaster. The above were the most common and important secondary professions. These were also the ones Wang Teng was preparing to compete in. As for some other scattered secondary professions, they were not well known, and some were even quite niche. Even if he were to achieve first place in those, there wouldn't be much fame to gain, so he has no intention of participating. At this moment, Wang Teng glanced at his various secondary profession attributes, a hint of satisfaction creeping into his eyes. In just a few days, to elevate his secondary professions to such a level outsiders probably wouldn't dare to imagine. Only the Alchemist and Force Chef attributes have reached the perfected Grandmaster level. The others still need to continue their efforts. Wang Teng sighed, shaking his head. With the Exchange Summit about to begin, he was disappointed that these secondary professions had not yet reached perfection. Moreover, the Poison Master and Physician attributes were still at the Master level, not even reaching the perfected Grandmaster level. He hadn't had many opportunities to encounter these 2 secondary professions, so he hadn't been able to improve them rapidly. I guess I'll have to wait until the Exchange Summit to make some last-minute progress. Wang Teng's eyes gleamed with determination as he planned secretly. The exchange summit would surely attract numerous secondary profession geniuses, and with so many people present, there would undoubtedly be many drops of secondary profession attributes. That would be his time to soar. He envisioned using other secondary profession geniuses as stepping stones for his rise. A slight curve appeared at the corner of Wang Teng's mouth as he calculated silently. Reaching the perfected Grandmaster level should be enough for me to snatch first place, Wang Teng muttered to himself. After all, this was a gathering of the younger generation, so it wouldn't feature any saint-level figures. Otherwise, there would be no room for others to shine. To be honest, reaching the perfected stage Grandmaster level was already enough to overshadow most geniuses. These talents weren't weak, but Wang Teng believed that not many of them could reach the perfected Grandmaster level. Of course, there were exceptions, and those who reached the perfected stage Grandmaster level were contenders for first place. Wang Teng needed to pay attention to those individuals. In the next moment, his gaze flickered slightly, and he held the soul elemental crystal in his hand. If I can absorb this soul elemental crystal, will my origin of soul undergo a transformation? Wang Teng hesitated. After absorbing the 3 origin of universe from his master, his origin of soul had already reached the limit of the cosmos stage. Now, he wasn't sure what would happen if he absorbed this origin of soul. If there were no changes, that would be disappointing. After all, when he previously absorbed the attributes of the origin of soul, the excess portion wasn't utilized, almost like it had been wasted. Wang Teng hesitated because his current origin of soul was already equivalent to that of a normal heaven stage martial warrior. If he could truly break through to the heaven stage, would that mean his origin of soul would be equivalent to a universe stage martial warrior? If so, wouldn't it mean he could refine saint-level pills? This logic seemed sound, but now breaking through the cosmos stage seemed almost impossible. Even Wang Teng didn't dare to recklessly absorb the soul elemental crystal. The uncertainty was just too great. Wang Teng, you're not thinking of absorbing it, are you? Round Ball appeared beside him, a hint of struggle in its eyes as she asked. The help this soul elemental crystal would provide to it would also be enormous. If it could absorb it, her essence of life could transform, perhaps even advancing to the universe stage. An intelligent life form at the universe stage, there were probably only a few in the entire universe. Chapter 2573, Holy Land, Gabriel Pingtian Grand Duke, 2. Do you want it? Wang Teng glanced at it, remembering how excited Round Ball had been when they first saw the soul elemental crystal. Kuf, never mind, you go ahead and use it. I'll consider it later if there's a chance. Round Ball coughed. Well, that's not like you, Wang Teng chuckled. Do I seem unreasonable to you? Round Ball rolled its eyes. Seeing its reaction, Wang Teng couldn't help but laugh. Actually, I know your strength is the most important thing. As long as you become strong enough, my advancement will become much easier, Round Ball said. Wang Teng smiled but didn't say much. He didn't need to make promises or assurances like that. When the opportunity arose, even without saying anything, he would give Round Ball the chance to advance, just like he had in the chaotic Uncharted. Without him, Round Ball would never have been able to advance to the heaven stage for an intelligent life form. Advancing through each stage was extremely difficult. If Round Ball had stayed with her original owner, it would probably still be hovering at the cosmos stage. That was the reality. Not everyone could defy the odds like Wang Teng. Wang Teng, Grandmaster Hua Yuan, and the others are here to look for you. Round Ball suddenly said. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He kept the soul elemental crystal and straightened his clothes, saying, "The exchange summit is about to begin. Let's go." Round Ball nodded and disappeared on the spot. Wang Teng walked to the hall, pushed open the door, and immediately saw Grandmaster Hua Yuan, Grandmaster Alfred, and others waiting for him at the door. Grandmaster Wang Teng, the opening ceremony of the exchange summit is in an hour. Shall we leave now? Grandmaster Hua Yuan smiled as soon as he saw Wang Teng. All right, please lead the way, Wang Teng nodded. Let's go, Grandmaster Huayuan and the others immediately flew into the sky with Wang Teng. At this moment, a spacecraft was already quietly suspended in the sky. After everyone entered, the spaceship turned into a stream of light and sped off in a certain direction. The panoramic simulation had been activated, allowing them to see the outside world. Wang Teng looked outside the spacecraft curiously and noticed that it was heading towards the east of the Secondary Career Alliance headquarters. After about 10 minutes, the spacecraft carrying Wang Teng and the others passed through layers of buildings and arrived at a location resembling a giant city. A massive screen descended from the sky, like a waterfall hanging from the heavens, with no visible top. The screen displayed strange colors with various lights shimmering like colorful ribbons, giving it a peculiar appearance. This is, Wang Teng's eyes showed a hint of surprise. This is the core area of the Secondary Career Alliance headquarters, known as the Holy Land by all secondary profession practitioners. The Exchange Summit will also be held here, Grandmaster Huayuan said with a hint of reverence as he looked at the scene ahead. So the place we stayed before was just the outskirts? Wang Teng asked incredulously. That's right. Our Secondary Career Alliance headquarters, Holy Land, is generally not accessible to outsiders. If it weren't for the Exchange Summit, ordinary people wouldn't be able to enter. Grandmaster Alfred nodded while looking at the screen ahead. As they spoke, the spacecraft slowly approached the screen until it touched it. At this moment, a very strange scene unfolded. The screen passed through the spacecraft and gently scanned its interior. Wang Teng furrowed his brows, about to react. No need to worry. This is just a routine scan to confirm our identities. Grandmaster Huayuan smiled. Wang Teng nodded and stood still, allowing the screen to pass over him. Nothing happened at all. After the screen scanned everyone on board, it disappeared from the spacecraft, which smoothly entered the screen. Once through, the spacecraft flew for a while until a multitude of other ships appeared ahead, all descending towards an immensely vast square. From above, the square was densely packed with countless dots, and upon closer inspection, it revealed a scene of bustling crowds, their voices rising in a cacophony that reverberated through the heavens. The rolling waves of sound swept in all directions, audible even from tens of thousands of meters away. This is where the opening ceremony of the Exchange Summit will be held, Grandmaster Huayuan said. Let's go. With that, he led the way out of the spacecraft. Wang Teng's eyes flickered, and he followed suit. After flying out of the spacecraft's hatch, they soared downwards. Each faction has its own designated seats here, arranged according to their ranking in the previous Exchange Summit. Grandmaster Huayuan explained, then sighed. As for our great Qian Empire's Secondary Career Alliance, our seat should be well beyond the 1,000th mark. Beyond the 1,000th mark? Wang Teng's face showed a hint of disbelief. Grandmaster Huayuan and the others felt a little embarrassed. Even the young grandmasters like Xie Jia, Luo Tang, and Susanna were stunned. Being beyond the 1,000th mark was a bit embarrassing. That's all in the past. This time, I will strive for a higher ranking for our great Qian Empire. Grandmaster Xie Jia clenched his fist, speaking in a determined tone. Easier said than done. This Exchange Summit gathers too many geniuses, and our great Qian Empire has never had any particular advantage. Grandmaster Luo Tang sighed with a wry smile, shaking his head. Chapter 2574, Holy Land. Gabriel Pingtian Grand Duke III, how can you let others' ambition extinguish your glory? With our strength, we can surely make it into the top 1,000 this time, Grandmaster Xie Jia said defiantly. Grandmaster Susanna didn't say anything. Her gaze couldn't help but fall on Wang Teng. If there was hope, it lay with him. Although they didn't know the extent of his proficiency in the three main secondary professions, runes, alchemy, and forging, based on his performance in the past few days, he couldn't be too weak. Otherwise, Grandmaster Huayuan and the others wouldn't have pinned their hopes on him from the beginning. Grandmaster Huayuan and the others also looked at Wang Teng, not saying much, but Wang Teng knew their expectations, and he just smiled faintly. Here's our seating area, Grandmaster Huayuan said as they landed in a more peripheral area. There were many seats here, with tables and chairs all set up, and various fruits and drinks prepared, showing thoughtfulness. In those seats there were quite a few figures, each exuding strong or completely concealed auras, making them seem like deep voids that couldn't be fathomed. They're here too? Wang Teng's gaze casually swept over and couldn't help but pause. He saw several familiar figures sitting in those seats. They were tall and burly, with bald heads and flame marks on their foreheads, unmistakably members of the Parkers family. At the head of the Parkers family sat a middle-aged man, with his arms crossed and eyes closed. His body was as sturdy as an iron tower, with yellow flame patterns covering his arms like tattoos. At the center of his forehead there was also a yellow flame mark, resembling a truly burning yellow flame. Eternal stage? Wang Teng's pupils contracted slightly. As expected, there was an eternal stage martial warrior in the Parkers family. Instinctively, he activated his real eye, wanting to probe the strength of this person. Suddenly, a scorching heat surged from the opponent's body, rushing into Wang Teng's eyes as if to incinerate them. Wang Teng's expression changed slightly, and a blue flame appeared in his eyes, resisting the terrifying temperature. At the same time, a coldness emanated from his hornless ice dragon pearl, swirling in his eyes, dissipating all residual heat. What's wrong? Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the others were slightly stunned. Sensing something was amiss, Wang Teng shook his head, but his gaze was fixed on the Parkers family in the distance. An eternal stage duke. The other party should be an eternal stage duke. The Parkers family's eternal stage martial warrior opened his eyes slowly and looked towards Wang Teng, his gaze indifferent, as if looking at an ant. Behind him, two elders stood up slowly, their faces dark and their gazes icy as they stared at Wang Teng. Seeing the faces of these two individuals, Wang Teng couldn't conceal the chill in his eyes as he stared back coldly. They were the Furious Flaming Universe Lord and the Flaming Phoenix Universe Lord from the Parkers family. The memories of how they had pressured him at the Baron's banquet were still fresh in Wang Teng's mind. Grandmaster Alfred and the others suddenly realized what was happening. Their gazes filled with concern as they looked at Wang Teng sit down. The eternal stage martial warrior of the Parkers family glanced at Wang Teng and closed his eyes again, his voice faint. The Furious Flaming Universe Lord and the Flaming Phoenix Universe Lord nodded and sat down, no longer paying attention to Wang Teng as if he didn't exist. Wang Teng frowned. The calmness of the Parkers family members was somewhat eerie. Is this Wang Teng at that moment? A light laughter rang out, pulling Wang Teng's thoughts back. He turned his head and saw several figures standing up from the seats on the other side, walking towards him. Wang Teng recognized one of them. It was the Universe Lord Ji She from the Ji family. The one who just spoke was an elder walking in front of Ji She, who turned out to be an eternal stage martial warrior as well. Our great Qin Empire's royal family and the 8 duke families have all come, Grandmaster Hua Yuan's voice suddenly rang in Wang Teng's ears. Wang Teng nodded inwardly. It seemed that the 8 duke families had profound backgrounds, with at least one eternal stage martial warrior in their families. The Parkers family even had an eternal stage duke, indicating the strength of the other 7 duke families. Elder, how do I address you? Wang Teng looked at the Ji family members approaching him and bowed respectfully. I am Ji Sing. The elder from the Ji family smiled. Respect to Elder Ji Sing, Wang Teng replied. Grandmaster Wang Teng, it has been a long time since we last met. Ji Xia, standing behind Ji Sing, greeted Wang Teng with a smile and a fist salute. Universe Lord Ji Xia. Wang Teng cupped his fists. As other members of the 8 duke families saw the Ji family and Wang Teng conversing happily, they also approached after all. Wang Teng's talent displayed in the League of Talents was astonishing, and he had even made it onto the star rankings. If he didn't fall, he might become a powerful figure in the future. Hence, even the members of the 8 duke families, especially those who had no grudges with him, wanted to befriend them. Wang Teng, your strength has grown significantly since entering the Stellar Academies not long ago. Universe Lord Dubois, the head of the Cavendish family, remarked with a sigh as he glanced at Wang Teng. Universe Lord Dubois appeared during the League of Talents and was the leader of the Cavendish family. Because of Di Qi, Wang Teng had a good relationship with the Cavendish family, and there was no need for formalities between them. Chapter 25750. Holy Land, Gabriel, Pingtian, Grand Duke. 4. You're too kind. I've just been a bit luckier than most, Wang Teng replied modestly. It's rare to see someone grow so quickly, even among the 7 stellar academies, Leilas, the eternal stage figure from the Kirandis house, remarked. He didn't put on any airs and spoke with a gentle smile. These eternal stage figures weren't as friendly towards Wang Teng as the universe stage ones, but their attitude was already quite respectful. Wang Teng humbly responded, then turned to Dubois and asked, Did Dubois and the others not come? Their strength is too weak, so they don't qualify to attend this exchange, Dubois explained. Wang Teng nodded, remembering that there were indeed qualifications for this exchange. If he wasn't a grandmaster, he probably wouldn't have been able to enter with just his cosmos stage strength. Wang Teng, representing our great Qian Empire's secondary career alliance at this exchange, you must strive to uphold our reputation, an eternal stage martial warrior from the Zhang family said. They knew that Wang Teng was representing the secondary career alliance of the great Qian Empire. While these members of the Grand Duke families were familiar with Wang Teng's martial talent, they knew little about his secondary profession talents. The secondary career alliance kept a tight lid on information, and Wang Teng hadn't updated his profile for a long time. Even if they were well informed, they couldn't know much. I'll do my best, Wang Teng replied with a smile, making no promises. At this moment, a cold snort sounded, and the furious flaming universe lord from the Parkers family finally couldn't help but approach. He sneered. You're placing your hopes on him? How naive. Just because his martial talent is decent, do you think his secondary profession talents are equally good? The atmosphere among the crowd changed subtly as the Parkers family finally stepped forward. They were familiar with the grudge between Wang Teng and the Parkers family. They were surprised by Wang Teng's ability, as even a Grand Duke family couldn't do anything to him. Now that the Parkers family came to create trouble, they wanted to see if Wang Teng could handle it. How much had he grown in the 7 stellar academies? Wang Teng looked at the furious flaming universe, Lord. Then his gaze paused on the young man standing behind him, feeling somewhat surprised. This person was an alchemist, with an alchemy badge on his chest bearing 7 stars, indicating that he was a Grand Master 7th rank alchemist. The Parkers family brought an alchemist. This was out of Wang Teng's expectations. Judging from his appearance, he was obviously from the Parkers family. An alchemist nurtured by a martial arts family was indeed interesting. Actually, in a large family like the Parkers family, there might be talented individuals with alchemy talents emerging, especially since they possessed the fire element talent. If there was a trace of wood element attribute in the other party's bloodline during the marriage, it was more likely that they would give birth to a talent with the alchemy talent. Gabriel Grandmaster Susanna suddenly exclaimed, What? You know him? Wang Teng asked through voice transmission. This person is a genius alchemist from the Parkers family. I've seen him before. He has a great reputation and is hailed as a once-in-millennium genius alchemist in the great Qian Empire. Many grandmasters have high hopes for him and want to keep him in the secondary career alliance for cultivation. But he's very ambitious. Later, it was said that he went on a journey and never contacted our great Qian Empire's secondary career alliance again. We haven't seen him since then, and people almost forgot about him. Hence, we don't know how far he has reached in alchemy. Susanna took a deep breath and explained. There's such a person? Wang Teng was surprised. Grandmaster Susanna is right. Since he left, he hasn't contacted our great Qian Empire's secondary career alliance again. We haven't seen him since then, and we almost forgot about him. Thus, we don't know the extent of his alchemy attainments. Grandmaster Hua Yuan spoke through voice transmission, showing a trace of complexity on his face. I didn't expect the Parkers family to call him back this time. This person was also considered a member of the great Qian Empire's secondary career alliance, but his identity was too sensitive, so they couldn't approach him too closely. Moreover, the other party didn't think much of the Great Qian Empire's secondary career alliance. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left the Great Qian Empire early for an expedition. Is this, Gabriel, a universe-stage martial warrior from the Xiahou family, looked at the Parker's family alchemist and suddenly asked. That's right. The furious flaming universe. Lord nodded, a trace of pride appearing on his face as he said, Gabriel has already reached Grandmaster 7th rank. Moreover, after traveling these years, his foundation in alchemy has accumulated to a terrifying extent. This time he represents our great Qian Empire in the Exchange Summit. With his talent, I believe he is capable of bringing glory to our great Qian Empire. As for this kid, I don't think you should have too much hope for him. Glancing at Wang Teng, a hint of disdain flashed across his face. The others just smiled and ignored his words. The Parker's family and Wang Teng were at odds, so they would certainly seize the opportunity to discredit Wang Teng. However, it was truly surprising that Gabriel's proficiency in alchemy had reached Grandmaster's 7th rank. The lords from the various Grand Duke families present couldn't help but take a closer look at him with a hint of curiosity in their eyes. This person was indeed an unexpected factor. Perhaps he could truly become a dark horse for the Great Qian Empire's secondary career alliance. Chapter 2576. Holy Land, Gabriel Pinctian Grand Duke 5. It seems that our great Qian Empire has a chance to enter the top 1,000, the eternal stage martial warrior from the Perez family said. Wang Teng glanced at Gabriel with an indifferent expression, not even bothering to acknowledge the slander from the furious flaming universe lord. He didn't consider these people as his rivals at all. Forget about being a 7th-rank Grandmaster. Even if they were 9th-rank Grandmasters, what difference would it make? Despite both being in the 9th grade, the gap between them was substantial. He acquired so many attributes, and his foundation was far beyond that of an ordinary alchemist. Moreover, his proficiency in alchemy had long surpassed the 9th grade, reaching perfection. He had even crafted supreme-rank pills. Such experiences were probably something even the geniuses of the core families of the Secondary Career Alliance couldn't match. Gabriel was incomparable to him. In this regard, Wang Teng had absolute confidence, but just because he ignored them didn't mean they would ignore him. So you're Wang Teng? Gabriel, seeing Wang Teng not even sparing him a glance, furrowed his brows and spoke coldly. Wang Teng still couldn't be bothered to acknowledge him, not even dignifying him with a response. Such blatant disregard drew odd glances from the surrounding onlookers, some of whom looked at the furious flaming universe, Lord and Gabriel, with a hint of schadenfreude. The furious flaming universe lord's expression turned sour. Are you too scared to respond to me? Gabriel's expression grew even colder, his voice laced with derision. A dog barks in front of me, should I bother to respond? Wang Teng replied nonchalantly. Insolence? The furious flaming universe lord couldn't contain his anger, his voice sharp. Wang Teng glanced at him. Old man, do you even know where you are? It's not your turn to make a scene here. You. The furious flaming universe lord was rendered speechless by Wang Teng's retort. In the Secondary Career Alliance headquarters. He dared not be too reckless. Otherwise, given Wang Teng's insults just now, he would have already taken action. I've heard a lot about you, and seeing you today, you are indeed incredibly arrogant, Gabriel remarked. Arrogant. Wang Teng's laughter seemed to be sparked by something incredibly amusing. He scoffed. Who's arrogant here? Everyone knows it well, so spare me your nonsense. A glint of coldness flashed in Gabriel's eyes. Today is the opening day of the Exchange Summit. I won't discuss martial arts with you. Let's talk about the proficiency of our secondary professions. I want to see if you can surpass me in the alchemy competition. Just you? Wang Teng chuckled. His laughter was not loud, but it dripped with contempt, instantly darkening Gabriel's complexion. Your martial talent is indeed decent, but proficiency in secondary professions is completely different from martial talent. I've seen countless geniuses in secondary professions that you couldn't even imagine. Your arrogance is simply laughable. I will show you how foolish your pride is, Gabriel said coldly. Arrogance? Wang Teng shook his head, too lazy to continue.
He casually cleaned his ears, completely disregarding Gabriel's words. "Then I'll wait and see." Gabriel's expression darkened instantly. Though this young man spoke little, each word made him feel an urge to erupt in anger. All right. We are all from the great Qian Empire. Why fight to the death among ourselves when we could challenge the Namos Empire and the Chidara Free Federation?" Grandmaster Hua Yuan immediately intervened to diffuse the tension. His gaze was fixed on a distant spot. Indeed, representatives from the Namos Empire and the Chidara Free Federation had arrived. Everyone turned their heads to look. The Namos Empire and the Chidara Free Federation were formidable adversaries of the great Qian Empire. In this exchange meeting at the Secondary Career Alliance headquarters, the three parties naturally had to vie for supremacy. This was not just about the face of the three major powers, it was also a way to demonstrate their respective strengths and weaknesses. While the branch offices of the Secondary Career Alliance fall under the jurisdiction of the headquarters, they also had inseparable ties with the various powers. The strength or weakness of the branch offices of the Secondary Career Alliance was also a reflection of the strengths and weaknesses of the various powers. The positions of the Namos Empire and the Chidara Free Federation were not far from that of the great Qian Empire. All were hovering just outside the top 1,000. The Namos Empire held a slightly higher position, while the Chidara Free Federation trailed slightly behind. Noticing the gazes from the great Qian Empire's side, representatives from both the Namos Empire and the Chidara Free Federation turned their attention over. Suddenly, an invisible confrontation emerged among the three powers, creating an atmosphere of tension and anticipation. This time, it seems that the Namos Empire has an unusually high number of secondary profession geniuses, and they are all very young. The eternal stage ancestor from the Ji family glanced at them and frowned. The Chidara Free Federation also seems to have a few promising secondary profession talents. The eternal stage martial warrior from the Jiang family placed his hands behind his back and said calmly. Among the strongest faction of the great Qian Empire, a figure had previously kept their eyes closed, seemingly disinterested in their surroundings. However, at this moment, he slowly opened his eyes and his voice echoed into the ears of the crowd. "Wang Teng, Gabriel, if you two can surpass the secondary profession geniuses of the Namos Empire and the Chidara Free Federation in this exchange summit, the Imperial family will reward you with some prizes, battle techniques, scriptures, or various resources, whatever you choose." As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd fell into a momentary silence and then turned their attention to the middle-aged man who had spoken. Gabriel's eyes suddenly lit up as he turned to look. Wang Teng paused for a moment, his gaze flashing slightly, before also looking over. "It's Grand Duke Pingtian." Grandmaster Hua Yuan's solemn voice sounded beside Wang Teng's ear. "Grand Duke Pingtian!" Wang Teng was surprised. He sized up the middle-aged man. He had seen an eternal stage martial warrior from the imperial family before the Changshan Grand Duke. But this time, it wasn't him. It was the presence referred to as the Pingtian Grand Duke. Chapter 200 and 570, Genius and Madness Hang by a Thought. The Madness of the Championship Rewards 1. The Pingtian Grand Duke, the imperial family of the great Qian Empire, sent a Grand Duke. In the universe, those acknowledged as Grand Dukes were all eternal stage dukes in a high-tier civilization like the great Qian Empire. The ones bestowed with the title of Grand Duke must certainly be eternal stage dukes. The Changshan Grand Duke was also an eternal stage duke like the Pingtian Grand Duke at this moment. As he spoke, astonishment rippled through the hearts of the crowd. In previous exchange summits, the imperial family rarely intervened in the affairs of the Secondary Career Alliance. They were mere spectators, but this time the Pingtian Grand Duke had unexpectedly spoken up because of Wang Teng and Gabriel promising rewards. There are rumors that the Pingtian Grand Duke's relationship with the Changshan Grand Duke isn't very good. They belong to different factions within the imperial family. Grandmaster Alfred's voice suddenly appeared in Wang Teng's mind, causing him to pause slightly. The affairs of the imperial family
have nothing to do with me. Wang Teng transmitted his voice, his gaze flickering. Grandmaster Alfred nodded secretly. Thank you, Your Highness. Gabriel's eyes lit up with reverence as he bowed respectfully. I will not disappoint everyone's expectations. Wang Teng didn't rush to express his gratitude. Instead, he fell into contemplation. The others looked at him with some surprise. What was he up to? Facing the reward from the Pingtian Grand Duke, even if he didn't care, it would be appropriate to express his thanks. His silence was somewhat peculiar. Wang Teng, you're quite audacious, not even thanking His Highness for his reward. Gabriel's voice was cold. Wang Teng. Grandmaster Hua Yuan pulled him from behind. Offending the Parkers family wasn't a big deal, but offending the imperial family was much more troublesome. Although Wang Teng had joined the Virtual Universe Corporation and had a decent position, it still wasn't wise to antagonize the imperial family. Do you have any doubts? Grand Duke Pingtian's gaze swept over, asking calmly. No doubts, just a question. Your Highness, is this reward for a specific secondary profession, or is it for all secondary professions? Wang Teng inquired. Why are you participating in the 3 secondary profession competitions? Grand Duke Pingtian seemed to have caught on to something, his gaze falling upon the 3 conspicuous badges on Wang Teng's chest. His eyes couldn't help but flicker slightly as he asked. The members of the other major imperial families were astonished when they heard this, all turning their surprised gazes toward Wang Teng. Could he be so impulsive? Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the others finally understood what Wang Teng was up to, their mouths slightly agape, hesitant to speak. They wanted to advise Wang Teng, but as they had mentioned before, it wouldn't do much good. Now, it wasn't appropriate to say much more. Gabriel was somewhat bewildered. He had noticed the 3 badges on Wang Teng's chest earlier, but he hadn't paid much attention to them. After all, the highest level displayed on those badges was only 4th rank Grandmaster, not even reaching the later stages, so they were far from being on par with him. That's not it. Wang Teng replied. Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Gabriel's eyes showed a hint of disdain. Just as he thought, this kid must have a screw loose in his head to even consider participating in 3 secondary professions simultaneously. Did he think having more quantity would ensure victory? Well then, what's your intention? Grand Duke Pingtian furrowed his brow and inquired. I intend to participate. Wait, let me count. 1, 2, 3. Oh, a total of 7 competitions, not just these 3. Wang Teng counted on his fingers and said, Grand Duke Pingtian, Gabriel, the furious flaming universe, Lord, everyone the universe. Stage martial warriors and eternal stage martial warriors looked at Wang Teng as if he was a ghost. 7 secondary professions, almost all of them. He was bold. This Wang Teng was truly audacious. What did you just say? Grand Duke Pingtian felt like he might not have heard correctly and asked again. Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the others pulled Wang Teng's sleeve frantically, hinting at him to change his words. However, Wang Teng remained unmoved, speaking calmly. I intend to participate in 7 secondary profession competitions. 7 secondary profession competitions. Gabriel finally snapped out of his daze, sneering. Ha ha, you must have lost your mind. Your Highness, this person is clearly mocking you, the furious flaming universe lord said. It's none of your business if I participate in 7 secondary profession competitions. Why are you making such a fuss? Wang Teng said indifferently. How many secondary profession competitions you participate in is indeed none of our concern, but mocking His Highness is an insult to him, and such an offense should be punished. The furious flaming universe lord said coldly, who said, I was mocking His Highness. You accuse me of mockery just like that. Why don't you try reaching for the sky while you're at it? Wang Teng chuckled. You? The furious flaming universe lord was completely unable to argue with Wang Teng, seething with anger. Stop playing tricks here. Do you think you're an unparalleled genius? Even mastering 3 secondary professions would be impressive, let alone 7. And if you have mastered 7, why haven't you brought out the badges? I don't think you have them at all. Sorry, my chest isn't big enough, unlike yours with your massive chest muscles. Forget about wearing 7 badges, you could probably handle 70. Wang Teng glanced at the man's chest casually, then remarked in a nonchalant tone. The others couldn't help but feel incredibly awkward, their gazes inadvertently shifting towards the furious flaming universe lord's chest. The furious flaming universe lord was so angry that his chest was trembling. What did he mean by massive chest muscles? Chapter 2578, Genius and Madness Hang by a Thought. The madness of the championship rewards. 2. The members of the Parkers family were generally tall and muscular, so naturally their chests were larger. Originally, there was nothing wrong with being tall and muscular. It was a manifestation of physical strength. But coming from this kid's mouth, it took on a completely different connotation. Especially feeling the strange gazes from around him, he couldn't help but have the urge to cover his chest. This was so embarrassing. Ahem. The Pingtian Grand Duke cleared his throat and said, "All right, let's stop this pointless quarrel." Pausing for a moment, he looked at Wang Teng again. "Do you really intend to participate in 7 secondary profession competitions?" he asked. "Yes," Wang Teng nodded. "Your Highness, he's just trying to fool you. Please don't believe him. If he really signs up for 7 competitions and gets defeated in all of them, it'll be a disgrace to our great Qian Empire." The furious flaming universe lord said. "Ridiculous. Do you think His Highness lacks discernment like you?" Wang Teng retorted. 7 secondary professions. As long as one isn't brainless, it's obvious that it's impossible." "Don't think you can fool us," the furious flaming universe lord replied. "If you think it's impossible, then you're just too mediocre. You simply don't understand the world of genius," Wang Teng said disdainfully. The furious flaming universe lord suddenly felt as if he'd been hit by a ton of bricks. As a universe stage powerhouse, he was ridiculed as mediocre, not understanding the world of genius. Back in the day, he was also considered a genius, you know. This kid was just at the cosmos stage, yet he acted as if he were unparalleled, making people itch with hatred. "Wang Teng, you've been evading our questions. If you have mastered 7 secondary professions, why do you only have 3 badges?" Gabriel sneered. "I don't need to report to you how many secondary professions I mastered." Wang Teng glanced at him disdainfully. Gabriel's face darkened even more. No need to argue. "If you want to participate in 7 secondary profession competitions, then go ahead. No one is stopping you," the Pingtian Grand Duke said calmly. The furious flaming universe lord wanted to say something else, but a voice suddenly appeared in his ears, causing him to freeze in place. A cold smile gradually formed at the corner of his mouth as he glanced at Wang Teng, saying no more. "What about the rewards?" Wang Teng asked. "For each secondary profession, if you win a match, I will give you a reward," Grand Duke Pingtian replied. "All right, then I thank Grand Duke Pingtian in advance." Wang Teng's lips curved into a slight smile. Grand Duke Pingtian said nothing more and slowly closed his eyes. Their conversation just now was blocked by an invisible barrier, so outsiders didn't know what they were discussing. Now, with the Grand Duke Pingtian closing his eyes, the barrier disappeared as well. Grandmaster Wang Teng, Grandmaster Hua Yuan hesitated. He didn't know what to say. "Grandmaster Hua Yuan, you don't have to persuade me anymore. I know what I'm doing," Wang Teng said. "Participating in 7 secondary profession competitions at the same time is a bit too crazy." Grandmaster Susanna sighed. "Crazy? But isn't that what makes it more interesting?" Wang Teng chuckled lightly. The crowd looked at him in astonishment, suddenly reminded of a saying, "Genius and madness hang by a thread." The members of the 8 major imperial families glanced at Wang Teng with various expressions on their faces, then returned to their seats, each lost in their own thoughts. On the Parkers family's seat, the furious flaming universe lord sent a voice transmission to Gabriel. "Do you have the confidence to deal with him?" "No problem. Grandmaster 7th level is just my surface level. I'm already at the 9th level. No matter how strong this Wang Teng is, he can't be my opponent," Gabriel said, his expression returning to calm.
with a hint of mocking curve at the corner of his mouth. Besides, he's foolish enough to spread his focus across multiple secondary professions. He thinks he's invincible. Still, we need to be cautious. This kid is indeed somewhat suspicious. The furious flaming universe, Lord nodded, reminding. I know Gabriel said so, but there was a hint of disregard in his eyes. These old fogies of the family might have been scared silly by that kid. He would crush the opponent ruthlessly this time, showing these old fogies that it's his era now. Wang Teng. Gabriel may not necessarily be at the 7th level. Grandmaster. Hua Yuan couldn't help but remind Wang Teng. I know, Wang Teng nodded. There was a meaningful look on his face. His talent has always been outstanding. We had high hopes for him, but it's a pity. Grandmaster Alfred shook his head. Amidst the conversation, there suddenly arose a commotion around. They're here, they're here. The members of the core families have finally arrived. I wonder what kind of geniuses these core families will produce this time. It's really exciting. I must surpass those geniuses from the core families and make a name for myself at the Exchange Summit. You better go back to sleep. Wanting to surpass the geniuses from the core families. Easier said than done. People around started to discuss fervently. Some were filled with admiration, while others were full of defiance. Regardless, the people from the core families were indeed dazzling figures in the secondary career alliance. Many took pride in defeating the geniuses from the core families. Wang Teng and the others looked up, only to see a series of spacecraft suddenly appearing in the sky, rushing from a distance. These spacecraft all bore special insignias, like family crests, obviously different from the ordinary Secondary Career Alliance spacecraft. Chapter 2579. Genius and Madness Hang by a Thought. The madness of the championship rewards. 3 amidst the grandeur of the Secondary Career Alliance headquarters stood a fleet of private spacecraft, a privilege reserved only for the elite core families. Hovering in mid-air, silhouettes emerged from the vessels, gracefully descending towards the ground. Among the figures, Wang Teng spotted members of the Lei, Sang, Yu, Ti, and other distinguished families. In addition to these, numerous other families exuded an aura of superiority, casting disdainful gazes upon the talents from various factions below. Their stance instilled a sense of unease among the onlookers, all aspiring geniuses from different realms of influence. Wang Teng remained composed, carefully counting. To his surprise, a staggering 35 core families were present at the Secondary Career Alliance headquarters. The primary secondary professions include alchemy, runecrafting, forging, mining, force cooking, medicine, and poisoncraft, Grandmaster Alfred explained in a subdued tone. According to the regulations of the Secondary Career Alliance, core family slots are limited with a maximum of 5 core families per profession. Hence, there are 35 core families in total here. I see. Wang Teng nodded thoughtfully. Then his gaze flickered with a sudden realization. Do these core families ever change? They do, Grandmaster. Alfred nodded, adding, but it's rare. These core families enjoy absolute advantages. It's impossible to replace them without toppling them, considering the limited slots available. The Secondary Career Alliance headquarters has a mechanism where outsiders can challenge these core families. If victorious, they can replace them. However, if they fail, there will be consequences. These consequences serve to bolster the core families, deterring most from attempting such challenges. I see. Wang Teng's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, though, a few families have been replaced over time. For instance, the Ti family rose to prominence only tens of thousands of years ago. Grandmaster Hua Yuan intervened. Ti family rose to prominence later. Wang Teng exclaimed momentarily, taken aback. Indeed, tens of thousands of years ago, a brilliant secondary profession genius emerged from the Ti family. He challenged one of the slightly weaker culinary families, and surprisingly succeeded, claiming the position of a core family. Grandmaster Alfred remarked with emotion, "That genius is now the ancestor of the Ti family. He must have reached the God realm by now." The God realm? Wang Teng's mind quivered.
God realm. As the name suggests, it transcends the saint level, becoming the pinnacle of existence in the world of secondary professions, revered by the true gods. The Ti family had an ancestor in the God realm. Now thinking about it, although it seemed like he had tricked the Ti family once, in reality the Ti family foundation had only just begun to reveal itself. Although he didn't think much of the Ti brothers, he held no disdain for the Ti family as a whole. For him now, the God realm was still a distant goal. Don't worry about it. We can't even come into contact with such beings. Grandmaster Alfred assumed Wang Teng was concerned about retaliation from the Ti family and reassured him. Even if they were to deal with you, they would only send out your peers. They wouldn't dare to bully the smaller ones unless they want to be mocked by other families. Wang Teng smiled, saying nothing more. He wasn't particularly worried about it. While these core families of secondary professions were undoubtedly powerful, he harbored no fear of them. In truth, the forces behind him now were sufficient to contend with a core family of secondary professions. Yes, these core families of secondary professions still value their reputation and prestige. Grandmaster Hua Yuan concurred. It seems that even the core families of secondary professions are not stable. Wang Teng chuckled, neither confirming nor denying. Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the others couldn't help but feel a bit astonished. Was this guy's focus a bit skewed? They had worried for nothing. Wait a moment, his words, why did they sound like he had something in mind? You don't mean? Grandmaster Alfred swallowed hard, hesitantly asking. What are you thinking? I haven't thought of anything, just made a remark, Wang Teng said, exasperated. Are you sure? Grandmaster Alfred looked skeptical. Of course, Wang Teng nodded earnestly. Let's hope so. Grandmaster Alfred and Grandmaster Hua Yuan exchanged a glance, smiling wryly. There haven't been many families replaced. As far as I know, the core families of runecrafting, alchemy, and forging, these three secondary professions, have never been replaced. They have existed for a very long time. Grandmaster Hua Yuan said, they consciously absorb various excellent bloodlines and continuously cultivate geniuses capable of bearing the rise and fall of the family. Coupled with their unfathomable, profound heritage, they are almost invincible, Grandmaster Alfred sighed. Is that so? Wang Teng's eyes flashed as if he could see terrifying behemoths standing behind the core families of the Secondary Profession Alliance headquarters. At this moment, he gained a deeper understanding of these core families. While other families were manageable, the core families of rune crafting, alchemy, and forging were terrifying, with depths of heritage beyond imagination. As they conversed, the core families of the secondary professions descended one after another. Their seats were positioned at the forefront, almost towering above all other factions. Chapter 258, Genius and Madness hang by a thought, the madness of the championship rewards. 4. The nearly monopolistic position left Wang Teng increasingly astonished. Observing the members of those core families, Wang Teng's gaze suddenly fell upon a particular seat. Gu Luo. His heart stirred, yet he wasn't overly surprised. The Gu Hong territorial domain was an extremely powerful territorial domain. It was one of the top 3 territorial domains among the 136 territorial domains of the human race. It was only natural that talents emerging from such a place couldn't be underestimated. Their prominent seats in previous sessions were entirely justifiable. As if sensing Wang Teng's gaze, Gu Luo, who had been resting with closed eyes in his seat, slowly opened his eyes and looked over. Their gazes met in midair. A faint smile appeared on Gu Luo's face as he nodded towards Wang Teng. I wonder how strong you are. Wang Teng withdrew his gaze, a faint smile playing on his lips. So far he had only witnessed the other's expertise in prospecting, but his mastery in alchemy remained unseen, stirring a profound curiosity within Wang Teng. Whom is your Highness observing? A curious young man inquired beside Gu Luo. I'm observing an intriguing individual, Gu Luo replied casually. If your Highness finds him intriguing, this person must be quite extraordinary. The young man beside Gu Luo glanced towards the rear, his gaze sweeping over Wang Teng, expressing astonishment. Perhaps you will encounter him in the competition,
Guluo glanced at the young man and the people beside him. The talents from the Gu Hong territorial domain were stunned. They didn't know what Guluo meant. But Guluo had already closed his eyes, and naturally they dared not inquire further. As the members of the core families arrived, the square became increasingly lively, with discussions about them never ceasing among the crowd. Time passed slowly at a certain moment, atop the high platform at the forefront of the square. A subtle ripple in space appeared, and dozens of figures materialized from it. Immediately, the crowd noticed their presence, and the surroundings fell silent as if someone had pressed the pause button, all the clamor fading away. This scene was profoundly shocking, for on this square, countless people had gathered, and to silence them all simultaneously was nearly an impossible feat. Yet, without resorting to any means, the mere appearance of those dozens of figures caused all the noise to vanish. Wang Teng raised his head in an instant, his pupils contracting slightly saint level. Almost all on the high platform were at the saint level. Dozens of saints. A staggering glimpse of the Secondary Career Alliance Headquarters Foundation was revealed before Wang Teng. His gaze swept over each figure, but it paused on the three figures in the middle. Just now, to discern the levels of the dozens of figures on the high platform, he had activated his real eye, and with his current mastery of it, he could barely probe the spiritual bodies of saint-level beings. However, upon seeing the three figures in the center, it was as if he had beheld three blindingly bright superstars. He grunted, staggering back 2 steps, involuntarily closing his eyes as 2 trails of blood tears streamed down his face. Wang Teng couldn't help but curse under his breath. Just a few days ago, he had mocked Sang Yi, yet now he found himself enduring a similarly painful lesson, if not worse than Sang Yi's. This was horrifying. Those 3 figures were unquestionably god-level beings. "Are you all right?" Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the others immediately looked over, their concern conveyed through voice transmission. "I'm fine, just a bit uncomfortable in the eyes. I'll be okay after a rest." Wang Teng forcefully suppressed his shock, likewise communicating through voice transmission. "Don't casually probe beings of that level," Grandmaster Hua Yuan reminded him. "And who are those 3? Wang Teng's spiritual power circulated rapidly within his eyes, gradually recovering. Then he opened his eyes, curiosity evident in his voice. "They are the great elders of the Secondary Career Alliance Headquarters, god-level beings, while the others are all elder-level existences." Grandmaster Hua Yuan introduced great elders. Wang Teng was shocked, as expected of a god-level presence. It was his first time encountering god-level beings among the secondary professionals, leaving him deeply shaken. What kind of realm had their spiritual bodies reached, eternal stage, or God stage? Wang Teng didn't even dare to imagine these great elders are the highest-ranking figures within the Secondary Career Alliance headquarters, but there are distinctions among them based on strength, Grandmaster Alfred explained. "There are distinctions among the great elders." Wang Teng exclaimed in surprise. "Yes, but the distinctions among great elders are based on strength. He stronger the individual, the higher their status. This is the simplest and most direct way," Grandmaster Alfred elaborated. Bang! Just then a melodious bell suddenly rang. It was deafening and reverberated in all directions. Even his soul trembled when he heard the bell. Wang Teng's gaze shook, scanning the surroundings, attempting to locate the source of the bell. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find it. It seemed as though the bell sound emanated directly from the void. It is said that within the Holy Land of the Secondary Career Alliance headquarters, there is a hidden tower in the void called the Sacred Tower. It is where the great elders reside, and at the top of the Sacred Tower is a soul suppression bell, a weapon specifically targeting souls. If fully activated, it can obliterate the souls of God-stage beings, Grandmaster Alfred said solemnly. Chapter 2581, Genius and Madness. Hang by a thought the madness of the championship rewards 5 soul suppression bell. Wang Teng was stunned. There was astonishment in his eyes. Fick, it could kill the soul of a God-stage martial warrior. Terrifying.
Wang Teng felt that he had broadened his horizons. The Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters, it was so scary, he wanted to activate his real eye to see where the so-called high tower was. But on second thought, he decided to give up. The lesson just now was still fresh in his mind. His eyes were hurting a little. Stop creating trouble for no reason. Wang Teng deactivated his real eye obediently and remained below as a spectator. Wait, does it mean that if someone activates the soul suppression bell entirely, we will be dead? Suddenly, he thought of something and said vigilantly, "It's not that exaggerated. The soul suppression bell is where the divine-level martial warriors live. It means that there are many divine-level martial warriors guarding it. There shouldn't be any accidents." Grandmaster Hua Yuan was caught between laughter and tears. What was wrong with this fellow's mind? He was always able to think of things other people didn't. Most people would only be astounded by the power of the soul suppression bell. However, very few people would think that they would be killed. After all, that was almost impossible. It was unfounded. Grandmaster Hua Yuan's expression turned strange when he thought about this. How afraid was this guy of death? "I'm just afraid of what might happen." Wang Teng heaved a sigh of relief and pretended to be embarrassed. "Don't worry, nothing will happen. If anything happens to that place, it means that the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters is gone too. Do you think that's possible?" Grandmaster Alfred rolled his eyes. "Ha ha ha ha," Wang Teng laughed awkwardly. "I was just joking." The soul suppression bell gradually stopped ringing. The entire plaza was silent. For some reason it felt solemn. Everyone, an old voice was heard. It wasn't loud, but it resounded in the entire plaza and entered everyone's ears. The person who spoke was an elder in the middle of the platform. He was wearing a purple-black long gown and his face was covered with wrinkles. He looked old, but no one could tell how old he was. He looked ordinary. If he was in a crowd, he would look like a common old man, but no one dared to look down on him. Everyone couldn't help but evade his gaze. They didn't dare to look him in the eye. Even Wang Teng didn't dare to look into his eyes. One more look and he would be sucked in and assimilated by him. This is scary. He took a deep breath. He was flabbergasted. "I'm Dan Chen. I'm the 23rd Great Elder of the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters. I'm a supporter of this exchange event." The elder's gentle and even friendly voice spread out gradually. "Thank you for rushing over from all over the universe to participate in the Exchange Summit, hosted by the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters." The talents from the various factions below didn't show any signs of impatience. They listened attentively. This person was the 23rd Great Elder of the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters. He was one of the most powerful secondary professionals in the universe. No matter how talented they were, they had to treat him with utmost respect. Only the 23rd? Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He was astounded. "I know that everyone came all the way here to display their skills during the exchange event and amaze the world with your feat. Well, let's not waste any time. Just like the previous years, all participants will register their secondary professionals on their wristwatches and proceed with the relevant matches. The content of the matches will appear automatically after you finish your registration. You can check it yourselves." Dan Chen paused for a moment, then he chuckled. "However, I'm sure none of you care about this. You should be more concerned about the rewards for the champion." Everyone got excited when they heard the words champion and rewards. They stared at Dan Chen intently. Dan Chen looked at the expectant gazes of the people below. He didn't leave them hanging and went straight to the point. In this exchange event, the winners of all the secondary career competitions will be given the status of a core member of the Secondary Career Alliance. At that time, not only will you be protected by the Secondary Career Alliance, but you will also be able to enjoy many benefits. I won't say much here. You will know when the time comes. Also, the Secondary Career Alliance headquarters will open the highest scripture in the scripture chamber and let you choose a spiritual cultivation method. This spiritual cultivation method is enough for you to reach the immortal level. As for the top 10, you can enter the scripture chamber and choose a spiritual cultivation scripture that will allow you to reach the saint level. Gasp. The moment he finished speaking, there was an uproar. No one cared about anything else. Spiritual cultivation method that could reach the saint level. Everyone was stunned by the reward. They didn't even have the time to care about the rewards for the top 10. Their eyes were bloodshot, as if a straight man who had been locked up for 10 years had seen a naked beauty. Their breathing became heavy. Chapter 2582, Illusion Heart Pagoda, Wang Teng's Illusion 1. This was an immortal-level spiritual cultivation method. Dan Chen's words caused a huge uproar. Everyone was flabbergasted. Spiritual cultivation methods were extremely rare, not to mention divine-level ones. They were priceless treasures. Even though Wang Teng possessed the mysterious and powerful Buddha's Sutra, he couldn't maintain his composure in front of this divine-level spiritual cultivation method. The temptation was too great. He believed that no secondary professional would be able to reject this reward. Even the top 10 saint-level scriptures were a huge temptation, much less the immortal-level spiritual cultivation method. To a secondary professional, spiritual power was a hard indicator. Without the support of powerful spiritual power, it was impossible to raise the level of one's secondary profession. It might be better in the early stages, but in the later stages, without the help of a certain amount of spiritual power, no matter how talented a secondary professional was, they couldn't make a meal without rice. Of course, spiritual power was a talent too. However, no matter how good your talent was, you needed to work hard. This was related to cultivation. Without the corresponding cultivation method, everything was just empty talk. At this moment, even a formidable martial warrior like Grand Duke Pingtian opened his eyes and stared at the platform in astonishment. The generosity of the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters astounded him. Sigh. Wang Teng took a deep breath and let it out slightly. He gradually calmed down. I didn't expect the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters to be willing to open the highest scriptures in the scripture chamber. Grandmaster Hua Yuan exclaimed. He was astounded. It has never appeared before? Wang Teng asked in surprise. What do you think? That's a divine-level scripture. Even core members don't have the right to read it, Grandmaster Hua Yuan said. This rarely happens, but it's not unprecedented. Is there something different about this year? Grandmaster Alfred frowned and pondered. I didn't hear anything. If something happened, we would have known. Grandmaster Mode shook his head. Maybe there's really something going on? Grandmaster Harald guessed. Forget it, we can't care too much. The elders and the great elders will take care of the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters. It has nothing to do with us. Grandmaster Hua Yuan shook his head. Everyone nodded and kept quiet. Wang Teng's gaze flickered. He was even more determined to get the championship. At first, he just wanted to be a core member. Now, the immortal-level spiritual cultivation method had become a target he couldn't give up. Also, if he took all 7 secondary professions, what would the others think? Originally, there were 7 spots. If he won all of them, the others wouldn't have a chance. It would be interesting. I would be doing a good deed. Wang Teng touched his chin and smiled. After all, this way the Secondary Career Alliance headquarters would only need to give up 1 divine-level spiritual cultivation scripture and not 7. Tisk, he was a good person. Wang Teng wanted to give himself a thumbs up. The great elders on the platform weren't in a hurry to speak. Instead, they smiled and looked down, waiting for everyone to digest this astonishing piece of news. After some time, the commotion died down. Dan Chen finally smiled and said, I've already told you the rewards. Now the exchange event will officially start. Please log in to the Secondary Career Alliance for registration. Everyone looked at the wristwatch on their wrist and started operating it quickly. No one fought with them. However, under the stimulation of the rewards, almost everyone looked as if they were afraid that someone would beat them to it. They wished that they could become the champion immediately. Round Ball helped me to register. Wang Teng smiled and said to Round Ball in his heart, Okay. Round Ball hesitated before asking, Do we really need to apply for all 7 secondary careers? That's right.
Don't miss any of them, Wang Teng said firmly. All right. Round Ball knew that it couldn't change Wang Teng's mind, so it could only help him with 7 secondary careers. The registration process didn't last long. Within a few minutes, everyone had completed their registration. The Secondary Career Alliance headquarters received the registration statistics. These statistics were forwarded to Dan Chen and the others' wristwatches. Huh? Dan Chen scanned the room. A strange emotion flashed past his eyes. His gaze landed on a name. This name caused ripples to appear in his emotions that hadn't fluctuated for many years. He exchanged glances with the other 2 great elders and saw a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. Dan Chen, what do you think about this? The elder on Dan Chen's left opened his mouth and asked. This elder had a strange appearance. He was tall and muscular and was at least 5 meters tall. His body was covered with abyss yellow scales, and he looked majestic and extraordinary. If it wasn't for the vicissitudes of life on his face, others wouldn't think that he was an elder. His name was Tambeli, and he was also one of the great elders in the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters. He was a real immortal-level presence. However, unlike Dan Chen, he was a blacksmith. Chapter 2583, Illusion, Heart, Pagoda. Wang Teng's illusion. 2. This young man is applying for 7 secondary careers at once. This is interesting. Dan Chen's eyes lit up as he chuckled. If he's not a super genius, he's a complete idiot. A calm voice was heard. On Dan Chen's right was a tall and handsome middle-aged man who looked around 40 years old. He had long wavy hair and there were fish fins on his cheeks. There were even many dark green scales covering them. His expression was indifferent, giving people a cold and distant feeling. This was a divine-level rune master called Byers. He was also at the Great Elders' table in the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters. The 3 great elders were attracted by the information in front of them. Let's see what he's capable of. Dan Chen smiled slightly. Besides this fellow, many other people chose 2 or 3 secondary careers at the same time. It looks like there are many people who cultivate multiple professions. However, there are at most 3. No more. Specialization is better than multiple cultivation. No matter how talented you are, once you reach the peak of the Grand Master level, you will understand the benefits of specialization. They will give up in the end. Haven't we seen enough people like them over the years? Byers said calmly. You can't say that, after all. There are people who succeeded. A glint appeared in Tambeli's eyes as he snickered. Very few people succeed. Byers snorted after a moment of silence. I'm very curious. How far can the young man who signed up for 7 secondary careers go? Dan Chen chuckled. Do you think he has the ability? Tambeli asked. I'm just curious, Dan Chen smiled. After all, such people haven't appeared in a long time. I hope he won't disappoint me. Also, he's the owner of the God Stage Prodigy contract of the Virtual Universe Corporation. I don't believe that a talent like him will have no sense of what's good for him. The owner of the God Stage Prodigy contract from the Virtual Universe Corporation. Byers' eyes shimmered as he glanced at Dan Chen. His gaze landed on the name again. Wang Teng. He started to look at Wang Teng in the eye. This guy must be extraordinary to be able to get the God Stage Prodigy contract from the Virtual Universe Corporation, whether it was martial arts or secondary careers. It looks like this exchange event will be very interesting. I wonder how the talents from the core families will feel if they know about this anomaly. Tambeli glanced at Dan Chen and smiled. That's for the younger generations to consider. Dan Chen smiled. Dan was one of the 5 core families of alchemy. As a saint-level martial warrior, he was already an ancestor. He wouldn't interfere in the affairs of the younger generations. Are you sure you don't mind? If your Dan family's talent is surpassed, you will be embarrassed too, right? Byers asked. At that time, as a core family, you won't have any face left, Tambeli teased with a smile. If he can surpass the talents of the Dan family, he can probably surpass the talents of the other families. I really want to see such a talent appear. Dan Chen shook his head when he heard their teasing. He didn't know if he should laugh or cry, he continued. This is a good thing for the Secondary Career Alliance. The two immortal-level martial warriors were stunned for a moment, then they nodded. Their vision was no longer on the same level as the core families. If there was someone who surpassed them, they would be happy. The registration has ended. Dan Chen didn't say anything else. He turned serious, and his voice was heard abruptly. Now the first round of screening will start, challenging the Illusion Heart Pagoda. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand, and the space in the sky started distorting on a large scale. Then, a huge tower gradually appeared. It was like a gigantic spacecraft flying out from the void. It appeared in front of everyone in a shocking manner. It's huge! Wang Teng looked up in astonishment. The pagoda looked huge. It floated in the air and cast a shadow at the bottom that seemed to block the entire area. Everyone Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the others thought that Wang Teng would be astounded when he saw the pagoda, but he just felt that it was huge. What kind of train of thought was this? This pagoda is called the Illusion Heart Pagoda. It's a special cultivation place in the Secondary Career Alliance headquarters to test one's spiritual realm, Grandmaster Alfred explained. Spiritual realm test. Wang Teng was stunned. That's right. The Illusion Heart Pagoda is very magical. It will create an illusion based on everyone's mind. If your spirit isn't strong enough, you won't be able to break free. That way, you will be able to test the spirit of your secondary career. Some Grandmasters might have reached the requirements, but if their spirit isn't strong enough, their foundations won't be solid. The Illusion Heart Pagoda is used to push these people out, Grandmaster Alfred said. It can create illusions based on everyone's heart. This is similar to my spiritual illusion. Wang Teng's eyes shimmered. He nodded and asked, Did you say that it's a cultivation ground? Although the Illusion Heart Pagoda is used for testing, it's actually a cultivation venue. If you experience illusions inside frequently, your spiritual realm will rise quickly, Grandmaster Alfred said with a smile. Chapter 2584. Illusion Heart Pagoda. Wang Teng's Illusion 3. This is a good place. Wang Teng's eyes shimmered. He didn't expect the Secondary Career Alliance headquarters to have such a magical place for cultivation. He was confident in his spirit, so he wasn't worried. What he was thinking was what benefits he could get from it. There are 13 levels in the Illusion Heart Pagoda. If you pass the third level, you will win. You can proceed to the next round. Of course, your performance in the Illusion Heart Pagoda will be used as a reference for your ranking. For instance, if two people manage to make pills of the same grade, the person who passes the highest number of levels in the Illusion Heart Pagoda will be the champion. Dan Chen remained calm. He scanned the faces of the people below. The expressions of the people who didn't care at first changed slightly when they heard the last sentence. Competitiveness appeared on their faces. At first, when they knew that they only needed to clear 3 levels of the Illusion Heart Pagoda, many people felt relaxed. They were no strangers to the Illusion Heart Pagoda. They knew that if their spirit was strong enough, they would be able to clear the first 3 levels. They just needed to pass, and they would be able to enter the next round. There was no need to spend so much effort to fight for first place. The real competition was at the back. It was better to preserve their strength first and release it at the back. Also, it wouldn't be a good thing if other people knew their true ability. However, when they heard that the number of levels they cleared would be used as a reference for the final ranking, they couldn't remain calm anymore. This mountain was relentless. This was a drastic measure. They couldn't ignore it. They had to fight for it. Just in case, they must try their best, no matter what. All secondary professionals must pass the Illusion Heart Pagoda. If not, you will be considered to have forfeited. Now everyone enter the Illusion Heart Pagoda. Dan Chen smiled when he saw everyone's expression. He immediately announced the start of the match. Crack! An irritating sound came from the Illusion Heart Pagoda. The thick and heavy gate on the first floor of the Illusion Heart Pagoda opened gradually. After the door opened, a gray circular hole that looked like a whirlpool appeared. It spun slowly, and the scene behind it couldn't be seen clearly. Boom!
The next instant, violent explosions occurred in the plaza. In the plaza below, numerous figures soared into the sky like dense black dots, heading straight for the gate. The Illusion Heart Pagoda stood erected in the air like a lofty mountain. The people rushing towards the Illusion Heart Pagoda were like ants. Many figures entered the gray whirlpool at the entrance of the Illusion Heart Pagoda and disappeared on the spot. Wang Teng wasn't in a hurry to move. He stood on the spot and watched everyone enter one by one. The core family members didn't move either. They remained calm and allowed the others to leave first. They were like spectators watching a show. Wang Teng got even more impatient when he saw this scene. If the core family members weren't anxious, why should he be? After some time, Gabriel couldn't wait any longer and got up. He glanced at Wang Teng and sneered. Then he turned into a beam of light and soared into the sky. "Let's go," Xie Jia, Luo Tang, and the other grandmasters couldn't help but open their mouths when they saw this scene. "You can leave first," Wang Teng said. "Aren't you coming?" Grandmaster Susanna asked. "I'm not in a hurry. Let's wait and see," Wang Teng said. "All right, we'll make a move first." Grandmaster Susanna and the others flew into the sky and rushed towards the door of the Illusion Heart Pagoda. Wang Teng waited for a while and saw Gu Luo flying towards the Illusion Heart Pagoda. Then the core family members got up one after another and dashed out like rays of light. He didn't wait any longer. He took a step out and flew into the sky. Grandmaster Wang Teng. Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the other grandmasters shouted. Wang Teng paused for a moment and stood in midair. He turned around and glanced at everyone. "We'll leave it to you, Grandmaster," Hua Yuan and the others said solemnly. Wang Teng nodded. He turned into a ray of light and dashed towards the gray whirlpool at the entrance of the Illusion Heart Pagoda. He disappeared in front of everyone in an instant. "I hope that he can bring glory to the great Qian Empire's secondary career alliance." Grandmaster Hua Yuan looked at Wang Teng's back view as he spoke. "Trust him," Grandmaster Alfred said. "That's right. Since we placed our hopes on him, we should believe in him," Grandmaster Harrell said. Half of the people in the plaza were gone. Only those who didn't participate were left. They looked at the Illusion Heart Pagoda in the sky and started discussing in low voices. Everyone was extremely curious. Who would be the final winner of this first match? Some talent from a core family? Or a dark horse from another faction? Anything was possible. This was the charm of the exchange event. There were too many talents. Even the core families couldn't guarantee that the talents from their families would become the final winner, much less other people. On the high platform, Dan Chen, Tambelli, and Byers sat down. The other Saint-level secondary professionals sat down too and looked at the Illusion Heart Pagoda in the sky with interest. In order to show fairness, all the rankings will be displayed on the screen in time for everyone to see. I hope that everyone will supervise it together. Dan Chen waved his hand, and a huge screen appeared in front of everyone. It was right in front of the Illusion Heart Pagoda. The screen was still empty. The corresponding ranking would only appear after someone succeeded. Chapter 2585, Illusion Heart Pagoda. Wang Teng's Illusion 4. The instant he entered the gray whirlpool at the entrance of the Illusion Heart Pagoda, Wang Teng felt as if he had stepped through a dimensional rift. There was a slight distortion in the space around him. Then, his vision turned upside down and he appeared in a strange space. Wang Teng immediately looked around him. He was stunned for a moment. He saw that he was surrounded by a large amount of colorful gas. The visibility was only a few meters, and there were still distortions in space as far as he could see. This place. He frowned and activated his real eye, wanting to see further. With the help of his real eye, his eyes gave off a faint golden glow which looked divine. The colorful mist couldn't resist his gaze anymore. "Huh." A soft exclamation came out of his mouth. Attribute bubbles. Numerous attribute bubbles were scattered in the colorful mist. Good Lord, so many, Wang Teng was elated. Before he came in, he was already wondering what benefits the Illusion Heart Pagoda would give him. He didn't expect to encounter so many attribute bubbles the moment he entered. The surprise came a little too quickly. Pick up. He released his spiritual kinesis without any hesitation
and picked up the attribute bubbles. Space 10, Space 15, Cosmos Realm Spirit 200, Cosmos Realm Spirit 200, time 1, time 2. The attribute bubbles merged into Wang Teng's body. He was stunned. Why are there time attributes here? He frowned and looked around him in disbelief. While he saw the distorted space, there shouldn't be time attributes, right, based on his guess. The illusion of this space must have affected the surrounding space, causing it to distort. That was why some space attributes appeared. He glanced at the attributes board and was stunned once again. His attributes didn't increase. He picked up many attribute bubbles, but the attributes on his attributes board didn't. It was all right if his Cosmos Realm Spirit didn't increase. After all, it had reached the perfected stage and couldn't increase. For now, however, there was a huge room for improvement in his space and time attributes. How could it not increase? This didn't make sense. It wasn't right at all. Wang Teng's frown got deeper. Many thoughts went through his mind. Suddenly a ray of white light flashed past his mind. In an instant, Wang Teng understood and cursed uncontrollably. He fell into the trap. He was caught between laughter and tears. He didn't expect this illusion to work on his picking up attributes. The attribute bubbles were all illusions. No wonder his attributes board didn't change. There's indeed something strange about this illusion. Is it reflecting the greatest desire in my heart? Wang Teng's eyes shimmered. He was surprised. If the illusion didn't affect the attributes board, he might have been immersed in it for some time. He wouldn't have found the loophole so quickly. This illusion was used to affect one's heart, displaying what one yearned for the most. What one could see depended on oneself. That way, only the person could see the content of the illusion. Outsiders wouldn't know what the challenger saw in the illusion. If outsiders knew about his weakness, he would be dead. That was why the illusion heart pagoda was so divine. When it was created, it took into consideration the privacy of the challenger. Wang Teng wondered who created the illusion heart pagoda. Wang Teng shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Suddenly, his expression froze. Is this my greatest desire? His pupils constricted as he stood on the spot in a daze. He didn't move for a long time. There was a hint of struggle on his face. He stood there for half an hour. The outside world was already in an uproar. Look, the talent of the Li family, Li Yan, has reached the 4th level. Fast, as expected of a talent from a core family. It's not just the Li family. There are also a few talents who have reached the 4th level. For instance, Fleur from the Yavis family and Kuba from the Savage Hammer family. They should be in the 1st tier. It's still too early to talk about this. Some people are fast at first, but not necessarily fast later. It depends on what they experience in the illusion. That's right. Everyone sees different things in the illusion. Some people might be able to walk out quickly, while others might need some time. I really want to know what these talents saw in the illusion. Could it be, he? Every man will understand. A man will see those things, but a woman won't, right? Who knows? Within half an hour, many talented secondary professionals had cleared the first 2 levels of the Illusion Heart Pagoda and reached the 3rd level. Some of them had already entered the 4th level and were ahead of everyone. Some people couldn't pass the 2nd level. No matter how hard they tried, no one knew what they went through before they were eliminated. After they came out, all of them looked dejected. No one was willing to answer questions about what they saw inside. As the competition progressed, the plaza got livelier. Everyone looked at the ranking on the screen and started discussing. Suddenly, someone noticed something and exclaimed, "Look, there's one person who's still on the 1st level. A single drop of water caused 1,000 ripples. As long as one person noticed it, the others would notice it too. In an instant, almost everyone in the plaza saw the name Wang Teng. How did this happen? Grandmaster Alfred, Grandmaster Hua Yuan, and Grandmaster Alfred were flabbergasted. They glanced at one another in disbelief. They had high hopes for Wang Teng. Who would have thought that he would encounter such a predicament in the Illusion Heart Pagoda? This was out of everyone's expectation. The other people from the great Qian Empire had different expressions on their faces when they saw this result. Some shook their heads in disappointment, some were puzzled, and some were gloating. I knew that he is unreliable. Do you believe me now? The furious flaming universe lord from the Parkers family sneered. It's too early to say this. Wang Teng hasn't been eliminated. Grandmaster Hua Yuan couldn't help but said, he can't even pass the first level, much less the later levels. He will be eliminated sooner or later. The furious flaming universe lord said. It's indeed disappointing. I thought that this brat would be able to pass the first level at the very least. I didn't expect him to stop here. The flaming Phoenix Universe Lord shook his head and said, Grand Duke Pingtian frowned. Was this all the ability of the black-haired young man who proudly participated in all the 7 secondary career competitions? He couldn't even pass the first round. Participating in the 7 secondary career competitions was a joke. Could it be that the Parkers family was right? He was just playing to the gallery. If that was the case, it would be disappointing. Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the others didn't look good. They kept quiet and stared intently at the screen in the sky. Chapter 2586, Illusion Heart Scripture. The terrifying second level. Bone Drawing 1. The first level of the Illusion Heart. Pagoda Wang Teng stood on the spot without moving. More than an hour had passed. The internal space was huge. Or maybe there were some barriers, so no one came to disturb him until now. Wang Teng didn't know what was happening outside either. At this moment he was experiencing a spiritual cleansing. Actually, he had already escaped from the illusion. He was in this state because picking up attributes played an important role in his martial arts career. That was why he couldn't calm down for a long time. All kinds of images flashed through his mind. He turned everything into his understanding of life. It was no longer a dependence he couldn't give up. Sigh. At a certain moment, he let out a long sigh. His gaze turned clear. I didn't expect that even though I've been warning myself not to rely too much on picking up attributes, I still gained a sense of dependence in the deepest part of my heart. Wang Teng remained calm. A faint smile appeared on his face as if he was stating something that had nothing to do with him. This illusion was of great help to him at first. He felt that he was prepared. Even if the system disappeared one day, he could rely on his own strength to become a formidable warrior. This was psychological preparation, but now he realized that in the past he had unknowingly developed a sense of reliance. This reliance might become his fatal flaw at an important moment. Fortunately, he discovered the problem in time so he could face this reliance directly and not pretend that he didn't see it. After experiencing the illusion, he didn't get rid of this sense of dependence. Instead, it made his heart stronger. After experiencing the baptism, his spirit had improved tremendously. This wasn't about level or realm. It was a profound enlightenment. Suddenly, Wang Teng felt that his spirit at the peak of the cosmos stage was starting to loosen a little. A sharp glint appeared in his eyes. He was in disbelief. No matter how many spirit attribute bubbles he picked up, the impenetrable heaven realm barrier didn't budge yet. After experiencing an illusion, such a change occurred. He raised his head abruptly and looked up. If he experienced a few more layers of spiritual illusion, would he be able to break through the barrier of the heaven realm? The thought appeared in his mind and he couldn't dispel it. Wang Teng took a deep breath. There was a sharp glint in his eyes. He stepped on the ground and walked forward. The colorful mist dispersed automatically and attribute bubbles appeared. Wang Teng was stunned. He released his spiritual kinesis calmly, without any hesitation, and picked them up. He was picking up attribute bubbles, but he was exceptionally calm. It was as if he was just eating and drinking. It was like a man who had seen all kinds of girls and could finally face his goddess calmly. Just 2 boobs and 1 ass. What was the difference? The only difference was his mentality. This time, the attribute bubbles in front of him weren't an illusion. They were real. Illusion Heart Scripture. 300 Illusion Heart Scripture. 200 Illusion Heart Scripture. 350. Cosmos Realm, Spirit, 200.
Cosmos Realm Spirit 300. The attribute bubbles merged into Wang Teng's mind and turned into strange enlightenment fragments. They merged into his memory. Divine Illusion Scripture. Wang Teng's eyes were filled with happiness. It was a spiritual illusion battle technique. It contained a cultivation method and attacking methods, and it was at the eternal level. It was much higher than the spiritual illusion. He had illusion heart scripture, eternal level. 850 5000 foundation. Wang Teng glanced at his attributes board. He felt that he had changed from a bird gun to a cannon. He changed the spirit penetration to the soul devour arrow and the spiritual illusion to the illusion heart scripture. As Wang Teng's ability level increased, these spiritual battle techniques wouldn't be able to catch up with him if he didn't upgrade them. The illusion heart scripture in front of him was an eternal level battle technique. It could at least last until Wang Teng reached the eternal level. However, I'm only at the foundation stage. I need to continue improving. Wang Teng stepped forward without stopping. Gradually, he turned into a beam of light and cut through the colorful mist. He absorbed all the attribute bubbles and used them to improve his illusion heart scripture. There were also many Cosmos Realm spirit attributes. At first, Wang Teng didn't care, but now that the Heaven Realm spirit barrier had loosened, he had to absorb spirit attributes as much as he could in hopes of achieving a breakthrough in the Illusion Heart Pagoda. Wang Teng didn't know how big the first floor of the Illusion Heart Pagoda was. He ran for a long time and picked up all the attribute bubbles. His Illusion Heart Scripture attribute had reached its limit too. It stopped increasing. Illusion Heart Scripture. Eternal level 315 50,000. Foundation. It looks like this is the limit of the first level. Wang Teng glanced at the attributes board and gave up the idea of picking up more attribute bubbles. He pondered and said, I wonder where the entrance to the second level is. He scanned the sky. Then he had a sudden thought and flew up. There was a layer of mist floating above him, just like the sky here. As he dashed through the mist, he immediately appeared in another space. Chapter 2587. Illusion Heart Scripture. The terrifying second level. Bone drawing. 2. I see. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He was enlightened. If he was trapped in the illusion, he wouldn't be able to pass through the mist and enter the second level. But once he got rid of the illusion, he would be able to enter the second level naturally. At this moment, Wang Teng didn't think too much. He glanced around him curiously and even with anticipation. What kind of illusion would appear on the second level? Come, let there be more illusions. The more illusions, the faster his improvement. As if sensing Wang Teng's strong desire, the second layer of illusion suddenly changed. The colorful mist around them suddenly turned alluringly pink. Graceful and enchanting figures walked out from the mist. Wang Teng was stunned when he saw these figures. His expression changed slightly, and his gaze turned strange. Cao Jiao Jiao, Leng Qianshui, Tu Shaoba, Yue Qiang Shui, Tu Shaoba, Yue Qiao, as each figure walked out. Wang Teng's expression turned strange. Moira, Olivia, Peggy, Feria, Shozhang Taiyun, Yizhang Xinnuo, Tongyan, Tongya, Zhulang Shuang. All the beauties that Wang Teng had seen, whether they were from the human race, the rabbit race, or the fox race, all of them appeared in front of him at this moment. They were wearing thin clothes, and their delicate figures could be seen faintly underneath. It made people's blood boil. Most importantly, there were all kinds of beauties. Some were fat, some were thin, some were big, some were perky, some had a youthful face, some had long legs, some were mature. Some were big, some were cold, some were delicate, some were proud like white swans, and some were seductive. Almost none of them was the same. They all had their own uniqueness. If they weren't all displayed here, Wang Teng wouldn't know that he had seen so many types of beauties. Seriously, his face felt a little hot lie, had never seen such a scene before. It was too exhilarating, it was too sarcastic. Wang Teng thought to himself seriously. He despised this illusion. If these beauties knew that he harassed them, they would tear down the Illusion Heart Pagoda. Wait? Fuck. Am I that kind of person? Wang Teng suddenly reacted. His face turned black. Was this illusion looking down on him as an upright, ethical, and devoted martial warrior from the new universe? He wasn't that kind of person. Impossible. Absolutely marsh-impossible. Wang Teng glared at the girls before closing his eyes. Break. The next instant he opened his eyes abruptly as if he had seen through the secular world. There was no emotions in his eyes, however, the beauties continued to exist. They ignored him and swayed their bodies as they walked over slowly. There were even new figures appearing in the mist. Wang Teng. Fuck, what the hell is going on? Didn't he see through the illusion? Why hadn't these beauties disappeared? Why were there new figures? This doesn't make sense. Wang Teng widened his eyes in surprise. A lady wearing a black feather overcoat appeared. She had purple curly hair and her eyes were pitch black. She sat on a throne with a majestic aura. There was a devilish glint in her eyes. Come on. However, this presence was lying sideways on the throne. She crossed her fair legs and stretched them out from the black feather overcoat. She pulled the front of her chest with one hand. The space inside seemed empty. For a moment, a beautiful and majestic aura merged together and surged towards Wang Teng. If it was a normal person, they would have pounced on her. Black incubus devil lord. Wang Teng cursed. Wasn't this the dark apparition he met in the Xingwu continent? It didn't even let go of the dark apparition's illusion heart pagoda. You're inhumane. Wang Teng knew what the black incubus devil lord looked like after she transformed, but she was still in her human form. Lai couldn't associate her with her transformed appearance. Lai had to admit that the black incubus devil lord wasn't the strongest, but she was special and beautiful. No dark apparition could be compared to her. The moment this thought appeared in his mind, a sea of blood appeared on the other side, and an enchanting figure gradually appeared. She was wearing a light red shawl dress, and her body was perfect. Eyler, long blood-red hair fell on her chest, and she gave off a sweet and mesmerizing aura, Bloodslayer Princess Euphelia. Wang Teng was astounded. This talented vampire lady he met on the No 29 defense planet appeared here in this manner. Don't you want to fight with me again? The Bloodslayer Princess hooked her finger at Wang Teng. The sea of blood churned slightly, and the blood swirled around her. It was an indescribable temptation. Fight? Wang Teng's expression turned strange. How do you want to fight? Wait, this was fake. It was all fake. Wang Teng shook his head violently. He suddenly felt that he couldn't handle it anymore. Who could deal with this? At this moment, a holy white light shimmered in the sky. A huge tree swayed and scattered countless droplets of light. A beautiful and holy figure appeared. Tree of Radiance Master? Come and conquer me. Didn't you always want my light sap? She walked out of the tree like a fairy in the tree. She looked holy. Chapter 2588. Illusion Heart Scripture. The Terrifying Second Level. Bone Drawing 3. Wait, you're just a tree. Why are you joining in the fun? Wang Teng was speechless. I'm just a tree, but I can squeeze juice out of myself. The holy lady gave a seductive look. She placed one hand beside her mouth and licked it gently. Wang Teng shuddered when he saw this scene. He almost disarmed himself and surrendered. This was against the rules. Break Wang Teng couldn't stand it anymore. He felt that if this continued, he might die here. His legs felt a little weak when he saw so many beauties walking towards him. However, the illusion didn't stop. A few more figures walked out of the mist. Little Chinger, Kang Yu. The two figures were dressed in light shawls. They swayed slowly. These were the real beauties. The upper half of their bodies was human, while the lower half was snake. They were both beautiful. However, one was young and the other mature. This was a stark contrast. Wang Teng gasped. He couldn't take it anymore. The next instant, another figure walked out. Lin Chuhan. Wang Teng shuddered. This was outrageous. Linchuchia, feek. I'm not that kind of person." Wang Teng shouted uncontrollably. The golden glow in his eyes increased exponentially, and he activated his real eye. He wanted to use this method to see through the illusion. Dan Taixuan, another figure, appeared. She was wearing battle armor and had black hair. She was a peerless beauty and looked like an immortal warrior. However, her battle armor was falling off one piece after another, revealing her perfect figure below. "F!" Wang Teng cursed instantly. "Don't come over!" Ha 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 ha! Bell-like laughter came from all directions. The figures arrived in front of Wang Teng and engulfed him. Wang Teng wanted to struggle. He knew that this was an illusion, but he suddenly realized that he couldn't move his body. The force in his body seemed to have disappeared, too. He couldn't resist these beauties. He was flabbergasted and found it unbelievable. This illusion was too real. Everything seemed real. He couldn't find a breakthrough point. No, wait. This isn't right. It's not like that. Voices kept ringing in Wang Teng's mind. He struggled to get up from the pile of beauties and sat down cross-legged with his eyes closed. Heart of tranquility, heart of tranquility, heart of tranquility. He repeated this countless times in his heart to calm down and resist the temptation of the outside world. However, his body still started to react uncontrollably. Fair hands caressed all parts of his body, arousing his emotions like ants crawling on the ground. The seductive sounds echoed in his ears. Warm air landed on his face and ears, causing the temperature of his body to rise uncontrollably. Phew! Good! Suddenly he shuddered. A familiar yet unfamiliar feeling surged into his heart. He felt like a small boat floating in the water. Gasp! Wang Teng gasped. Who was it? How audacious! But he didn't dare to open his eyes. He was afraid that if he did, he would fall into the illusion. He knew that this was an illusion, but he couldn't resist it. This was the scary part. The power of the illusion heart pagoda exceeded Wang Teng's imagination. He felt that he was slapped in the face. What did he say before he came in? He thought that he could pass the test easily, but this was the result. He didn't know where to cry. Outside, Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the others heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Wang Teng entering the second floor. However, before they could feel happy, they realized that Wang Teng had stayed on the second floor for a longer time. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. What's going on? Grandmaster Hua Yuan gave a bitter smile. The illusion heart pagoda shouldn't be a problem for Grandmaster Wang Teng. Don't worry. Grandmaster Wang Teng might be playing inside. Grandmaster Alfred consoled him. You know him well. He never plays by the book. Have you forgotten his performance during the League of Talents? Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the others were stunned for a moment. Then they nodded doubtfully and said, maybe. On the other side, the furious Flaming Universe Lord and the others didn't look good. They thought that Wang Teng was stuck on the first floor, but he entered the second floor immediately. Fortunately, it looked like he was stuck on the second floor again. Based on his performance, passing the third floor would be harder than others. On the high platform, Great Elder Dan Chen and the others noticed Wang Teng's movement and were surprised. Why did this little fellow spend so much time on the first and second floor? Great Elder Tambeli asked in surprise. It's indeed a little strange. The first and second levels shouldn't be difficult for a Grandmaster, since he has the courage to register for the 7 secondary career competitions. He must have some ability. However, it has been a long time, much longer than it would have taken an ordinary person. Great Elder. Dan Chen frowned and said, Could it be? Great Elder Byers hesitated. What? Great Elder Dan Chen asked. There's one possibility. His spirit is stronger than a normal person's. Great Elder Byers' eyes were shimmering with a strange light. He pondered for a moment and said, I remember that there's a story in the illusion Heart Pagoda. If someone's spiritual power is too strong, they will suffer illusions that exceed that of a normal person. It won't be easy to break through. If his spirit has reached the limit, he didn't continue, but the 2 great elders understood what he meant. Chapter 2589, Illusion Heart Scripture, the terrifying second level. Bone drawing. 4. If he reached the limit, the illusion of the illusion heart pagoda would be unimaginably powerful, including the first and second levels. Well, a glimmer appeared in Great Elder Dan Shen's eyes. He nodded in deep thought and said, "What you said is indeed a possibility. Is this young man's spiritual power really different from a normal person?" It's easier said than done. We have been in the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters for many years, but we have never seen anyone who can raise his spirit to the limit. Great Elder Tambeli shook his head and lamented. If you want to raise your spirit to the limit, you need to raise your origin of soul to the limit. Raising your origin of soul is harder than climbing the sky. That young man is just a cosmos stage martial warrior. It's extremely difficult for him to raise his origin of soul. Great Elders nodded. Never mind. Let's continue watching and see how far he can go. Great Elder Dan Chen said. Wang Teng rose to the second level.
Tisk, I thought that he would be the only one who got eliminated on the first level. That would be a record. What a pity. You're too cheeky. How can you hope that he will be eliminated in the first level? Is this fellow a good for nothing? It's embarrassing for him to participate in the exchange event with this expertise. He has entered the second level.
We can't talk about him like this. It won't be too late to wait for him to be eliminated. Many people in the plaza were paying attention to Wang Teng. They couldn't help but start discussing. None of them had high hopes for him. Many people in the core family seats noticed this scene too, however they just shook their heads and stopped paying attention to it. Only the Sang family, the Le family, and the Tai family, who were more familiar with Wang Teng, were surprised. That black-haired young man should be better than this, right? Lepan and Sang Ji exchanged glances and saw a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. It looks like Wang Teng isn't that powerful? The family head of the Tai family, Tai Huai, thought to himself. My family got tricked by this piece of trash. Ti Long snorted. His gaze turned sinister. He didn't forget what happened that day. He got threatened in front of so many people and even had to compensate 30,000 chaos coins. The Ti family was humiliated. Many people in the core families were laughing at them. They treated what happened that day as a joke. Unfortunately, the Ti Jing brothers were still in the Illusion Heart Pagoda. If not, they would be happy to see this scene. On the second floor of the Illusion Heart Pagoda, Wang Teng sat cross-legged on the ground with a frown. His body seemed to have been emptied. He had done it too many times. It was as if his bones and marrow were sucked out. He felt like a Buddha. He had never done it in real life yet. He didn't expect to experience it multiple times in this illusion. Suddenly, he wanted to cry. Tears welled up in her eyes. This is too scary. Wang Teng felt that he was going to be traumatized. Would he be ruined in the future? He didn't dare to think about it. Although he was exhausted and couldn't leave, he didn't give up. He continued searching for a way out. Time passed slowly. Suddenly, he realized that the feeling outside had disappeared. The feeling of being squeezed dry had disappeared too. Wang Teng was stunned. He turned vigilant. What was going on? Why did that feeling disappear suddenly? Something wasn't right. Were they going to unleash their ultimate move? Many thoughts went through his mind, but after waiting for a long time, nothing abnormal happened. Wang Teng finally couldn't help but open his eyes. They disappeared. All the beauties disappeared as if they had never appeared. What's going on? Wang Teng was stunned. They came and disappeared without any warning. Did they ask him beforehand? But in the end, he heaved a sigh of relief. Then he felt a sense of loss. Did he resist the temptation and pass the test of the illusion? After all, he didn't do anything. Chapter 2590. Fire, Ice, Lightning, 30 times of pain, 1, on the second floor of the Illusion Heart Pagoda. Wang Teng didn't know if he had passed the second level. He heaved a sigh of relief when he saw all the beauties disappearing. He didn't expect that one day. He would be so afraid of ladies. How scary. How sad. This was the humiliation of his life. Honestly, he didn't know if he could pass this illusion test. The scene from before was still vivid in his mind.
The feeling of being unable to resist and having to bear with it silently wasn't a good experience for a man. Of course, he could resist, but once he did, he would be playing into the hands of the illusion heart pagoda. He wouldn't be able to pull himself out. As the wise had said, if you couldn't resist, you could lie flat. But it was too much. It was too much. 1 or 2 was still all right. Why don't you try a few dozen? Fortunately, everything seemed to have ended. Then he tried to stand up and suddenly stumbled. There was a sense of emptiness in his soul. Wang Teng's expression changed slightly. He hurriedly checked his body and soul. Not bad, not bad. His soul only felt a little tired. He almost thought that his body had been drained. The illusion was too real. Every feeling and sound was so real, it was impossible to differentiate them. Hence, it was true that he was afraid of getting drained. That would be frustrating. He hadn't even done anything. How could he be drained after confirming that he was fine? Wang Teng glanced around him. Suddenly, he was stunned. Attribute bubbles. They appeared again. Wang Teng wasn't in a hurry to pick up the attribute bubbles. After experiencing the first level of the illusion, he remained calm in front of these attribute bubbles. At this moment, an idea popped into his mind. Didn't it mean that the illusion had ended? He blinked and released his spiritual kinesis. He picked up all the attribute bubbles. Illusion, Heart, Scripture, 360. Illusion, Heart, Scripture, 50-100. Cosmos, Realm, Spirit, 450. Cosmos, Realm, Spirit, 400. Illusion, Heart, Scripture, 32A. The attribute bubbles gathered together and merged into Wang Teng's mind. They turned into enlightenment. Wang Teng's understanding of the illusion heart scripture rose exponentially after some time. He felt that his understanding of the illusion heart scripture had reached a new level. His mind was cleared up. He understood many things that he didn't understand before. Illusion heart scripture. Eternal level. 1200, 10,000. Well versed. Wang Teng looked at the attributes board. The illusion heart scripture had advanced from the foundation stage to the well-versed stage. His speed was amazing. I wonder how long has it been, he wondered to himself. He had no concept of time in the illusion, so he didn't know how long he had been there. Actually, he had stayed on the second level for 3 days and 3 nights. That meant that he had been squeezed dry for 3 days and 3 nights. Wang Teng didn't know about this. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Since there were attribute bubbles, he must have passed the second level. Even his heaven realm's spiritual barrier seemed to have loosened a little. This was the best evidence. Wang Teng felt a breakthrough when he was absorbing the spirit attributes. He didn't feel this way when he was absorbing the spirit attributes before. However, after experiencing the illusions, he felt a sense of breakthrough after absorbing a lot of spirit attributes. This time, the feeling was 10 times clearer again. Wang Teng's gaze flickered. He felt more and more delighted. He raised his head and looked up. Then he soared into the sky. He had already picked up all the attribute bubbles on the second floor. There was nothing to stay for. He left this sad place and entered the 3rd floor outside. After Wang Teng stayed on the 2nd floor for 3 days and 3 nights, most people had already walked out of the Illusion Heart Pagoda. Most people stopped at the 3rd level. This seemed to be a divider. However, passing the 3rd level was enough for them to enter the next round. A small portion of them had reached the 4th level. There were 580 people in total. There were many talents from different factions in the universe. It was normal for more than 500 of them to enter the 4th level. There were also some who had reached the 5th level. There were 230 of them, and many of them were from the core families. There were more than 60 people who had reached the 6th level. More than 60 people have reached the 6th level of the Illusion Heart Pagoda. This year's participants are not bad, but they are all eliminated on the 7th level. No one can pass the 7th level. Great Elder Tambeli looked at the results on the screen and said, 6th level is the limit of the Grand Master level. In the past few exchanges, there might not be a talent who managed to reach the 7th level. We can't ask for too much. The rest will depend on their mastery of their secondary careers. Great Elder Dan Chen said.
We are hosting this year, so we hope that there will be some special talents." Great Elder Tambeli smiled and replied, "That's true." Great Elder Dan Chen smiled and nodded. If a peerless talent appeared during the exchange event, they would have many hidden benefits. Most of the people who entered the 6th level are talents in smithery, runes, and alchemy. The other talents are slightly inferior. Great Elder's buyer's eyes lit up. He seemed to have discovered something. Chapter 2591. Fire, Ice, Lightning, 30 times of pain. 2. The other secondary careers don't have as strict a requirement for spirit as these 3. Naturally, they're weaker, Great Elder, Dan Chen said. The other 2 Great Elders nodded. They understood this logic and didn't find it strange. Anyway, why is that little fellow still on the 2nd level? He took too much time. Great Elder's buyers frowned as he looked at the screen in the sky. 3 days and 3 nights. That's a little long. Great Elder Dan Chen nodded with a strange expression. After 3 days and 3 nights, only the talents who had reached the 5th and 6th level were left. They were the minority. Most of them had already come out of the Illusion Heart Pagoda. There was no one on the 3rd or 4th floor. This meant that the first 3 levels weren't difficult for Grandmasters, but even in this situation, there was still someone on the 2nd floor. This was a stark contrast. This person was like a firefly in the night. He was exceptionally conspicuous and out of place. What is Wang Teng doing? That's right, 3 days and 3 nights, and he's still on the 2nd floor. This is unbelievable. He must be a talent to be able to stay on the 2nd floor for such a long time. He's the only person who had such a difficult time in the first 3 levels of the Illusion Heart Pagoda. He will probably stop at the 2nd level. Everyone looked at the name on the screen and started discussing fervently. Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the others didn't look good. They were extremely anxious. Watching Grandmaster Wang Teng challenging the Illusion Heart Pagoda was a torture. They couldn't stand the stimulation in their old age. The furious flaming universe lord glanced at them and sneered. There was mockery in his eyes. Didn't the Grandmasters from the Secondary Career Alliance have high hopes for him? Now this guy couldn't even pass the 2nd floor. What would they think? Gabriel had already walked out of the Illusion Heart Pagoda and was standing beside the furious flaming universe lord with a proud expression. He was extremely arrogant and had even entered the 6th level of the Illusion Heart Pagoda. He was on par with the talents from the core families. This proved that his talent was on par with theirs. He had the right to fight with them. As for the other talents from the Great Qian Empire, well, they were all useless. All of them stopped at the 4th level. What future did they have? As he thought about this, Gabriel glanced at Luo Teng, Xie Jia, and the others. A cold smile appeared at the edge of his lips. Gabriel, it looks like the Great Qian Empire will have to rely on you this time. The furious flaming universe lord glanced at Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the others with a smile. As a member of the Great Qian Empire, I should fight for the glory of the empire, Gabriel said calmly. The expressions of the other 8 Duke families turned strange. The Parkers family started showing off this time. Who would have thought that a martial arts family would have a talent with a secondary career like Gabriel? Life was unpredictable. Those families had some secondary professionals, but they didn't have strong talents. Otherwise, they wouldn't give up this chance. Anyway, Wang Teng is still on the 2nd level. He might not be able to walk out, the furious flaming universe lord said, as expected of someone who plays to the gallery. You're just so-so. Gabriel gave a look of disdain. Grandmaster Hua Yuan and others couldn't control their expressions. Their words were sarcastic and infuriating. On the core family side, Li Yan and Sang Yi had already come out of the Illusion Heart Pagoda. Both of them stopped at the 6th level and were considered one of the top talents. This wasn't surprising. After all, they were the talents of the core families. They were surprised when they saw Wang Teng's name on the screen and the ghastly words 2nd level behind his name. Why was that fellow still on the 2nd floor? The 2 Ti brothers weren't as outstanding. Ti Jing was at the 5th level, while Ti Du was only at the 4th level. As a force chef, Ti Jing's performance was not bad. On the other hand, Ti-Du was slightly inferior. Wang Teng is still on the second level? Ti-Du was stunned for a moment. Then a cold smile appeared on his face. Damn it, I thought he was powerful, but he's just a wolf in sheep's clothing. Jing's eyes lit up. He was elated when he saw Wang Teng stuck on the second floor. However, based on his personality, he didn't show it. Amidst everyone's attention, gasps of surprise were heard. He's moving! He's moving! Look, he's moving! Huh? He's on the third floor! Efk! I thought he's dead! Finally, he's reached the third level. This wasn't easy. Everyone was caught between laughter and tears when they saw this scene. This dawdling was a form of torture, but they couldn't do anything to him. They could only watch him rise slowly. Ha ha ha! He's finally at the third level, Grandmaster Hua Yuan, and the others heaved a sigh of relief and laughed. The furious flaming universe lord's expression froze. He snorted. It's just the third level. I'm afraid he won't be able to pass the third level with this efficiency. Gabriel shook his head and said calmly, the third level is many times harder than the second level. It's hard to say until the end. Grandmaster Alfred replied calmly. The furious flaming universe lord snorted and kept quiet. He could tell that these grandmasters from the Secondary Career Alliance were just putting on a strong front. Just like what Gabriel said, based on their efficiency, Wang Teng wouldn't be able to pass the third level. Chapter 2592. Fire, Ice, Lightning, 30 times of pain. 3. The third floor of the Illusion Heart Pagoda was no different from the previous 2 floors. At the start, it was filled with colorful mist and blurred, making it hard to see clearly. Wang Teng wasn't in a hurry. He glanced around him calmly. Boom! At this moment, the mist churned and a loud explosion was heard. Raging flames surged towards him from the mist and surrounded him. A heat wave filled up the entire space. Are you playing with fire? A cold smile appeared at the edge of Wang Teng's lips. He wanted to use the divine flame in his body. However, the next instant, the smile at the edge of his lips froze. What was going on? Where was his divine flame? No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't sense the presence of the divine flame in his body. Naturally, he couldn't activate it. Wang Teng couldn't help but remember the situation on the second floor. The method was different, but the results were the same. He couldn't use any of his strength. It wasn't just force, it also included spiritual power, the hornless ice dragon, Pearl, and many other skills. Boom. Before Wang Teng could think further, a terrifying flame swept towards him. He felt that he was about to be barbecued. His clothes burned and his body cracked. An unprecedented pain swept through his body. Gasp! Wang Teng gasped. The muscles on his face twitched uncontrollably because of the pain, but this was just the start. The next instant his soul started burning too. An indescribable pain spread throughout his soul. This flame was scarier than his divine flame. Efk, are they playing with me? Wang Teng widened his eyes in shock and cursed uncontrollably. A man who plays with fire is played by fire. He suddenly wanted to go back to the second floor. He was being honest. Compared to the third floor, the second floor was extremely comfortable. Give me another chance. He really wanted to go back and experience the pain of the second level. However, endless flames swept towards Wang Teng continuously, washing over his body. After some time, Wang Teng turned into a flaming man. His entire body was burning. However, this flame only caused him endless pain. It didn't kill him. Instead, it made him suffer in excruciating pain. Wang Teng started groaning in pain with his willpower. He couldn't help but groan unconsciously after getting burned for some time. This showed how high the temperature of the flame was. Since he knew that he couldn't resist, he could only bear with it silently. He sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes like an old monk. Even so, the flames didn't disappear and the temperature continued to rise. Wang Teng's face was distorted. His entire body had turned pitch black. Flesh and blood fell from his body, revealing his white bones. It was a ghastly sight. Time passed slowly. After some time, Wang Teng gradually felt that the pain had disappeared. There was no expression on his face because the flesh had melted. Only a skull was left. It was the same for his body, only his skeleton was sitting cross-legged on the ground. It looked eerie, however. The flames still clung to the bones and even the organs below. A ball of soul floated silently in the skull. It was also enveloped in flames and was burning silently. Everything felt like torture. It was so painful that no one could look at it directly. However, Wang Teng didn't feel any pain. His heart was extremely calm, as if he was cut off from the pain. Crack! Suddenly, he heard a cracking sound as if something couldn't bear the burden and cracks started to appear. What's happening? This voice woke Wang Teng up from his stupor. A thought flashed through his mind. That's right! A heaven realm spiritual barrier? The heaven realm barrier around him loosened again. Cracks were starting to appear in an instant. Wang Teng saw an invisible wall covered with cracks. Am I going to achieve a breakthrough? No, that's not right. There's still a long way to go. Wang Teng was surprised and elated. He shouted uncontrollably, "Let the flames come more violently?" He opened his eyes abruptly. His vision was as calm as ever. Only colorful mist could be seen. There were no wounds on his body. His skeleton state was an illusion. Flames. What flames? This was all an illusion. There were no flames here. Wang Teng felt like cursing. When I wanted you to come, you didn't. When I didn't want you to come, you tormented me. What a joke. Wang Teng stood up and pointed his middle finger at the sky. Then he picked up the attribute bubbles around him as usual. Illusion Heart Scripture, Eternal Level, 6,500, 10,000, well-versed. His Illusion Heart Scripture rose again, but it hadn't reached the well-versed stage. At the same time, he felt a sense of weakness again. It came from the depth of his soul. After experiencing 3 levels of the Illusion Heart Pagoda, a hint of exhaustion appeared in his soul uncontrollably. Even though he had absorbed many spirit attributes, it couldn't replenish his tiredness. This was the exhaustion of the soul. The origin of soul was needed to replenish the soul. However, Wang Teng didn't have the time to care about this. There was a fiery glow in his eyes as if he had found an excellent opportunity to raise his spiritual power. Chapter 2593, Fire, Ice, Lightning, 30 times of pain, 4. Soon, a few more times, and I might be able to achieve a breakthrough. At first, he didn't have much hope. However, after passing the 3rd floor of the Illusion Heart Pagoda, the feeling of a breakthrough grew stronger. This ignited the urge and desire in his heart. Breakthrough. He must achieve his breakthrough here. How could he let go of such a good opportunity? The next level might be the level where he broke through the heaven realm's spiritual barrier. Without any hesitation, Wang Teng stepped on the ground and turned into a ray of light. He soared into the sky like an eagle trying to break the sky. Boom! 4th level. It was already the 7th day outside. Wang Teng stayed on the 3rd level for another 3 days. Everyone in the Illusion Heart Pagoda had already left. No one was able to break through the 7th level. They were all stuck at the 6th level. There might be differences in the spiritual power realms of these talents, but they didn't meet the requirements to break through to the 7th level. Now there was only one person left in the entire Illusion Heart Pagoda. That was Wang Teng. Everyone's gaze landed on his name. Everyone had different expressions on their faces. Some were calm, some were disdainful, and some were just watching the show. 4th level. Suddenly, everyone saw the level behind Wang Teng's name changing from the 3rd to the 4th. They were astounded. They thought that Wang Teng wouldn't be able to pass the 3rd level, but he did. The furious flaming universe lord and the others turned grim. There was something wrong with this fellow. They would be stupid if they couldn't tell that there was something wrong. Although the speed was slow, Wang Teng was still slowly improving. He didn't seem to have reached his limit. They didn't reprimand him anymore. He had already slapped them in the face twice. If they continued, they might get slapped again. That would be a joke. Gabriel didn't look good either. He knew that Wang Teng wouldn't be able to pass the third level, but he still managed to do it. He felt that the people around him were looking at him strangely, especially the members of the 8 Duke families. They must be happy to see him make a fool of himself. Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the others were overjoyed. They were filled with hope for Wang Teng again. Ha ha ha! Who said that Grandmaster Wang Teng can't pass the third floor? Grandmaster Mo Day burst out laughing. The furious flaming universe lord and the others felt the muscles on their faces twitching. They turned their heads and kept quiet. However, their gaze was still fixed on Wang Teng's name on the screen. In the Gu Hong territorial domain seat, Gu Luo stood up slowly and placed his hands behind his back. He looked at the screen in the sky with shimmering eyes. Brother Wang Teng, don't disappoint me. Ti-Du snorted with an ugly expression. Wang Teng was like a cockroach. He was so stubborn it was disgusting. On the other side, Lei Yan, Sang Yi, Yu Shangsheng, and the others were also paying attention to Wang Teng. Interesting. On the high platform, Great Elder Dan Chen and the others exchanged glances with one another. There was interest in their eyes. Wang Teng seemed to have some ability. This guy's speed of clearing the level was a little slow, but it was stable. It looked like he was worth anticipating. He might really become a dark horse in this batch. The moment Wang Teng arrived at the 4th floor of the Illusion Heart Pagoda, it started snowing heavily. Snow, Wang Teng was stunned. He stretched out his hand and caught a snowflake. He wondered to himself, "Is this ice?" Whoo! Before he could think further, cries and wails resounded in the sky. A violent gale started blowing, bringing along snow and ice with it. It swept over with a chill. Fire and ice. Wang Teng smiled. He stood in the snow and allowed the ice and snow to engulf him. This time, he didn't resist at all. No pain could stop his heart from breaking through. Let the ice and snow come harder. Wang Teng let himself go completely. Pain. That's nothing. It hurts. As the ice and snow attacked him, Wang Teng felt a bone-piercing chill. The chill seeped into his body through his skin and penetrated all the pores on his body. Then it froze his blood, muscles, bone marrow, all the way to his soul. Wang Teng shuddered uncontrollably. His body froze on the spot, and he turned into an ice sculpture. After experiencing the scorching heat just now, there was a bone-piercing chill now. It was extremely refreshing. In order to advance to the heaven realm, Wang Teng had to bear with the pain silently and turn it into motivation for his advancement. Crack. The cracking sound was heard again. Only Wang Teng could hear it, honestly. Even after experiencing the first 3 levels of the Illusion Heart Pagoda, he was still unable to get used to the pain. After all, every pain was different. It was heaven-defying that this illusion was able to reach this stage. Wang Teng had no other choice but to bear with it. If he couldn't withstand it, he wouldn't be able to pass the illusion and would be eliminated instantly. However, Wang Teng didn't know that because his soul was exceptionally powerful, the pain was multiplied. His pain was at least 30 times that of others. 3 times the origin of soul and 30 times the pain. No one knew how this conversion rate came about. Anyway, Wang Teng was experiencing inhumane torture. Fortunately, after many rounds of baptism, his soul gradually became firmer and stronger. Chapter 2594, Fire, Ice, Lightning, 30 times of pain, 5. Everything was changing. Imperceptibly, this gradual increase in strength allowed him to withstand the pain again and again. Time passed slowly. Another 3 days passed in the outside world. Wang Teng opened his eyes in the ice on the 4th floor of the Illusion Heart Pagoda. In an instant, the ice disappeared and the ice around him melted. Nothing seemed to have happened. The 4th level of the Illusion Heart Pagoda. Passed. Not enough, Wang Teng suddenly shook his head. Not enough again! A crazy smile appeared at the edge of his lips. After picking up the attribute bubbles, he rushed to the 5th floor. He felt that the heaven realm's spiritual barrier was getting looser and looser. More and more cracks appeared as if it would shatter at any moment. Boom! Bolts of lightning fell from the sky and struck Wang Teng's body forcefully. The moment he arrived, he received a warm welcome. This time, it was lightning. Heaven's might. It was stronger and more painful than the flames and ice. Wang Teng felt bitter in the past. He challenged the heavenly calamity many times, and even used it to forge his body. However, he couldn't use any of his skills now, and could only resist it forcefully. Every dog has its day. Boom. Silver snakes danced wildly in the sky above the 5th level of the Illusion Heart Pagoda. Terrifying bolts of lightning struck down on Wang Teng furiously. All of them landed on his body. Swoop, boom. In an instant, Wang Teng's face and body were burnt. Black smoke spurted out of his mouth and his hair stood up. It was a funny sight. Karma, a sigh came out of Wang Teng's mouth. He shook his head and sat down cross-legged on the ground. He stared at the sky bitterly and got struck by lightning. Every single bolt of lightning caused Wang Teng's body to tremble. His powerful physique had disappeared, and the power of lightning had invaded his body. Every single bolt of lightning seemed to be distributed in every cell in his body. He felt as if numerous cells were stabbed by a needle at the same time. The pain was unimaginable. Wang Teng's body started twitching uncontrollably. His entire face was contorted. It was so painful. It was too painful. It was so painful he wanted to call his mother. Was this how painful it was when he used the lightning slap on them in the past? No, that wasn't right. His pain must be worse than theirs. Wang Teng closed his eyes tightly and tried his best not to think about the pain. He tried his best to remain calm. At a certain moment, the lightning stopped striking. It's over? Wang Teng was stunned. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at the sky. A dazzling white light shone on his snow-white face. A pool of lightning formed in the sky. It poured down and smashed directly on Wang Teng's face. Before he could curse, Wang Teng was submerged in it. He was rubbed against the ground. The lightning was strange. It was extremely powerful, but it didn't wear down his physical body. It seemed to want him to keep his body intact to withstand the pain. Wang Teng wanted to get up, but he couldn't. His face was pressed against the ground. This was pressing against the ground. There was nothing fake about it. I folk. Wang Teng struggled to open his mouth and let out a muffled roar. You shouldn't hit my face. Why are you pressing my face on the ground and rubbing it? This was outrageous. There was no way he could bear with it. Wang Teng wished he could jump up from the ground, but he couldn't win against the lightning calamity. He finally felt a sense of helplessness. Tears almost fell down his eyes. Crack. Amidst the friction, a crisp, cracking sound echoed in Wang Teng's mind. He was invigorated. The crack in the heaven realm spirit barrier was bigger. Wang Teng seemed to be able to see a new world. It was about to be displayed in front of him. He could already see a crack filled with light. Come, strike me, continue. Angry roars came out of Wang Teng's mouth. He struggled to raise his head and roared at the sky like a maniac. Boom. As if in response to Wang Teng's outrageous request, all the lightning in the sky gathered over. Under the convergence of the lightning force, the huge pool of lightning shrunk gradually. Gradually, it turned into a dark purple hole that was only a meter long. The dark purple color was extremely thick. There was even a hint of pitch blackness. It looked like a pitch black eye. Boom. The next instant, a dark purple bolt of lightning shot out from the hole and struck Wang Teng's body. How ruthless. Wang Teng felt his head turning numb when he saw the lightning landing on his body. He only had the time to curse before his vision turned black. His soul trembled violently as if it was about to shatter. Extreme pain submerged Wang Teng instantly. Crack. Cracking. Sounds echoed, but Wang Teng couldn't hear anything. He couldn't feel any pain either. He was numb. Chapter 2595, Self-Destruction, Breakthrough, 7th Level. 1. The 5th floor of the Illusion Heart Pagoda. The sky was filled with lightning. A dark purple pillar of lightning plummeted down from the sky. Wang Teng laid on the ground in a humiliating position with no expressions on his face. He felt hopeless. After some time, The pillar of lightning disappeared. It was as if everything was just an illusion. No. This was all a fantasy, an extremely real illusion. There was dead silence. Wang Teng laid quietly on the ground. He couldn't regain his senses. It was too painful and tiring. He felt like he was sleeping then. He turned over like a salted fish and stared at the sky that was no longer filled with lightning. He slowly closed his eyes. No, I can't sleep. Breakthrough. I'm going to make a breakthrough. The next moment, he thought of something and opened his eyes abruptly. His eyeballs popped out and his eyes were bloodshot. Continue having fun. Wang Teng jumped up from the ground and scanned his surroundings. He picked up all the attribute bubbles. However, he didn't have the time to care about this. He disregarded them after picking them up. However, he didn't rush to the 6th floor. Instead, he frowned and stood on the spot. He was too tired. His soul was exhausted. He glanced at the attributes board. His origin of soul wasn't exhausted, but he couldn't stop feeling tired. This was a tired feeling that came from the depth of his soul. Waves of tiredness crashed into him like waves, making him want to sleep. His eyelids felt heavy, as if there was a huge burden weighing down on his shoulders. He couldn't continue like this. The pain was too intense. He could pass the test forcefully, but he couldn't withstand the exhaustion. If he couldn't get rid of his tiredness, he might fall asleep uncontrollably on the next floor. At that time, he might really be eliminated. I wonder which floor the others have reached. Wang Teng was surprised. He had reached the 5th level. Even if the others were stronger than him, they wouldn't be much stronger. So, the 6th level, or the 7th level. He frowned and pondered for some time. Then he stopped thinking about it. He didn't care how many levels the others had reached. He must continue until he achieved his breakthrough. A crack had already appeared in the Heaven Realm's spiritual wall. The opportunity was right in front of him. He mustn't give it up. If he missed this chance, he would have to wait until he advanced to the Heaven Realm next time. However, he hadn't reached the requirements to break through to the Heaven Realm. Wang Teng thought for a moment and took out the soul elemental crystal from his space ring. Now that the illusion was gone, he could take something out from his space. This item might be able to help him with his tiredness. World Devourer, activate. Wang Teng chanted in his heart and activated the World Devourer. Wisps of the power of origin of soul were sucked out of the soul elemental crystal. With this divine ability from the Devour Nihility beast, Wang Teng's absorption speed was unbelievable. Wisps of origin of soul were instantly refined and merged into his soul. Wang Teng immediately felt a tremor in his soul. Then, the tiredness disappeared a little. He immediately stopped absorbing it. I won't absorb it for now. I'll use it when I can't take it anymore. Wang Teng's eyes flashed. He didn't keep the soul elemental crystal. Instead, he kept it in his hand in case the illusion got blocked again, and he couldn't take it out. Actually, he didn't know if the soul source crystal in his hand would be blocked the next time he entered the illusion. But it didn't matter. He just felt that this wasn't the time to use the soul elemental crystal. This torture method might help him to achieve a breakthrough. He stopped thinking about it and stepped on the ground. He soared into the sky and entered the 6th level of the Illusion Heart Pagoda. 15 days had passed in the outside world. Compared to the previous exchange event, spending 15 days in the Illusion Heart Pagoda in the first round was a little long. But no one was paying attention to this. Everyone held their breaths and stared at the screen in the sky without blinking. 3rd level, 4th level, 5th level, 6th level. Heek! FK! This fellow ran to the 6th level. I thought he was a bronze rank martial warrior, but he's a bronze rank king. This Wang Teng is a little strange. He spent so much time on each floor, but he managed to reach the 6th floor. How did he do it? Something isn't right. What is he doing inside? He's already at the 6th level. If he manages to pass the 6th level, he will be at the same level as the top talents. There's nothing wrong with a man being slow. Being too fast is the problem. What do you mean by a man should be slow? Everyone discussed fervently. Their attention on Wang Teng was getting higher and higher. From contempt to astonishment, it turned into seriousness. However, when the majority of the faction saw this scene, they started to view Wang Teng with more importance. If Wang Teng was able to pass the 6th level, he would be on par with the top talents. He might become a formidable opponent in the future matches. 6th level? How can this brat reach the 6th level? The furious flaming universe lord's face turned black. There was disbelief in his eyes. Wang Teng's performance in the past few days had exceeded his expectations. This guy went all the way from the 3rd level to the 6th level. The furious flaming universe lord's jaws almost dropped to the ground. Chapter 2596. Self-Destruction, Breakthrough, 7th Level, 2. Gabriel didn't speak anymore. He kept a stern face as if someone owed him money. Grandmaster Huayuan and Grandmaster Huayuan were different. They had vented their anger and were smiling happily. Wang Teng entered the 5th level. Either way, he had successfully advanced to the next round and was only a step away from the top talents. If he could pass the 6th level, it meant that Wang Teng had the right to compete with them. It was hard to tell who had the highest chance of becoming the champion in the first round, but they were able to filter out the top talents. Actually, everyone could tell that there was a high chance that the champion would appear among the talents on the 6th level. Of course, this wasn't absolute. There might be a dark horse in the 5th level, too, who knows. Some people had weaker spirit because they didn't have a good spirit cultivation method. This didn't mean that their alchemy mastery was weaker than others. Grand Duke Pingtian opened his eyes and looked at the screen in the sky. He was surprised. His impression of Wang Teng gradually changed. This person might be a talent who wasn't weaker than Gabriel. The Ti family was silent. The atmosphere was extremely tense. How did that bastard enter the 6th level? Tidu's expression turned ugly. He was filled with disbelief as he gritted his teeth. Jing's face gradually turned black as if he ate shit. The 6th level. He was only at the 5th level, but that bastard had already reached the 6th level. He was screaming in his heart. He hoped that Wang Teng wouldn't pass the 6th level. He wouldn't do this if other people surpassed him, but he couldn't bear with it when he saw Wang Teng surpassing him. The people from the Great Qian Empire paid so much attention to Wang Teng. As the enemy of the Great Qian Empire, the Namos Empire, and the Chidara Free Federation wouldn't ignore him. The appearance of Gabriel, who had reached the 6th level, was enough to make the two factions fearful. After all, only one talent from the two factions had reached the 5th level. There was a huge gap between them and the Great Qian Empire, yet another talent had entered the 6th level. What was going on with this batch from the Great Qian Empire? These two talents entered the 6th level. How lucky were they? The people from the Namos Empire and the Chidara Free Federation didn't look good. They could only hope that Wang Teng wouldn't be able to pass the 6th level. The family head of the Nagini family, Ti Long, turned grim. However, he was, after all, a saint-level martial warrior and the family head of a core family. Hence, he wouldn't display his emotions on his face like the Jing brothers. Restrain yourselves. This is just the first match. Even if he enters the 6th level, he might not be able to beat the other talents. What's the hurry? Tai Long glanced at the two martial warriors and said calmly, "Father, if that brat enters the top 10, Jing asked in a low voice. Don't worry, he won't be able to enter the top 10, Long sneered. Father, are you prepared? Jing asked uncontrollably. I've already reached an agreement with the Ma family. Isn't that fellow an alchemist? He will definitely enter the herb garden planet. Once he's there, the Ma family will kick him out, T.I. Long said, using voice transmission. A cold glint flashed past his eyes. The Ma family. T.I. Jing was elated. The Ma family was a core family of poison masters. They had an unimaginable foundation in the poison field and had all kinds of strange poison skills. What's more, poison had always been the most frightening skill. The poison masters were secretive. No one dared to underestimate their poison skills. If they laid their eyes on them, they would wish they were dead. Father actually asked the Ma family to help him. That bastard is dead. Ti-Du was overjoyed. A sinister smile appeared at the edge of his lips. Father, you're really smart. You have already made plans on the herb garden planet, T.I. Jing said. T-Long snorted. He expected better from them and said, That's why I'm asking you to calm down. Don't be impatient. You've learned nothing so far. You're right, T. Jing replied with an embarrassed expression. Ti-Du didn't dare to speak. He lowered his head and could only nod. Ti-Long looked at them and sighed. He felt helpless. Between his two sons, Ti Jing had a better temperament. He could still grow after some experience, but Ti-Du was useless. He caused trouble everywhere and had no shrewdness. His talent wasn't as good as his brother's either. He would probably stop at the Grandmaster level in the future. On the other side, Tai Huai squinted as he looked at the changes on the screen. At first, they thought that Wang Teng wasn't a threat, but from the looks of it now, that might not be the case. Tai Lu's expression froze. His expression kept changing as if he had spilled a bottle of mixed emotions. He felt a little complicated. Little brother Wang Teng, all the best! Yu Shang clenched her fists uncontrollably and cheered for Wang Teng in her heart. She didn't think too much. She just felt that Wang Teng was her friend, so she hoped that he could go further. Even if he surpassed her, she would be happy. The Lei family and the Sang family turned serious. They found it a little strange at the start. Based on Wang Teng's performance on the second floor, he shouldn't be so weak. It looked like they were right. Chapter 2597, Self-Destruction. Breakthrough, 7th level. 3. This fellow was just a little slow. It wasn't because he wasn't strong enough. Lei Yan and Sang Yi exchanged glances with each other and heaved a sigh of relief. They didn't want the person they acknowledged to be a useless fellow. They weren't the only ones. The other core members were paying attention to Wang Teng too, after all. He was a talent who had reached the 6th level. Also, based on his previous performance, he seemed abnormal. They felt that something was amiss. A sinister-looking young man was sitting on the Ma family's seat. He raised his head and looked at the name on the screen with a flickering gaze. Wang Teng! An unnoticeable voice came out of his mouth. Ma Yan, are you confident against this person? A middle-aged man sitting on the family head's seat asked slowly based on what the Ti family said. This person is an alchemist. I wonder how his mastery is. It's too early to say this, Ma Yan said calmly. The family head of the Ma family, Ma Lu, nodded. He said, Let's do what we can. If we can't do it, we don't have to delay the exchange because of the Ti family. I understand, Ma Yan replied calmly. Same to you. Ma Lu turned to look at the younger people and reminded them. Yes, the younger generations of the Ma family nodded in agreement on the high platform. A hint of seriousness appeared in the eyes of the great elders and the others. They exchanged glances with one another, but didn't say anything. However, they understood that Wang Teng's spiritual power was indeed extraordinary. If not, he wouldn't have reached the 6th level. He would have been eliminated already. Wang Teng arrived at the 6th floor of the Illusion Heart Pagoda and scanned his surroundings. Different from the 5th floor, the 6th floor was extremely quiet. He didn't have any illusions because of his arrival. He frowned and sized up his surroundings strangely. What was this 6th level illusion? Layers of mist floated silently, enveloping the surroundings. A palpitating silence pervaded the air. Wang Teng felt that the illusion had appeared. However, no matter how hard he looked, he couldn't find any clues. He lowered his head and looked at the soul elemental crystal in his hand. Fortunately, it was still there. It looked like this method was effective. At this moment, the surroundings gradually turned dark. The speed was visible to the naked eye as it enveloped the entire space. It was pitch black. It's here. Wang Teng was stunned. He immediately understood that this was probably the 6th level of the illusion. It looked like the 6th level was different from the previous levels. Without any time to think, Wang Teng activated his real eye. Unfortunately, he still couldn't see anything. The effect of his real eye was suppressed. However, He was used to it. He clenched his fist. The soul elemental crystal was still there. He felt more at ease. He didn't act rashly. He stood on the spot and waited for the illusion to arrive. If the enemy didn't move, he wouldn't move. If the enemy moved, he would move. Cuff. There was nothing wrong with the battle strategy. Suddenly, Wang Teng had a bad feeling. The hairs on his back stood up and his head turned numb. Then an excruciating pain surged over and spread throughout his body.
What's going on?
Wang Teng was flabbergasted. He had a bad feeling, but he didn't know what this illusion was. There was indeed something wrong with this illusion. The pain was more intense than the burning flames, the bone-piercing ice, and even the lightning. It was indescribable. If you had to make an analogy, it was like someone stabbing you from the inside out with small knives. It was worse than getting chopped into pieces, but it also felt like the bite of thousands of ants. Every inch of his flesh and soul was in excruciating pain. It was the most terrifying torture in the world. His surroundings were pitch black, so he couldn't see anything. He didn't know what effect it had on his body. Fear welled up in his heart. Gasp, gasp, Wang Teng took a few deep breaths. He wanted to take a third breath, but he didn't have the chance anymore. Bang. A dull thud was heard. Wang Teng exploded. That's right, he exploded. Then he turned into a ball of blood mist in the dark. Not even a piece of flesh was left. He exploded completely. But the next moment, the blood mist suddenly congregated towards the center and resumed Wang Teng's appearance. Pant. Wang Teng widened his eyes in shock and panted heavily. He still had lingering fears and hadn't regained his senses from the explosion. He self-destructed. What was going on? All kinds of torture wasn't enough. Why was he self-destructing now? The feeling at that moment was terrifying. He didn't even know what happened. He exploded in anger. Who could understand that feeling? His entire body exploded. Not even a piece of flesh was left. He turned into a blood mist. This feeling was scarier than the previous few times. Wang Teng admired the creator of the Illusion Heart Pagoda. How did he come up with this idea? How could he think of such inhumane torture? He was inhumane. He didn't know that these were all hidden programs. They were only open to people with powerful souls. Other people didn't have this treatment. What illusion is this? Wang Teng frowned. He wanted to find the truth of this illusion. The scenes before could be seen or touched: beauties, fire, ice, and lightning. Although it was painful, it wasn't frightening. Chapter 2598, Self-Destruction, Breakthrough, 7th Level, 4, but this time he didn't even know what it was. It was really nerve-wracking to be in the dark. However, the pain came again. Wang Teng's expression changed slightly. It was too fast. He didn't even have a chance to catch his breath. Bang. After some time, Wang Teng exploded again and turned into a blood mist. Then he returned to his original state. He was unscathed. Pant, even so. Wang Teng's breathing got heavier and his eyes were wide open. The blood capillaries in his eyes increased. This feeling gave him a huge pressure. For the rest of the time, Wang Teng faced the pain again. Then his body exploded into a mist of blood and he recovered. Bang, bang, bang. The process repeated and repeated. Wang Teng fell into pain and horror. His soul was getting more and more tired. Every time he recovered, he would close his eyes uncontrollably. If his willpower wasn't strong enough, he wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Persevere. I must persevere. Wang Teng gritted his teeth and clutched the soul elemental crystal tightly in his hand. He didn't use it and only used it as his last trump card. As long as he had this trump card, he didn't have to worry about falling asleep. It's just self-destruction. I can boast about it in the future. I'm a man who has self-destructed. Wang Teng was furious. His expression turned hideous. Again, bang, pant, bang, sigh, bang, phew. He self-destructed again and recovered again. Wang Teng panted heavily. His eyes were red. If anyone could see his eyes now, they would be frightened. He looked as if he wanted to fight with his life. You could call him a maniac. Time passed slowly. Wang Teng didn't know how many times he had exploded. He was starting to admire himself for being able to withstand this self-destruction. However, Wang Teng's soul was exhausted too. He felt that he couldn't hold on much longer. There seemed to be two mountains pressing down on his eyelids. There seemed to be a voice repeating in his heart, "Sleep, sleep." Wang Teng shook his head violently, trying to dispel his sleepiness. However, sleepiness came from one's soul. It wasn't easy to dispel. Am I at my limit? Wang Teng muttered to himself. His consciousness was getting a little blurry. No, I can't sleep yet. My spirit hasn't advanced. Bang! A dull thud was heard and Wang Teng exploded again. Then he turned back into a blood mist. This time he couldn't stabilize himself. His back was bent and he stumbled. He fell to the ground and closed his eyes gradually. No, I can't sleep. Wang Teng struggled frantically. He clutched the soul elemental crystal tightly in his hand and was about to activate his world devourer to absorb the spiritual power inside. Crack! At this moment, the familiar cracking sound echoed again as if it heard Wang Teng shouting, "Crack!" Crack! More and more sounds were heard. They were denser and they kept resounding beside his ears. His soul, which was unable to withstand the pressure anymore, shuddered uncontrollably and became clear for a second. Boom. Suddenly, a loud explosion was heard in his mind. Wang Teng felt as if a huge shield in his mind had shattered and turned into countless light spots. Boom. A powerful spiritual fluctuation swept out of Wang Teng's mind. It was as if a storm had suddenly appeared on the calm surface of the sea. The seawater was swept up, forming layers of towering waves. Wang Teng's body was right in the middle of the giant wave. All the seawater turned into a tornado with him in the center. At the same time, the illusion on the 6th level disappeared and the darkness around them subsided. Wang Teng's body floated up from the ground uncontrollably. A great, invisible spiritual power surrounded his body. Wisps of the power of origin surged out from the soul elemental crystal in his hand. They intertwined like silk threads and engulfed Wang Teng instantly, forming a huge cocoon of light. No one knew that a transformation was happening silently in the 6th level of the Illusion Heart Pagoda. Time passed slowly. Wang Teng stayed in the 6th level of the Illusion Heart Pagoda for 9 days. Everyone was surprised. This duration was much longer than the previous few levels. If it weren't for the fact that Wang Teng hadn't been eliminated, they would have thought that he was going to fail. What's going on? Why did Wang Teng stay on the 6th level for so long? That's right. He hasn't come out for 9 days. Is he planning to stay here for a long time? I wonder what that fellow is doing. Why does he spend more time on each floor than the others? Everyone was speechless. They couldn't see the situation in the Illusion Heart Pagoda, so they were itching to go in and take a look. I really want to know what illusion that little fellow encountered inside. Great Elder Dan Chen stroked his beard and said in surprise, "Rumor has it that there are a few special illusions specially prepared for talents with powerful talents. I think he probably met them." Great Elder Byers said in deep thought. "We'll know after asking him." Great Elder Tambeli said, "You're right." Great Elder. Dan Chen laughed and shook his head. "I didn't expect our mentality to be affected by this little fellow." Great Elder Byers shook his head uncontrollably too. A bitter smile appeared on his cold and hard face.